So, Grant, why do you have us on the road? What are we doing?
Mate, I want to actually go somewhere a little bit cultural. I don't want to go to the malls. I don't want to go to fancy places. I want to feel the culture of Karachi. Maybe even get a leather jacket. I heard the leather jackets are good here.
Oh, yeah, they export us. But I'm warning you, the market is like really cramped up. So, are you ready for some serious rush hour shopping?
Oh, if that's where we have to go, the market, then I'm keen. Let's do it.
I've got this ride of mine. Would you fit in there?
Yeah, that's a sweet ride. Is that the quickest way to get around, Sackers?
Quickest way and the fun way. Okay, is that a market bit? So, yeah, pasero. Okay, let's go. So, Grant, here we are. Now, you see, this whole market is leather market. All the leather exports. You find shoes, bags, jackets, and stuff. One of the shops. You want to step inside. Let's find out.
You're the expert, brother. You're the expert.
Leather expert. Okay, so here we are.
I'm all about, Sackers, I'm probably all about gifts for people.
What do you want to start?
I'm thinking, I want to start with Mark Butcher.
Mark Butcher.
We beat Butcher's golf today, and I think he needs something that will actually give him a little bit more luck. Do you know he always wears those Peaky Blinder hats?
Oh, yeah.
I think if we can find something leather for him, in a Peaky Blinder, and I mean, look at this store.
I know where you're getting with
You've got so many levels here.
Oh, how about that?
That would be probably ideal. I mean, I was thinking in black, but I mean, this is, what color would you call that?
Camel skin?
Caramel?
Camel
skin, you reckon? It looks like it's very breathable for him, Mark Butcher.
He can carry it off.
And I think this would be absolutely perfect for him. You reckon?
Yeah, I think that's something we'll give it on the show.
Sackers, thanks so much for the shopping and the retail therapy in the Karachi, the city of lights. You know, it's been awesome. I'm very happy. I am very happy. And hopefully we can get back to the cricket where we can see some willow hitting the leather.
Yeah.
Cricket Mubarak.
In the third ODI in Karachi, all eyes were on Fakhr Zaman. Chasing a unique milestone of 4 back-to-back ODI hundreds, the left-hander started with his usual flair.
Oh, fine shot from Fakhr Zaman.
But he could not convert the good start into a big score.
The keeper has called for it, the safe his hands, man with the glove takes it, and it would be a sigh of relief to see the back of Fakhr Zaman early in the innings.
Imam ul Haq led the charge, scoring a solid 90.
Oh, smashed. Been waiting for that from Imam ul Haq.
Babar Azam once again was on song, completing yet another fluent half-century.
50 for Babar Azam, 26th ODI 50.
A cameo from Shadab Khan helped the hosts reach 287. New Zealand were off to a great start thanks to Tom Blundell and Will Young.
His first 50 in one-day international cricket.
But some electrifying fielding pegged them back. Pakistan's feared pace battery were relentless, hitting the bullseye. Debutant Cole McConkey provided a sliver of hope. But it was not good enough as the home team finished on top, sealing the series with 2 games still to be played.
Back in the city of lights, and nice to be here. Sunny conditions overall, a bit of a breeze going on as well. We're here for the 4th one-day international live from National Bank Stadium here in Karachi. Hello and welcome to Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. Now we're here. Pakistan have won the series. New Zealand have a chance to make some kind of redemption by winning the last 2 one-day internationals. From a Pakistan perspective, a chance to perhaps experiment, or they might just want to eye that 5-0 scoreline, because if they do go on to win, they will be the #1 side in cricket in that rankings area. Now I've been joined by Mr. Grant David Elliott and Arooj Mumtaz Khan. Full names today. The middle name, the full name, the surname, that's what we're going to operate with, because it's just great to have you guys here, and I just like calling you with your full names.
No, thanks a lot, Zainab Abbas Mirza.
Oh.
Really impressive stuff every time you name us something different. I embrace it. But you're right, though, about 5-0. A lot of people said, oh, maybe the series is done, 3-0 up, they're going to rest some players. But they do have a lot to play for. I mean, 5-0 up, going to #1 in ODI rankings leading up to the World Cup would be something special. And I think something special for the new management team of Pakistan. Obviously, with Mickey Arthur coming into the fold, and there's a lot of new faces around. So they're trying to work out their best combinations, and now's the perfect stage for it.
Did you enjoy your shopping experience? So I'm more interested in knowing more about that.
I enjoyed it.
You went to Zainab Market, so, you know, I hold some kind of an authority there. It's been named after me. How was your experience?
I mentioned your name and I got a little discount, so that was good. You know, they gave me 15% off, but I've got a very special gift for someone later on. And you saw that, and I can't wait to give it to him. Just before we go out there today. But it was great experience to get out and about, obviously see all the leather. I might get a leather jacket fitted. I just heard in my ear that blue looked good on me, so I might do that.
He's just a humble brag, Arooj, like I always call him. He's just a humble brag. That's what we can expect from him. But Dr. Khan, what can we expect from the Pakistan side today? Because I mean, they're eyeing that 5-0. Remember, we've done that. We've been there, done that, where we've come close to winning a series in the T20s, and then we managed to level it when New Zealand made a comeback, and this we've already won. So that tick box is basically been ticked. But just in terms of what is the incentive here?
See, honestly, every game is important. Pakistan can't afford to take things sort of non-seriously, which they won't. But I still feel there's some people on the bench who deserve to get a go, because especially we don't know about the upcoming ODIs. We're not quite sure if the Asia Cup will pan out the way it is. So in terms of just trying and experimenting, and you touched on one particular word there, Zainab, you said experimenting. We saw a couple of days ago in the post-match, Imam Ul Haq referred to the fact when he was asked a question that we don't have time to experiment. And that's something that sort of just put a little bit of question mark in my mind. Like, in terms of preparation, you're up against a relatively weaker New Zealand side. You're up 3-0 in the series. This is the time to experiment. And again, it's not experiment. The players are in the squad because they deserve to be in the squad. The players are in the squad because they've done enough to be in that squad. And if they're a part of the 15, they should be good enough to make part of your 11. So this is the time to experiment. I don't really think come the World Cup warm-up matches will be the time to experiment. So I really feel, and again, it's not experiment. It's just different strategies, trying players in different positions and see what your best combination is. Because Pakistan still don't have their best 11. In terms of combinations.
Very good point.
I totally agree. I think that the biggest thing that you said there is finding the combinations, and leading into World Cup, I think Pakistan have got a fantastic combination when you look at the top three. Top three batters are 3 of the 5 best batters in the world at the moment. So tick that box. The bowling at the death, bowling up front, tick that box. Middle order and bowling through the middle is kind of the combinations that I guess that they need to experiment with.
Talking about combinations, New Zealand is still trying to find the right combination with the team that they have. Ben Lister makes his debut today, and what a moment for him, because he received his cap in the New Zealand camp today. Again, a great moment. It's a different format altogether, and you know, what do you think he brings to the table?
Oh, well, I think, you know, a left-arm bowler brings something different. It's great to have a left-arm bowler that comes in and bowls different angles to the left-handers, right-handers. And just a very special moment. We saw Cole McConkie. Now, Cole McConkie never got the opportunity to play in New Zealand. They're not very spinner-friendly pitches. He was in that all-rounder position. You generally look to play a seamer in that sort of position. So got the opportunity and did really well. And I think that New Zealand are grooming these players quite nicely to prepare them for the big stage. So Ben Lister's been on tour, he's played a few T20s, they've sort of brought him through the ranks, and now he gets the opportunity to really stake his claim in one-day cricket. And it's about building breadth of experience and skill in your squad, and I think that that's what Pakistan are doing here, and New Zealand as well, with 9 of their players out.
Talking of skill, you know, Pakistan definitely has a lot of skill in the bowling department, different kinds of fast bowlers altogether. You've got the Naseem Shahs and Shaheen Shahs, but one guy who's really worked hard to cement his place in the side is Mohammad Waseem Jr. He's been bowling really well at the death, and Sikandar Bakht caught up with him.
Star Talk brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
वसीम मेरे साथ हैं। वसीम, सबसे पहले इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ जो फ़र्क नज़र आया पिंडी से कराची में टीम में वो था फील्डिंग, और काफ़ी शानदार फील्डिंग रही है। लगता है बहुत ज़्यादा काम किया, स्पेशली जो इतनी इंपॉर्टेंट विकेट थी ब्लंडल की रनआउट था, उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताएं।
जी बिल्कुल, हम थोड़ा वर्क करते हैं ना फील्डिंग पे। बैडमिंटन भाई अभी हमारे साथ जो कोच है वो काफ़ी वर्क किया 2 दिन इधर फील्डिंग पे, तो इसलिए थोड़ा इम्प्रूव हुआ फील्डिंग, तो हम काम करते हैं इस पे। तो जब रन आउट की बात की तो फास्ट बॉलर की तो आम तो माशाल्लाह बहुत तेज़ होते हैं, तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अल्लाह ने मुझे थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा भी दिए, तो मेरे आम थोड़ा तेज़ है, तो इस तरह वजह से वो रन आउट हो गया।
अच्छा, फास्ट बॉलर्स का आम तेज होता है, लेकिन पुराने ज़माने में फास्ट बॉलर्स को थर्ड मैन फाइनल लेग पे खड़ा करते थे क्योंकि फील्डर इतना अच्छा नहीं माना जाता था। आपने जो कैच लिया वो बड़ा शानदार कैच था। बहुत काम करते हैं एज फास्ट बॉलर्स भी डीप में फील्डिंग का।
जी बिल्कुल, थोड़ा मुश्किल होता है क्योंकि आप बाउंड्री लाइन से थ्रो करते हैं तो मुश्किल होता है, लेकिन हम काम करते हैं, थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा करते हैं ना, और बॉलिंग और बैटिंग के साथ थोड़ा फील्डिंग पे थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा काम करते हैं, तो इस वजह से थोड़ा इंप्रूव हुआ है फील्डिंग।
आपकी नसीम शाह से बड़ी अच्छी दोस्ती है, और आपने जो उनके साथ सेलिब्रेट किया था, नज़र आता है बॉन्डिंग जो होती है प्लेयर्स में आपस में।
जी बिल्कुल, बॉन्डिंग तो सारे के साथ है, लेकिन नसीम के साथ थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा है, तो थोड़ा एंजॉय करता है इसके साथ, तो इस तरह।
अच्छा, इस फास्ट बॉलर थोड़ा सा बताइए, इतना ज़्यादा T20 क्रिकेट होती है तो बॉलर का माइंडसेट 4 ओवर पे बना हुआ होता है, कितना फ़र्क लाना पड़ता है अपनी बॉलिंग में जब 10 ओवर क्रिकेट करनी पड़ती है?
जी इसके हिसाब से खेलते हैं क्योंकि T20 अलग फॉर्मेट है, तो इसके हिसाब से T20 मतलब थोड़ा तेज़ होता है ना, तो इसकी हिसाब से जो ODI फॉर्मेट आता है तो इसके लिए थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट करनी पड़ती है क्योंकि वो थोड़ा लॉन्ग फॉर्मेट होता है, तो इस सिचुएशन में कहते हैं।
कोई ऐसा बैट्समैन जो आप कहते हैं कि थोड़ा सा तगड़ा है, इसको बॉलिंग करने के लिए 2 बार सोचना पड़ता है?
जी बिल्कुल, अभी तक तो सारे तगड़े प्लेयर हैं, लेकिन केन विलियमसन को बॉलिंग करना थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट होता है क्योंकि वो थोड़ा।
और नेट्स में अपनी टीम में
बाबर भाई जो बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, तो उसको बॉलिंग करना बहुत मुश्किल होता है क्योंकि वो बहुत क्लास है।
चलिए वसीम, बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो इतनी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस का पिछले गेम में, एंड गुड लक टू यू।
थैंक यू।
Star Talk, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Such a live wire in the field. That stunning catch that we saw the other day. I mean, it's never easy when you're on the run.
I was joking with him earlier because I saw him warming up and I said, hey, Jonty Rhodes. I said, do you know who that is? And he said, yes, I do. But the guy said he always just smiles. He just smiles all the time. And I don't think we expect great fielding from Pakistan. Let's be honest. Pakistan fielding has never really been, you know, world class, but I think we saw a world class performance the other day. The way that they dived around the field, you know, and watching your fast bowlers like Wasim Jr. do what he did, the run out, the catch, and he was even in the inner ring at one stage, saving one, and it's part of the game. It is part of the game now. You have to be a multifaceted cricketer. You can't just have players in the field that are labouring.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think what Grant has mentioned, I really hope that they go back into the dressing room like that and somebody has a word like, guys, we can do it. This is the kind of standard we should set for ourselves and not settle for anything less than that. Because again, it is something which comes from within. You are responsible, you can work on it, you can make it better. And as a group, when Pakistan click in the fielding unit, they look a different side. And it is, again, it's a mindset that they shouldn't settle for anything less from themselves. So there's no margin for complacency.
Let's talk about the combination, Aruj, because Mohammad Nawaz has been ruled out. He had an injury. He's not playing today. So what kind of combination do you think Pakistan can go with today?
Whether they go with the pace or they go with the 2 leg spinners, I highly doubt they'll go with the 2 leg spinners, but they'll probably want to put in who now? Like, they pretty much got this set. It's more of a position where Pakistan can afford to put in anybody. I wouldn't mind seeing Osama Mir, because we've still got enough bowling options. But again, the one name that I've been talking about throughout the series is Iftikhar. I would love to see Iftikhar make a place in this side. He bats in the number 5-6 position and he bowls at off spin as well. With New Zealand left-handers, that they've got a few of them in that top 5, top 6, the off spin of Iftikhar is a very, very good asset to have within that 11.
And the fact that, you know, you talk about his bowling as well, like she said, she mentioned the fact that, you know, they have a few left-handed batsmen, but also his batting on its own. He sort of has, you know, you saw a bit of him. He has managed to create his own space within the side.
Well, he's a power hitter, and I think the only other power hitter that Pakistan have really got in the middle is Shadab, but you need 2 players there. But where that position is important is overs 20 to 40. I almost think that those are your power play overs now. Don't wait till the end. Don't wait till over 40.
in overs 20 to 40, if you can dominate the spinners, they'll bring the quick bowlers back, which means that then you can get them at the end of the innings. So someone like Iftikhar could be used in a very, very effective way.
All right, he can definitely be used in an effective way if he plays today. We'll find that out now, whether he is in the side or not, because we are ready with the toss. It's over to Sikandar Bakht, who's out there with the two captains.
Toss and pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, it's time for the fourth ODI. We all set. It's a warm afternoon once again, but same thing. A strong breeze blowing across, so it'll be a touch easier for the men out here in the field. We've got our match referee alongside here with us. Chris Bro, thank you for joining us. The two captains, Babar Azam, Tom Latham. Babar, you have the coin?
Heads.
Heads is the call.
It is a head.
And it is heads. Your call. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bowl again. Obviously, it looks a very similar surface to what we had the other day. I thought the performance we put on the board, was a much improved performance. So we've got another opportunity to try improve again, I guess.
Due or no due second time around, but you guys have had a good start, just like in other games in the series. You're looking to just finish the job up in terms of chasing any score down.
Yeah, you're right. I think we've been improving from game to game, whether that be with bat or ball. So I think from our point of view, is we're always looking to improve, and that's the main thing. And I guess doing the same thing first up as we did last game, then hopefully we can make those subtle adjustments, and then obviously chasing again, depending on what the score is. Hopefully we can make those little adjustments too.
Still feel like the other day 280, 290 is still gettable out here?
Yeah, I think so. I think if you look at the end result, we were 20-odd runs behind. But I think if we take those partnerships a little bit deeper, then things might have been a little bit different. So we've got the chance to I guess improve on that performance, and hopefully we can do that.
How about the changes, if any?
So we've got 3 changes. So Jimmy Neesham comes in for Henry Nichols, Henry Shipley misses out for Ben Lister, and Adam Milne for Blair Tickner.
Okay, have a good one.
Thank you. Good luck, mate.
Babar, happy batting first once again?
Yes, we will also batting first if we have won the toss. But yes, we have happy. Pitch look like same, not any difference. But we will try to run on the board and put pressure on them.
Strong feeling पिंडी से लेके यहाँ आके fielding पे काफी काम किया टीम ने ऐसा लगता है because जिस तरह run outs हुए, catches हुए. Tell us a bit about that you focus more as a team on fielding.
बिल्कुल, जिस तरह हमने लास्ट 2 जो प्रैक्टिस सेशन थे उसमें काफ़ी हमने फील्डिंग पे काम किया था, और उस पर हमने काफ़ी जो 1 घंटा हमने फील्डिंग पे लगाया, और डिफरेंट ड्रिल्स हमने की, और फील्डिंग पे हमने उसको और मज़ीद अच्छा करने की कोशिश की. और बिल्कुल जब आपका कोई भी स्पोर्ट एक होता है, इसको आप इम्प्रूव करते हैं, तो उसके लिए आपको थोड़ा सा हार्ड वर्क करना पड़ता है. तो वो हमने किया, और रिज़ल्ट आपके सामने. और मेरे ख्याल से किसी भी टाइम पे आप सेटिस्फाई नहीं होते, हर चीज़ में आपको इम्प्रूवमेंट की ज़रूरत होती है.
You still happy with 280, 290 is a good score out here?
To be honest, yes, but I think little bit pitch looked like a good pitch. So we are looking for 290, 300.
Changes?
5 changes.
5 changes.
Unfortunately, Imam is not playing. He's having niggles.
Okay.
Shanin and Abdullah Shfiq is not playing. Iftikhar playing. Shadab is not playing because he's twists his ankle. And Haris playing. And Naseem is not playing. Haris Rauf has come back because of workload.
Well done. Good luck.
Thanks.
So New Zealand have won the toss and they've decided that they will chase again. What is it going to be like, and what's a comfortable score? Let's join Butch out here and the surface. What do you make of it?
Oh, I'll tell you who was uncomfortable, and that was the skipper there. He was trying to remember all the changes made to the team. Look, the pitch, Sikandar, is very, very similar to the one we saw a couple of days ago. We have, mosaics on the surface, 1 or 2 cracks. They're held together pretty firmly. There's that little bit of straw that's been rolled in that's not going to have a terrific effect. As far as the seam bowlers are concerned, it's going to be bowl length, hit length hard, and try to make sure that you don't give the batters any width. Batting-wise, you're going to have to create a few angles for yourself if the bowlers stick to that method. The interesting thing for me, Sikandar, is that we've got a slightly reverse situation from the other day. The short boundary now is into the wind, over behind or in front of us here, and the long boundary is downwind 80 metres or so, or 80 yards or so in that direction. So that is reversed from the other day. The other thing that interests me is the fact that the ball turned quite as much as it did on Wednesday. So Shadab and of course Ish Sodhi both elicited around about 4.5 centimetres of turn at times, which is the most that we've seen in Pakistan throughout the course of the summer. That is why I'm a little bit surprised that you won the toss and decided to have a bat first in Tom Latham. Well, two reasons, I suppose. One is that it's boiling hot and you'd rather not be bowling in this sort of weather, but also because when it comes to chasing, that turn is going to be difficult when you're chasing a target, provided Pakistan put enough runs on the board. We've got a big breeze coming across the ground again. The breeze kept the dew away, which meant that things didn't get easier to bat second round. So that decision at the toss is an interesting one for me.
It'll be interesting. If there's no dew, just like the other day, over 21 to 40 is going to be testing out there for the batters.
You would imagine so. I mean, New Zealand fell behind in that period in the run chase the other day. It was interesting to see a little smirk from Babar as well, because I think he thinks that this surface is going to be a bit better. So he was almost being bold enough to say, you know, 300, 300 plus may well be on the cards. And of course, he does not have Shadab now, who we've just heard is injured. So he doesn't have that leg break bowler for the second half. So all in all, good surface, post 300. I reckon you can defend it.
There you go. Toss and pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, New Zealand have won the toss and they have elected to field, and there's been 5 changes for Pakistan. Don't ask me what those changes are, because it's half the team that's gone. We will be talking about that after this break, but for now, thank you so much for your thoughts, Rooj, or is it your thoughts? I've forgotten who's leaving after the show.
I'm leaving.
It's one of them. One of them is leaving us and another person is joining us. But yeah, and there's been a few changes for New Zealand as well, but we'll talk about that just on the other side. Back on the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show, and the news from the centre is that New Zealand has won the toss and they have elected to field first. I've now been joined by Mr. Butch. Butch, nice to have you here. I want to talk about the cricket, but I think we may have a little surprise for you from David. David and our team's got a little surprise for him. He's sneakily coming from the back.
Butch, I went shopping yesterday, and we've got a very special gift for you. It had your name written all over it.
Yeah.
Now, you were more of a test player than anything, quality test player, so it's in test colours, and I think it'll keep you cool out in the middle. There you go. Perfect little leather number.
Leather?
Shelby from Peaky Blinders.
Very breathable.
There's our Shelby.
It's just got and you can see here, it's got quality leather goods. It's endorsed. It's proper leather.
All the way from the Zenith Market. So it's been named after me, but orchestrated by Grant Elliott. Supporting role from Arooj Mumtaz. Supporting role also from Sikandar Bakht.
Yeah.
We've all been in on this to present you with this lovely
I mean, thank
PCB.
you very much. I love Grant Elliott. I was his captain for a very short amount of time, but I always thought that he was an idiot. And leather in this weather is basically absolutely confirming my thought.
I've got to say, though, it suits you.
Thank you.
It's looking great on you. And Grant's got a great choice, I've got to say, in this department, indeed. That took no time. That took no time to throw it away.
It's making the melon very, very warm.
Yeah, he looked at what is the cheaper one. He said, I'm going to get the cheapest cap in the book. And oh, wow. Look at this. I mean, Arooj, do you want to try this on as well? Grant, do you want to pass it on? I think it's safe to say that we're all having a lot of fun, but we need to be looking at the sides now, finally. I think that's what people want to hear.
I think
Pakistan's team first. Arooj, I'll let you do the talking in that regard because there have been 5 changes.
5 changes. Yeah, some of them a little bit baffling, but anyway, Shan Masood comes in for Imam Ulaq. Iftikhar comes in. That was probably one change which was on the card. Mohammad Haris comes in as well. Husam Amir for Shadab Khan and Mohammad Wasim Jr. for Naseem Shah. So Abdullah sits out, Shadab, Naseem, Imam and Mohammad Nawaz. They all sit out. Again, it looks a very, very good side. And Babar didn't mention 2 of the players had niggles, one of them workload management and one of them rotation policies as well. But again, it's good in the sense that they are trying out their bench strength and they've got enough players in terms of replacements if they are required in the future.
And if Iftikhar is playing, who you mentioned that you want to see him in the side at least, just to see what he can offer in this particular format. Let's talk about New Zealand. There's been a cap that was presented to Ben Lister earlier on, and you've also got other changes, Tickner coming in. So they've tried to work things around a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have 1 or 2 niggles as well. They obviously lost the series. A debut for Lister, left-arm quick bowler. He offers them a little bit of something in terms of a change of angle. Jimmy Neesham in the side, I think, is very important because it gives them that little bit of extra power, especially given that they've decided to chase once again. And Blair Tickner, big, tall man. If he can hold a really tight line and length on off-stump, it will make life difficult for Pakistan's batters with a new ball.
All right, let's see what happens in that regard. But with regards to the crowd and spectators that we've seen throughout the series, Pindi was fantastic. Karachi, crowds, you need to wake up. You need to come to the ground. That's what we need from all of you. But some very passionate fans as well. It's time for Gupshup with the lovely Mehak.
In the largest city of Pakistan, Karachi, where Pakistan has sealed the series by 3-0 after gaining victory in the last ODI. And now we're here today for the 4th ODI, so let's go speak to the fans and ask them their thoughts.
आपको क्रिकेट का कितना शौक है? क्रिकेट का तो बहुत ही शौक है, बस जब देखने का मज़ा तब आता है जब पाकिस्तान अपनी परफॉर्मेंस दे. जब पाकिस्तान डाउन हो जाता है तो फिर ये होता है बस अब अपनी स्क्रीन्स को ऑफ कर दिया जाए और बस दिल ख़राब हो जाता है. इतनी शौक से अपना टाइम हम लोग निकाल के बैठते हैं कि नहीं मैच देखना है घर के काम काज छोड़ के. तो फिर जब उसकी परफॉर्मेंस डाउन होती है तो दिल दुखता है कि यार मतलब सारे काम छोड़े हम मैच देखने बैठ रहे हैं और फिर वो कभी उनकी वो बैटिंग ना डाउन होती है, कभी बॉलिंग डाउन होती है. किसी ना किसी एक रीज़न की वजह से वो बैक पे आ जाते हैं. अच्छी खासी टीम चल रही होती है, फिर कोई ना कोई या तो बैटिंग डाउन हो जाती है या बॉलिंग डाउन हो जाती है, तो फिर वो सारा मज़ा ख़राब हो जाता है.
तो इस सीरीज़ की परफॉर्मेंस, पाकिस्तान की परफॉर्मेंस से तो आप बहुत ही खुश होंगी क्योंकि आप ऐसे लग रहा है कि आप सही डाई हार्ड क्रिकेट फ़ैन हैं.
हाँ जी, ये कि हम लोग जब अभी ये जो गया है परसों वाला जो इनका था हम लोगों ने वैसे काफ़ी, जब ना इनकी हम लोगों ने फर्स्ट इनिंग देखी तो था कि नहीं अच्छा है, मतलब अच्छा किया इन लोगों ने, हम लोगों की एक्सपेक्टेशन से ज़्यादा कर दिया।
अच्छा, अब बॉलिंग की तरफ चलते हैं। ऑफ कोर्स शाहीन शाह अफरीदी तो हमारे पास है, हमारे पास वर्ल्ड क्लास बॉलर्स हैं, बेस्ट बॉलिंग अटैक इन द वर्ल्ड उसको कहा जाता है। तो नसीम शाह की बॉलिंग के बारे में आप इस सीरीज़ में क्या कहेंगे?
इस सीरीज़ में नसीम शाह की बॉलिंग के बारे में लास्ट टाइम का अगर मैं डिस्कस करूँ तो मार्क चैपमैन की जो विकेट थी, नसीम शाह ने जो क्लीन बोल्ड किया था वो गेम चेंजिंग विकेट थी। जैसे आपको पता है विकेट मिल नहीं रही थी पाकिस्तान टीम को, उस लास्ट मैच में अच्छी खासी पार्टनरशिप चल रही थी, लेकिन नसीम शाह की वो बॉल मुझे आज तक, मैं खुद उसको कम से कम 3 से 4 बार देख चुका हूँ कि मुझे स्टिल वो मतलब एक सेंस ऑफ जॉय है।
आपको लगता है कि पाकिस्तान आज फिर से मैच जीत सकेगा, या फिर आपको लगता है कि न्यूजीलैंड एक नए प्लान के साथ आएगी?
नहीं, अकॉर्डिंग टू मी पाकिस्तान को जीतना चाहिए, लेकिन अगर ऑपोजिट साइड देखे जाए तो दोनों टीम अपनी जान मारेंगी, क्योंकि अगर तो वाइट वॉश हो गए तो बिल्कुल ही आपको पता है आफ्टर 12 ईयर्स पाकिस्तान जीता है न्यूजीलैंड से ODI सीरीज़। तो अगर तो ये लोग हारते हैं, ठीक है, तो इनके लिए एक बैड मोमेंटम नहीं होगा, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी सीरीज़ तो विन कर चुके हैं। तो उनका ये आई थिंक सो कि अकॉर्डिंग टू मी न्यूजीलैंड का ये माइंडसेट होगा कि यार कम से कम वाइट वॉश ना हो।
Well, you heard it here from the public, so let's see if the men in green will be able to continue their winning streak and go for a whitewash, or will the Kiwis be able to stop them from getting to that ICC ODI #1 ranking? Stay tuned to find out.
All right, you heard it from the fans. Thank you so much, Rouge and Butch. It was lovely to hear your thoughts once again. New Zealand has won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. 5 changes for Pakistan, few changes for New Zealand as well. All of that on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
In the third ODI in Karachi, all eyes were on Fakhr Zaman. Chasing a unique milestone of 4 back-to-back ODI hundreds, the left-hander started with his usual flair.
Oh, fine shot from Fakhr Zaman.
But he could not convert the good start into a big score.
The keeper is called for it. The safe his hands. Man with the glove takes it. And it would be a sigh of relief to see the back of Fakhr Zaman early in the innings.
Imam ul Haq led the charge, scoring a solid 90.
Oh, smashed. Been waiting for that from Imam ul Haq.
Babar Azam once again was on song, completing yet another fluent half-century.
50 for Babar Azam, 26th ODI 50.
A cameo from Shadab Khan helped the hosts reach 287. New Zealand were off to a great start thanks to Tom Blundell and Will Young.
His first 50 in one-day international cricket.
But some electrifying fielding pegged them back. Pakistan's feared pace battery were relentless, hitting the bullseye. Debutant Cole McConkey provided a sliver of hope. But it was not good enough as the home team finished on top, sealing the series with 2 games still to be played.
The Duffer News presents KFC ODI Series. It's the 4th one-day international, live from the National Bank Stadium here in Karachi, the City of Lights. It's been a scintillating one-day series so far, and there's still just 2 games to be played and plenty to play for Pakistan. They win all 5, they go to #1 in the world, so today that's where we are. And then on the 7th of May, we're back here for the 5th ODI. Quick turnaround for the players. They warmed up earlier on today, Mohammad Rizwan. Be interesting to see where he bats today. Maybe at 4, and Iftikhar back in the fold. Very strong Pakistan team that have played brilliantly well in all 3 facets. They'll be looking to replicate the last game. New Zealand, few changes there. That's been Lister limbering up. He's been here all tour in the T20s, and he'll get an opportunity as the debutant. Blair Tickner, rotation of players because the turnaround is really quick here. But New Zealand will be motivated to play on this deck. Mark Butcher was out earlier, said that it should play pretty similar to the last one. Day international, should be runs. Babar Azam, we can maybe round that 280, 290 mark. The toss, Babar Azam and Tom Latham. Fell correctly once again for Tom Latham, who elected to have a field once again. I'm with Aruj Mumtaz. Aruj, what do you think of this team?
Thanks, Grant, and welcome to everyone watching. Yes, 5 changes, reasons being workload, niggles, rotation policies, and just trying bench strength. Shan Masood makes his way in, Iftikhar, Haris as well. Good to see Iftikhar into the mix. Osam Amir gets a go again, Shadab sitting out for him. And Haris Rauf back in, Naseem Shah gets a bit of a break. Well, earlier on, Grant, you caught up with one of the debutants. Oh, we'll come back to that a little bit later. How about you tell us about the New Zealand side first?
Ben Lister comes in and Blair Tickner, Jimmy Neesham. So 3 changes. Adam Milne is out and Henry Shipley, the other one to go out. Well, these players, they're looking strong up top there. Young, Blundell and Mitchell, Latham in the top.
Hey, Grant, you caught up with one of the debutants from the previous game for New Zealand. Let's have a listen in.
Cole, how good was it, the experience of your first ODI?
Yeah, fantastic, Grant. I think, you know, to receive that cap and, you know, don the fern, yeah, real special moment.
Everyone talks about your debut going really quickly. Did it just flash by?
Yeah, certainly did. I think, you know, it sort of caught me a little bit off guard into the attack a little bit early and looked up at the scoreboard, and I think we're sort of 35, 40 overs in, and yeah, sort of just had to pinch myself and take a little moment there, so it certainly went by very quickly.
And when you think back to that special day, are there any moments that will stick out for you?
Yeah, I think, you know, receiving that cap, walking out onto the park alongside, you know, some really close friends that have sort of grew up playing cricket with. And then, yeah, just moments within their game, you know, that first wicket, first run, little things like that. So, yeah, pretty special day.
And you played a very important part at the end. Couldn't get New Zealand over the line. We obviously lost a few wickets, but the death hitting at the end, that must have been very satisfying.
Yeah, it was. I think, you know, you summed it up well. You know, satisfying to sort of get a few away, but, you know, it would have been a bit sweeter getting the boys home in that chase. So, yeah, hopefully, you know, today we can sort of build on that and, yeah, get the boys home late in the piece today.
You're playing a very important part bowling through the middle. How good is it having Suck Lane on tour, and has he been working pretty hard with you?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. I think, you know, throughout those T20s in the early part of the ODIs, you know, just chewing his brain, not only his knowledge on, you know, local conditions and the players, but also, you know, just a few little technical tweaks that I've made along the way, and but even just sharing his experiences and learning about, you know, how he went about things has just been invaluable.
What did New Zealand have to do today? Obviously 3-0 down, but still plenty to play for. What do they have to do, and where do you have to change things?
Yeah, I think, you know, really good question. I think, you know, the boys haven't been far off these first 3 games, and, you know, you probably look at the scorecard and think you need to make some wholesale changes, but it's probably just, you know, just sharpening in a couple of tiny little areas. I think, you know, with the ball we started fantastic that last game, and then in the field, you know, we were pretty good. And same with the bat. I think, you know, the start that Youngie and Blundell had there. So it's just about sharpening those 3 areas, and, you know, we get that right, we're going to be in a good position today.
Well, mate, congratulations on your debut in the last game, and we love watching you play.
Cheers. Thanks a lot, Grunter. Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, fantastic listening in. 64 on debut and a wicket to Cole McConkey. Good to see the New Zealand players in good spirits, still wanting to hopefully get 2 more games to their name and come out with the series at 3-2 as opposed to what Pakistan might be looking for, a 5-0 series when, well, rotation policies continue all around, even with the umpires. Joel Wilson and Asif Yaqub leading the way. Pakistan openers. Different combination today. Imam Ulaq, who's been all guns blazing throughout the series, he misses out today. Shan Masood makes his way into the middle along with Fakhr Zaman. Opportunity for Shan Masood, big opportunity for him. He's been short of runs for a while now on the international circuit, had a good run in the HBL PSL, and for his sake, I want to put one foot into that 11 up the order, which is difficult to shake at the moment considering the form that Imam, Fakhr and Babar are in. Just very, very few matches in his ODI career. Strike rate as well of 70. Not much to talk about there in terms of numbers, but what he can do is improve. On the other hand, a man in prolific form. 300s on a trot. Didn't get many runs in the previous game, but those numbers are staggering. Really good. 49 average, 15 half centuries, 10 hundreds to his name, 210 his best, and he can strike the ball well. 94 one-day cricket. Very good along with that average.
Yeah, formidable opening pair, which has lost Imam Al-Haq, unfortunately. Tight hammy, but that does, you spoke about opportunity, Rouge. An opportunity for Shan Masood. Matt Henry, who's got a real knack of striking early and has been the most consistent bowler, you'd say the premier bowler for New Zealand since they've been in Pakistan, showing his experience. Once again, it looks like deja vu out there. There's the third slip and a little bit squarer.
Gentlemen, let's play.
Fakhr Zaman looks to take the first delivery.
Oh, wonderful delivery to start up. Just outside the outside edge of Fakhr Zaman's bat. And we spoke about this when Fakhr came into bat the other day. He was very confident leaving the ball up front when New Zealand bowled similar channels.
And New Zealand bowled so well in the last one day, the first 5 overs, and then just a little bit wayward. And that's the thing, in these conditions, you can't give any width on either side, leg side or offside.
Oh, we keep talking about matchups and stats and numbers and records. Oh, he got him out in the previous game. Matt Henry. Fakhar Zaman had a big swipe across the line. All he managed was vertical distance. It was a very simple catch for Tom Blundell in the end. But Matt Henry is one of those New Zealand players who will reminisce this time in Pakistan. He's picked up wickets. He's picked up a T20 hat-trick. He's been having a lot of fun.
He is. I spoke to him in the hotel as well, and he was talking about how hard you had to toil as a bowler. I think it's the experience, and this is how hard you have to toil when you look at it. 35 degrees maximum. I don't feel that where I am at the moment. Some beautiful aircon and humidity, so it should be a beautiful day for cricket out there.
Beautiful day when you're in the air-conditioned commentary box. Grant, I'm not sure the players agree with what you've just said.
Well, funnily enough, when the toss went up as well, and Butch made the point, he said, I'm really surprised at that decision. I mean, it is warm here. It must be at least about 20 degrees in the commentary box. But I guess Tom Latham thinks that it's going to dew up again. And the reason why Butch was saying, oh, it's a single here. And it'll be overthrows. So not a great start here for New Zealand. They'll haul it in. Coming back again. Well, little mishap there from New Zealand. Lapse in concentration from me as well.
Yeah, quick single. And then the shy at the stumps yielded 3 more runs. So they ran through for 4 eventually. And Pakistan off the mark with 4 singles altogether. Well, I thought the decision in the first game from New Zealand, they did really well in that first half, restricting Pakistan to 288, which Babar did mention at the toss that he was looking at somewhere between 280 and 290. We all felt there was more runs in the surface. And we'll come back to that. First over done, Pakistan 4 for no loss. Eight changes altogether in the game, 5 from Pakistan, 3 from New Zealand. Plenty of players getting an opportunity, and more importantly, Ben Lister making his ODI debut. Left arm medium. He bowled in the T20 series as well. His List A career, Grant. 43 games, 49 wickets.
A really handy bowler, Benjamin George Lister. Making his debut, special moment. Brilliant for Auckland, gets wickets up front, moves the ball through the air. So a challenge for him, because you won't get much movement. Speaking to Adam Milne just before the game, he said first 3 balls swung and then not much after that. So you have to find a way, and Matt Henry showed the way. It's consistency. Pakistan bowlers, Naseem Shah, also someone that has shone quite brightly in this series. It's just been that consistent line and length, and you can't stray. Any hint of width that you gives the batsman an opportunity to get away. But exciting as he prepares for his first ball in ODI International.
Operating with the same feel as they have done earlier on in the piece, New Zealand. And he will have to re-bowl that. Always a wonderful moment for yourself, for your family, and for your teammates as well when you get the international cap for your country.
Yeah, cap number 211 as well. You can see the number. He's given him 201, so I'm not too sure what's happened there. Have to check that. But every player gets the number on the side of the cap, which is special.
angle into the left-hander, and he's clipped it very nicely, has Shan Masood. Lightning quick outfield, and that will be a boundary.
Yeah, there is a hint of swing there for Ben Lister. Just getting, as I said, you give it a little bit of width. That's on leg stump. That'll be a sigh of relief for Shah Masood, who knows that this is a huge opportunity for him. Imam Al-Haq out with a hamstring injury, or just a slight little twinge. That's great balance there from Shah Masood.
Slip comes out, goes into short catching mid-wicket. And the ball goes straight to him. Grant, do you remember what ODI cap number you were?
Number 150. So, I mean, you know my memory, I'm very forgetful. But 150 is an easy number to remember, so I do remember that. Test cap of 236. Yeah. How about you? Do you have a number?
Or do you know who 201 is? New Zealand?
I'm going to take a guess. And it's only because I may have been told, but Michael Bracewell. That's why I was confused, because it said number 211, and I thought, oh, maybe we've got that wrong. But perhaps they didn't have that cap ready. They didn't think that 211. And I'm sure they could find someone at the Zanab Markets. I know a few people there, the Zanab Markets, to get the embroidery done. Lovely moment.
Once again, down the legs. Doesn't get bat on that. Will run through for a leg by. Well, I do remember my cap numbers, both one day and test. 36 in one day international and 20 in test cricket.
Number 20, so is that your lucky number?
Well, it wasn't when I was batting. Was in the balcony right here. Did one test, debut right here 2004 against the West Indies. Sat in the gallery for a day and 3/4 of the next. And stood there watching one of the best innings I have seen in test cricket. Kiran Baloch, 242 not out. A wonderful player for Pakistan. Sajda Shah, on the other hand, scored 98, watched a brilliant partnership. 241. Walked out eventually when the partnership was broken, only to be gone for a duck.
It happens. These things happen. It's a game of life, Aruj.
Ben Lister's first over in one-day cricket goes for 6. It's 10 for no loss. Pakistan experience in one-day international cricket, plenty on the top. Fakhar Zaman, Babar Azam, Mohammad Rizwan, big numbers. But apart from those three, everyone else just under 10 in terms of ODI experience. Matt Henry. Yeah, he's surely enjoyed his time with the ball out here. Oh. Previous match, 3 wickets, 3 important wickets as well. Especially that wicket off Fakhar Zaman. 3 centuries on a trot. Babar Azam chopped it back on. Salman Agha straight, trying to make room over cover. And last 2 years, most wickets in the first power play. behind Mohammad Siraj with 26, Stark with 19, and Henry has 14. Nicely placed. There's a good piece of timing on that once again from Shan Masood, and he will pick up another boundary.
He's a nice player when he's going, Shan Masood. Balance, timing, effortless. Watch this. Almost a defensive stroke with a whip of the wrists at the end. Gap to precision. Away it races. 2 boundaries to his name for his 8. As I said before, great opportunity for him with Imam out. Fantastic opportunity. Maybe he wouldn't have had. So he needs to grab this with both hands. Stake a claim in this team. And Matt Henry's been a significant part of this team and the foundations of the bowling, and when you look at that, the thing that stands out for me is the economy rate, 3.77, not just the wickets, and that's just in the first power play now that you're looking, competing with Siraj and Stark at the top there. Some big names.
He's bowled some really good channels in terms of applying pressure, being consistent, and in amongst that, picking up wickets and not giving too many runs. In the first power play, anything under 4.
He's just kept it really simple, hasn't he, Rouge? It's just line and length, and we saw from Naseem Shah, it's just that same area, just hitting that same area time and time again.
And it's the kind of length that you have to hit in Pakistan. Afternoon start, placid surfaces, with absolutely no swing on offer. You mentioned he told you that it swung for 3 balls only. Playing 11 for Pakistan in this 4th one-day international. Iftikhar comes into the side. Muhammad Haris as well. Osama Mir comes in for Shadab Khan. Haris Rauf. Oh, the outside edge of the bat. It's the kind of length you have to bowl in Pakistan with no swing on offer. Very little lateral movement as well. And it's good line again from Matt Henry. 3 done, 15 for no loss.
It's the New Zealand team. Oh, that's a wild one. That went the other way from Lister. Just away from the left hand. Did Shan Masood. That'll be a wide call by Asif Yaqub. As New Zealand are rotating their team, they're bringing players in and out. You can see Adam Milne not playing today and Henry Shipley, so choosing for Blair Tickner and Ben Lister. They get an opportunity, and Jimmy Neesham comes in for Henry Nichols.
Oh, you were talking about in the previous game when Tom Latham elected to bowl, you thought they should have batted first, but you can almost understand that the fact that they've done it again today after winning the toss. It could be a case of putting Pakistan to bat first, and we know Pakistan sometimes can struggle in putting up a score. I thought they bowled really well to restrict Pakistan to 288 in the first game. Driven through the gap. Timing has been quite impeccable from Shan Masood, and that's his 3rd boundary.
Well, he's whipped 2 through mid-wicket, and now through the offside, showing just how classy this player can be. He scores runs, he's just so easy on the eye, effortless the way he plays the strokes. Proper cricket shots. Look at that average this day career. We wouldn't mind that today, but see the best of 182. You're eyeing that up even more.
So talking about the fact that New Zealand only fell short by 26. It was a case of them not chasing well enough. It probably could be a similar story, because when Sikandar asked Babar Azam at the toss, because Babar said it looks a better surface, and he said maybe today 290, 300. So again, the range in at least Babar's mind is that much. If New Zealand can repeat what they did with the ball and hope for a better chase, with Jimmy Neesham now in that middle, it's a matter of them getting over the line with whatever they manage to restrict Pakistan to.
Yeah, I think it's a good point that you make, and there you go. As you said, 26 runs short. New Zealand did extremely well. I think that was a par score that they limited Pakistan to. If they can do more of the same, but then just get one player, that's all they need, is one player to get in and score 100. You look at the names of Blundell there and Latham, they both got in, got out. One of those players goes on to score 100, probably get over the line there. I also think, Aruj, you have to, as a captain, you always think of the due. And you go, well, if I won the toss and there is due, which, you know, Mark Butcher, who was out there earlier, he said there's a strong breeze, and because there's a breeze, there won't be any dew. And that's generally what happens at this ground when you speak to the local meteorologists. So, you know, maybe he could have batted first, but that dew factor is huge.
Four overs done, 20 for no loss. Three boundaries, all courtesy Shan Masood, who makes his way into the 11. Imam Ulaq sitting out with a bit of a niggle. Nawaz with a finger injury. And Muhammad Haris, Osam Amir, and Iftikhar are the 5 changes in Pakistan's side. With the form that he is in, he will hit that to the boundary any day, any time. Fakhar Zaman.
Yeah, very similar to the other day. New Zealand got off to an absolutely beautiful start with the ball, but this time just a little bit leg side there from Matt Henry. Be disappointed, probably wanted to go upstairs to Fakhar Zaman. The sort of form that he's in, if it's just slightly loose, he's generally put it away. New Zealand would love to see the back of Fakhar Zaman early.
Well, Grant, there's plenty of activity off the field. Where are you going in a rickshaw? Apparently you went on a shopping extravaganza.
I went to a leather shop in the Zadab markets. Picked up a beautiful handbag for myself there, you could see that. And picked up a lovely little Peaky Blinders hat for Mark Butcher. So I'll have to find the hat. It's a beautiful leather number, very breathable in this weather.
Yes, well done in the field. Well, I think we have what you got, Mark Butcher. You got him a present. Talk us through this.
Well, you can see this little beauty here, this little leather number. Butch loves wearing his Peaky Blinders hat, so I saw it. Me and Sikandar Buck spotted it, and we went, that'd be perfect for Butch. So now he threw it back at me, so maybe I can don this. I don't know.
A leather cap in 36 degrees.
I don't have my cap number on it, though. That's the only thing.
Well, we have cap presentations on the field. We had one off the field in the studio show earlier on. And once Grant David Elliott was asked to leave, he came back with this wonderful present.
I reckon he wears it much better than I do.
I don't think Mark Butcher was amused, not at all. And he flung it back straight at you.
Never look a gift horse in the mouth, they say.
And he called you something.
I think he may have called me an idiot.
He
either said Elliot or idiot.
You think absolutely right in what he said, while Shan Masood, he continues in talking boundaries. There's 4 to his name now.
Shan Masood in great touch out there. Angled in. Not a terrible delivery from Matt Henry. That is precision batting. Balance perfect. A whip of the wrists. Shan Masood is out there for a big one. He's eyeing up a big one.
It's been a good over for Pakistan. 9 come off it, 29 for no loss. Change is highlighted in white. Shan Masood, Iftikhar Ahmed, Muhammad Haris, Usama Mir and Haris Rao for Pakistan. Jimmy Neesham, Ben Lister and Blair Tickner for New Zealand. So plenty of rotation, niggles, rest, workload. And just to clarify, Babar Azam did mention at the toss that Imam might have a niggle, but that is not the case. He has just been rested as part of the rotation policy. Well, Grant, I don't blame him. When you've got 5 changes, it's difficult for him to remember who's out for what reason. And in terms of remembering names, well, we're glad Babar doesn't have that problem in scoring runs.
It's always the most difficult thing as captain. You're out there and you're thinking of the game and you're thinking about batting and what should I do, bat or bowl, and then suddenly they ask you what the changes are and you forget, because we're in the 4th ODI here and there is a quick turnaround for the game, so there's a lot of changes in the teams.
Oh, smashed through the covers. And smashed away for 4. This time it's Fakhr.
It looks a beautiful batting surface out there. This is absolute cracking shot from Fakhr Zaman. As we've seen so many times in this series, he just steps straight, gives himself a little bit of width, waits for the ball, just caresses it through the covers.
Talk about balance when you're striking the ball and the point of impact. Fakhr Zaman, like you mentioned, doesn't have a big stride forward, doesn't have a stride in the line of the ball. It's just a small step forward to create that strong base, but his head goes in line of the ball, and he's so balanced at the time of contact. Lets the hands through.
That's the shot there that has created a lot of difficulty for New Zealand. Where New Zealand, well, they'll bowl the channel. They'll bowl channel, and Fakhr Zaman will step straight, give himself just a little bit of width. So they'll come straight to him and back over length. But Fakhr Zaman has got the ability to just almost whip his hands through the line. Have a look at this. That shot there makes it very difficult to bowl to.
Nicely played once again from Shan Masood, but there is a fielder. Another couple of runs to his tally. We talk about head position, the heaviest part of your body, so it drives momentum through. And if you've got a stable base, get your head as close to the ball, and more importantly, right on top of the ball. And let the hands through. Very effective. Six done is 36 for none. For Pakistan's sake, it's been a good start for New Zealand. No dots yet on those Manhattans. In the air. Just held up in the surface. Again, very good lines from Henry.
It's the second time it's happened, actually, where I've heard on the stump mic, I heard Fakhr Zaman just a little bit of a yelp or surprise at the bounce, and you can see there it is probably quite unusual. Matt Henry coming around the wicket now, trying to cramp Fakhr Zaman out with the square leg just behind square, gives him the option for the bouncer as well.
Oh, it's in the air. Will this be a similar dismissal? Blundell getting under. Oh, what a take in the end. He almost misjudged that and then put in the full length dive. That is brilliant. Brilliant because it also dismisses Fakhr Zaman.
Well, very similar to the last ODI. Cross the line from Fakhr Zaman. It's that shot he plays so well, just back of a length. And Tom Blundell looking up at the spider cam and saying that was a little bit more difficult than it normally was. Excellent catch from him, and New Zealand will be ecstatic to see Fakhr Zaman leave the field for 14. It's 36 for 1.
The skipper makes his way out in the middle. And the skipper, he has plenty of numbers that work for him. 99 one-day international games, 59 his average. He can strike them as well. And he loves to bat long. He loves to get big runs. And he's here in the middle because Fakhr Zaman, in very repeat fashion, as from a few days ago, has a swipe across the line, top edges. This is a very good catch from Tom Blundell. Not easy because at one point Spider might have been in the way, in the eye line. And he'll... There you go. Come on, Spidey. I mean, we know we want the perfect shot. But that is a really well-judged catch. In the end, had to put in the full-length body dive. And takes one to dismiss Fakhr Zaman.
Once again, Matt Henry adds to his tally of wickets in the power play. Well, let's have a look. It went high. Here's Spider just to the top right of your screen. And Tom Blundell. The game's hard enough as it is. Cricketers generally look for a few excuses, but no excuses there because Blundell pouched it safely.
Oh, watches it through. Oh, well, we have a bit of a rotation policy going for ourselves up here.
The rotation policy of the cap. Cap presentation was given to Mark Butcher, thrown back to me, and now Rouge Mumtaz has got it.
I think it looks pretty good. I'm not quite sure. Twitter will tell us very shortly.
Yeah, please do, actually, Twitter. Tell us what you think of the leather number that we've got.
We know what Mark Butcher thought of it earlier on. Threw it back right at you, Mr. Grant Elliott. Fakhar Zaman, the last ODI, similar swipe across the line with the same combination of Matt Henry and Tom Blundell. That time a relatively easier take for Blundell. This time he had to get under the ball, swivel around because of Spider. In the end, well judged. Kept his eyes on the ball till the very end and pouched it quite comfortably. 7 done is 36 for 1.
Right, the ball previously just popped a little bit, didn't it? Fakhar Zaman, and he thought, okay, maybe I can go across the line, but we've seen this pitch and even, yes, the previous ODI, some variable bounce. Makes it a little bit hard to play that shot. That certainly wasn't the case in the first 2 ODIs. We saw Fakhar Zaman, who obviously peeled off 2 back-to-back hundreds. He was able to play that shot quite freely, whereas here in Karachi, we've seen variable bounce, makes it hard.
We looked at it just before the start of the game. Not too different from what we saw in the third ODI. Just a bit of bat onto that. I'll go for a boundary. Chance looked good from what we've seen of him in the 23 deliveries he's faced, but just coming back to that dismissal of Fakhar Zaman, that's the boundary there. Just the line was wrong, and it's easy to put it away. Just gets into that release shot so early. He wants to, I don't know, just almost compelled to play that shot when he feels it's in his zone. Identical dismissals. And you're right about that. It's very different from Pindi here. It was Shan Masood's call, but a good barber that he said no straight away. You have to work a bit when you're batting with a new partner. Shan hasn't really had many opportunities to be in the center.
Mentioned it's a good opportunity for him. He's been given a chance in the middle order, but he's a top order batter. We had this conversation, I think, in the first ODI. And because of this series and the fact that Pakistan have already won this ODI series, they have an opportunity just to test players.
That's a good run again. Yeah, he can actually set a goal for himself, because he needs not to prove something to himself, but rather than anything else, some numbers, good numbers in terms of runs against his name. And you're right about that. I mean, that is his position. He's an opening batter, and he's got that opportunity, and you look to spend as much time as possible out there. His Lister career suggests that.
That's his 8 ODIs that he's played for Pakistan. Yeah, no, not him. Oh, struck the bottom of the bat, must have stung. 41 for 1 after 8. Quite a revamp. Pakistan making 5 changes today, some forced, some load management. Where Rizwan comes to 4, that's what he asked for, or hoped for. Every time you go leg stump line, you're asking for trouble as a bowler, and it's just been put away. And very rarely you see Matt Henry doing that. Margin of error very slim. It'll be put away.
Yeah, he's actually been the standout bowler for New Zealand because of the lines that he has bowled, but he's strayed here. And you do that to any left-hander and they'll pick those off with ease. So just to highlight how well Matt Henry has been bowling in this series compared to the other New Zealand fast bowlers is literally his line. Now it's that 4th stump, top of the off stump, that's where you want to go. All those white deliveries, wickets and dots. You can see hardly any deliveries on the legs. The last one, you can maybe add that to that pile, but very few. And then when you look at since the last World Cup, he's actually the 3rd most prolific bowler in the power play as well. And to show you the other New Zealand fast bowlers, you can see how many dots, not too many. And they've certainly been picked off a lot more. They've bowled a little bit more deliveries on the stumps. And here in the subcontinent, that gets worked to the leg side with ease.
That's nicely done. He's a tall man, Shan Masood. Any bit of bounce, he'll play it and right on top of it.
Well, he's not helping out our storytelling, is he, at the moment in this over? He's gone for 2 boundaries. It was the length that time. It wasn't short enough, just sat up really. And easy for Shan Masood. 5 wickets so far.
He showed that beehive, showing that Matt Henry has hardly bowled anything on the leg stump or around the hips. When you show all the other bowlers, they've also been put away around that 4th or 5th off stump area. It's more to do with that length that he's been bowling also, Matt Henry. It's been tough to put away. We saw earlier on New Zealand bowled to a certain strategy. First game, they were a little too short. Don't know, they saw something in Pindi or trying to test the Pakistan batters. We'll come back to that. 49 for 1. For 1, 40 dots in that. Some boundaries, more on the onside. Ticknow gets into the 11 today. One of the 3 changes that New Zealand have made. Also got Neesham. And Ben Lister gets the cap today. You mentioned day before yesterday about how quickly a touring side has to, adapt to the conditions and everything. There are no practice games or 3 or 4 day games, and you just get a sense that New Zealand bowlers, apart from Matt Henry, were just trying to figure out what lengths should be bowled. Someone we saw in Pindi were just on the shorter side. That's why they were put away. Even in their batting in the first few games, before you joined us, they were just looking to play everything square of the wicket and just didn't find that desired bounce. 50 up for Pakistan. And I think Chapman was the first one to figure it out.
Yeah, he found it out in the last T20, and then Daryl Mitchell has kind of taken over, hasn't he, in the sense of understanding, hitting straight down the ground. I think as a touring team, you look at subcontinent players and they're very wristy, aren't they? They make it look easy to hit square. So all of a sudden you think, okay, hang on, when we come to the subcontinent, we have to play square. That's not necessarily the case. And it is also dependent on the lines that the bowlers bowl. But you've got to separate yourself from subcontinent players that tend to be more supple with their wrists. And the reason why I say that actually is because I was fortunate enough, I only broke 1 bone in my body, touch wood till now, and it was a little pinky. And I remember going to the hand specialist, and he said, actually, there's one thing about people that come from the subcontinent. They heal very quickly, but also they're able to have a little bit more flexion in everything that they do. So that's why, you think of how they play and the wrists that they use, whether it be bowling or potentially batting. And that's almost a distinct advantage that we have compared to Westerners. So that was something that I never even thought of or realised there was some scientific proof behind that.
A bit of an opportunity, but couldn't collect it cleanly. Things brings me to another point. We'll talk about that in the next over, as it's the last ball. How sides have to manage, touring sides, different conditions, and I'm pretty sure that according to a tour, wherever you're going, you select a side, keeping those players in mind, what their strengths are, as I'm talking about batters. And that leg stump. You see more of that when they're coming round the wicket to left-handers. Done with the power play 1, 53 for 1. Power play 1 done. We're now into 11 to 40, which will be your power play 2. That's the signal there. So quickly coming back to what we were discussing now, would I be wrong to say that if you're selecting a side touring Australia, you'd look for batters who are good playing square of the wicket, compared to taking a team to England? You look to have players who better in the weave, more straighter bat, and then subcontinent you said wristy players, but then that doesn't really come immediately to a player.
That's certainly the case. Obviously, when you tour probably South Africa, Australia, there's that extra bounce and carry. You play off the back foot a lot more, pull shots, hook shots, cut shots. So someone that doesn't like the short ball, I wouldn't suggest that they go to Australia, because they are certainly going to get peppered. First time we're seeing spin in this 4th ODI. And then here, obviously, in the subcontinent, spinners play an important role. Yet it's quite funny that both New Zealand and Pakistan's spinners have certainly struggled for a period of time. They haven't necessarily been able to pick up as many wickets as they would have liked.
That's good running there. Putting pressure on the fielder in the deep and completing the 2 with ease. With big boundaries square of the wicket, so important how you gauge how many runs are available. Have a look at that. Running the first one hard and trusting each other's call and finishing it with ease. Which is why we've seen Shan Masood do well in South Africa, and relatively better than the others. He's tall, he rides the bounce well, and he can play a square of the wicket. He looked at ease compared to the other batters last time I saw him in South Africa. Got 100 there, if I'm not wrong. I'm talking about any format, not just ODIs, could be test matches as well. Just off the back foot. He's so good at that. 2 more to the total.
His vertical shots are something that you just want to keep watching again and again. Whether it be even a defence, a drive off the front foot, or a nice back foot drive as well. Really watches the ball onto the bat. Plays it under his eyes. And bat and pad tends to be nice and close together as well. Very simplistic in how he goes about it. Makes it look very easy, yet players spend hours and hours in the nets trying to get that look and feel that Babar Azam has.
Oh, that's good.
5 of the over. It's 58 for 1. Four bowlers just around an over more than the first power play. Wicket for Matt Henry. No surprises there. Usually gets that first breakthrough. And Tickner will continue.
Well, the innings so far, Pakistan actually wanted to bat first, and certainly looks like a pitch that might get a little bit slower and lower, so it's all about capitalising. Unfortunately, Fakhar Zaman went the same way as he did in the previous ODI. An excellent catch by Blundell. Matt Henry, the one that was able to take down the first wicket. Other than that, it's probably been even Stevens from a batting and a bowling perspective. Partnership's going to be really important in being able to post a decent total. One thing about New Zealand, and obviously this is probably a second side, so an opportunity to bloods a new players, but it's always searching for different types of bowlers, and fast bowlers especially. You kind of want release points to be different, left arm, right arm, You can see that Shipley obviously has that extra height. And you can see that Adam Milne actually bowls a little bit further away than the stumps. Just those subtle changes can be important. Whereas Pakistan, obviously they've got Shaheen Shah Afridi as well involved. So that left armour. And that's why Ben Lister is important in this ODI. And you can see they're actually all different in where they release. And then, obviously, from a speed point of view, Pakistan have the wood over New Zealand in that aspect as well. It's a little bit same for New Zealand, especially with this squad.
You just feel New Zealand was vertically different, they are horizontally different. And you should just, this time around only, we noticed that Haris Rauf was making a deliberate effort of bowling wide of the crease. You're not getting much. It's a good thing to test yourself and see how you can use that box out there. And he was in Pindi, was really trying to go wide and angle it into the right-handers. And it worked for him. He got 4, I think, the last game in Pindi. It's a wide call by the umpire, so over the head.
Yeah, so just to kind of go on to your conversation, we were talking about, you know, when you're travelling, depending on the surfaces, what to pick. So obviously the World Cup, that will be played in India. You've got to now try and find a fast bowling attack that's going to be able to cope with what's going to be presented from pitches. So variation in speeds, left arm, right arm. Might be important as well. So do you feel that this New Zealand attack, you know, who would you be taking out of this squad potentially and selecting them for India?
What we see over here, I mean, Pakistan seems to be spoiled for choices in terms of bowling. When going to India, I believe that they're prepared. I mean, they can actually pick and leave a few behind and still won't be in trouble. Whereas New Zealand will, of course, get their usual suspects back into the side and have to see how many of these guys who have been given the opportunity will make it. We'll come back to that. 64 for 1. Here we are, New Zealand's ODI squad that was available to them who have come to Pakistan. So I believe Adam Milne, Matt Henry will be, of course, a no-brainer. They will be going along in terms of fast bowlers we're talking about. And then they have the guys who usually do play for the 11, Tim Southee, Lockie Ferguson, and Trent Boult. You just can't leave those behind, but then there are a few who have set up a proper case and who've bowled well. Spin department, of course, again, quite a few options that they have available. Santner, who will surely make it race well. Sodhi.
Yeah, just on that, I think that's why it's important, the fact that Ben Lister, who gets an opportunity today making his debut, he's actually probably the long-term prospect for them, the left armour, because obviously Trent Boult has given back his state national contract, should I say, and so there'll be more opportunities for him to potentially come in and play a lot more bilateral cricket.
Oh, that's good.
And when you think of what he's been able to do, he's actually got the best economy rate since making his debut in T20 cricket, and that's from a fast bowling perspective in New Zealand at 8.06. So there's a lot to like about him. I think he's certainly being fast-tracked to, and he may be someone that they bring and take as a backup to Trent Boult if he gets injured, because otherwise they have too much of the right-arm fast bowlers.
Pakistan, on the other hand, I mean, there will be, Shaheen has to be there. Haris Rauf, Naseem, you aren't leaving these three behind. Fast bowlers. Then, of course, Shadab will be there in the spin department. They have quite a few options as part-time spinners available. If Iftikhar makes it, yes, he's there. If Salman gets picked, he's there. He can bowl a bit. Not really sure if Ehsanullah, though pace does matter wherever you're going in the world. He's very quick. Shahnawaz Dani, he's going on Pakistan A tour to Zimbabwe to see what he does over there. They're playing some 4-day games and some one-days. And you have Mohammad Wasim Jr., who's waiting. He can bat a bit down the order. He's quick. And it's the over, 66 for 1. That's the Pakistan squad for this series. So we've spoken about bowling from either side and what we feel, who will make it and who won't make it to the World Cup. When you look at Pakistan's side, I think the thing that they need to look into or decide is their middle order. I'm talking about batting. Who do they want to play at 5, 6, 7? Does Iftikhar make it? Does Agha Salman make it? Does Shan Masood still play 4? And as you mentioned, you need that finisher, someone who can just get that top gear going in the last 10 overs. I believe Iftikhar and Salman, both part-time off-spinners, both bat somewhere around the same number, so you can't have both in the side. Today is a different story. Quite a few injuries that Pakistan are facing.
Yeah, and that's why I have no issues with the amount of players that have been brought into this fixture, and no doubt the final ODI as well in a couple of days' time. As both teams are trying to find their best 11, and Arush was talking about that as well in the pre-show. Need to be able to get as much information as you can out of this series. So it's about exposing players into those situations, and you can't necessarily create that in a training environment. There's not the pressure, the fear of getting out. Whereas here, this is where you really put players under pressure. Nicely timed. And found the gap perfectly as well. Just lent on it. It's already into the 40s. Shan Masood.
Yeah, that's the Shan Masood we know. You can just sense how good he is feeling out there, the ball onto the bat. He's already faced 47 deliveries and opening for the side, so he's in confidence. And he now understands what exactly is required of the surface. Usually will come to bat around this time or a little later after the 20th over. Would you want your 5, 6, 7 to be those guys who are a little flexible in terms of holding the bat in their hand? Which is why the conversation comes where Rizwan said, I'm happy at 4. I will bat at 5, that's fine. We've seen Iftikhar batting at 8. I'm talking about a different format, yes. But the flexibility. Umar Akmal used to provide that flexibility. He can bat up top the order. He can be a finisher, whether you're batting first or chasing.
actually think the number where you bat is dependent on how many overs are left. But we'll get back to that the next time you and I are on comms. It's 73 for 1. .73 for 1 after 14. We've been given one more over to have finish off our discussion.
And Coach is not very happy with this idea. Well, he doesn't have a control over this.
No, producer's in charge. Oh, I think that might have gone all the way. Might be the first 6 of this ODI. Short of length and so quick, Babar Azam.
He's gone deep in Grayson, and again says Ish. So he just reads that length so quickly, goes deep in the box, and he got it all the way. Just having a second look, and looks like it's just bounced inside the playing area. Should be a boundary. We'll still wait for the official signal. Yes, it is 4.
Yeah, so quickly to finish our discussion, yeah, I think it's very important when you talk about flexibility. It's not necessarily the position, because those positions will change. I think it's about, and this is where T20 cricket, we're starting to see it infiltrate ODI cricket. So certain players are really good at the back end, or they need about 10, 12, 15, 20 overs. Also, it depends on what's going on and what bowlers are left. Are there more spin bowlers potentially for a period of time? Do you sense a specialist batter that loves taking down the spinners? I think you've got to have all of that in your playing 11. It's a big ask for coaches and selectors to get those players, but from a playing perspective, if you can give at least 2 of those skills, look, I love playing spin, I can rotate the strike, and I'm a power hitter, then you're the type of player that will fit nicely into that middle order and that late order. But you're right, needs to be flexible.
That's really what we've noticed and has happened in the T20s, where Shan Masood coming at 4, and if he gets to bat at over number 13, you don't need him there. You just skip over him and get to your middle order or the lower middle order who can just smack the ball. But does the captain do that? If he comes out to bat at over number 13, really that his job is already done without him even facing a ball. This time he might get a maximum. No, 1 bounce. Well, he'll take that. Again, slightly short. Again, deep into the box and smashes that one to mid-wicket.
Well, this isn't like Ish Sodhi. 10 runs off this over, 2 poor deliveries as well, drag downs, and has cost him dearly. He's disappointed, isn't he? He wanted a 6.
Oh, that's good bowling, Ish.
83 for 1.
Pitch looks good. Pakistan's captain thought so at the toss. Not prone to making big predictions, Babar Azam. There was a little smirk there And he even mentioned the magic number 300 when he was talking to Sikandar. Cole McConkie has been given the ball, brought into the action in the 16th over. And a really good debut on Wednesday, making a maiden 50. Finishing up with figures of 1 for 46 with the ball. Really tough conditions out there at the moment for the bowlers here in Karachi.
Oh, yes, Coley.
Almost. Finds the outside edge of Shah Masood and a return catch. Afternoon, Ruji.
Afternoon, Butch. I hope you've cheered up after an unwanted cap presentation earlier on in the day.
It's the closest I got to an ODI cap. Anyway. But I think you wear it much better than I do anyway.
Yeah, I'm taking this one. Thank you, Grant. Thank you, Butch. And, well, I think I look good. I don't know. Twitter seems to agree. Peaky blinder. Nice.
And if anybody asks why, then Gillian Murphy would have said, because we can. Question is, can Babar Azam chalk off another landmark, another milestone in what is already a terrific career? Once again, he's on the verge of something very special. One closer. He'll keep the strike. And we'll let you in on the secret in the following over should he make it. 85 for 1. Somebody couldn't wait. And there we have it. To very little fanfare in the ground. But that is an extremely significant moment for Babar Azam. 5,000 one-day international runs. Fastest player in history to the landmark. 93rd player in the world to make that many. And the 14th from Pakistan.
Oh! How's that? How's that?
Take a look upstairs.
Third umpire to director. We have an umpire review for stumping. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's start with front on, please. Ball is close to the bat. Let's get outer edge to confirm if there's any bat involved. Copy. Waiting for outer edge. Still building. Outer edge coming up. So flat line and a clear gap. Clear gap when ball passes bat. Let's go side on for the stumping, please. Foot appears to be on the line. They do have the opposite angle. I want to see if that foot's behind the line. Okay. Okay, slow it down. I can see the foot's grounded there. Do you have any other angle to show me if there's any part of that foot behind the line? From that, I can't tell if the foot is behind the line. Can we get a zoomed up view, please? There's no part of the foot behind the line there. The foot is on the line. I have a decision for the big screen.
Well, that's a superb decision from Langton Russeri. He took his time, and I think he has come to exactly the correct conclusion. Shah Massoud is out stumped for 44 on his return to the one-day international side. Brilliant piece of work from Blundell. Shan overstretching, done in the flight by Ish Sodhi. So he will have to make his way back for 44. Pakistan 86 for 2, and it's time for drinks.
Well, the now relatively infamous press conference with Mohammad Rizwan. He suggested that 4 was his favoured number. Well, he's there today. It's a chance to bat in the position where he feels he would be happiest. Gets off the mark straight away. He'll be busy, that is for sure. And here's why he's there.
And Shan Masood just reaching out for us, and in the end just manages to get his toe on the line when Blundell very quick behind the stumps.
Excellent piece of bowling from Ish Sodhi. You'd expect a keeper of Blundell's quality to whip the bails off given half the chance, but it was the drop here. A little bit of drop. Ball that went straight on, probably out of the front of the hand. Blundell did the rest. Shan was stretching for it, groping for thin air.
Well, that's 2 good pieces of wicket keeping from Blundell. First the catch for Fakhar Zaman, where there was a bit of indecision in terms of spider cam right being in his eye line. He did well to take that. And even the piece of stumping now.
Didn't take long before we saw the Rizwan broom heading towards the short side. And that's the end of a successful over for Ish Sodhi. 89 for 2. McConkey to Mohammad Rizwan. Bigger side of the ground by quite a long way, 80 something yards out to the leg side. Rizwan's favourite area.
Go, Kohli.
Was an area I think Pakistan could have exploited more when Imam was batting against Ish Sodhi, but this is Sodhi stuffing Shan Masood in the flight. Blundell is one of the very, very best glovesmen in world cricket. That was fine bowling from the leggy. Baba continues on his merry way. It went by with barely a whimper, Arouge, but this is some achievement from Babar Azam.
And the other names on that list, well, quite elite company. 97 innings only to 5,000. And you'd imagine there's a lot more to come.
The thing that always amazes me about that list, you think, remember when Viv Richards played his last one-day international, just how far and away ahead he was of his contemporaries at the time. He had a strike rate 92, 93 or something in an era where sort of 60, 70 was considered blistering throughout most of his career. And the fact that he's still right up there with the likes of Kohli and Warner, the modern day greats, is testament to just how destructive a player he was. But Babar Azam, he's the man we're talking about today. 97 innings for 5,000 ODI runs. That is quite magnificent and will take some beating. Mohammad Rizwan just taking one on the gloves. A little bit of spin and bounce there. for bowling on McConkey. It's another reason why I was a little bit surprised and changed subject, veer off in another direction. A little bit surprised that New Zealand decided they were going to bat second again, given what happened in the middle part of the innings on Wednesday, where Pakistan spinners turned the ball quite sharply at times. And get Arooj's considered opinion on that during the next over. 18 gone, 95 for 2. Good start for Pakistan. Pitch looks, if anything, a little better than the one on Wednesday. So the toss, what would you have done?
Catch!
There's that turn again.
Well, I would have batted first, but I wasn't Tom Latham earlier on in the piece. And a little bit of turn. Outside edge of Babar Azam's bat. I think what Tom Latham and company would have decided is, again, put Pakistan in, try and restrict them to a par score.
Oh, yeah.
And provide reinforcements in their own middle order. Because they've only shot by 26 in the end. Probably their thinking.
This one, Babar Azam was out, caught at extra cover. Same sort of delivery. It actually didn't turn that much. It was a googly. I think he picked it, but over-egged the amount of turn that he was expecting. Closed the face too early. He was out like that in the second ODI. I think it was the second. It was definitely in Islamabad anyway. One of the two. And that's one of the issues, I suppose, for Babar, because there's a lot of talk that he doesn't pick the googly. Well, he's picking it now, or at least thinks that he is, but is now overcompensating, closing the face too much on it.
Catch it, Ace, catch it!
Terrific shot from Babar. Love seeing him look to be dominant against spin when the man is up. Brings up the 100 for Pakistan.
He has an area of his game where he has improved a lot in terms of taking the attack on. Doesn't mind playing those big, expensive, aggressive shots. And this one straight through the line of the ball.
Yeah, it forces a field change as well. Mid-off has now gone back, and the man on the sweep has come up inside the circle. It's not a shot that Babar plays an enormous amount, the sweep, but he's been tempted because he's looking in that direction. Will he try and peel off a sweep shot now?
Oh, that's good, Ace.
He does not. Was the second one-day international. If it's very similar.
Catch!
Very similar. Now, once again, like you mentioned, Butch, overcorrecting with the angle of the bat, closing the bat face. Trying to play it probably behind square as opposed to dropping it into mid-wicket, probably in front of square.
Thing is, I think he thought that was a googly. It was actually a leg break. So there's confusion there a little bit for Babar with the leg spin. 101 for 2. Parched square there at the National Stadium. You'd expect after a whole season's worth of cricket that would be the case, and that the spinners would start to find a little bit of joy. And don't see a great deal of turn here in Pakistan, but at this time of year when the sun's been beating down, Spinners get a little bit of something.
Oi!
Well, you touch on the fact that behind square, especially playing the sweep shot, is not something that Babar does very often. And it could be when the spinner's timed out around that similar line and length that Sodhi bowled, where he closed the bat face. Because most often now the field set such allows that those big gaps because he doesn't play that sweep. So maybe it's just a case of him dropping it down. Whether he can include the sweep shot in his armory, it could be an option. Googly definitely has troubled him in the recent past.
Yeah, imagine how much faster he would have got 5,000 if he swept as well. Just a fabulous player, really is. Again, a bit of turn, but that's excellent footwork from Rizwan, opening up the offside. Watch the way he gets back outside leg stump to a ball that would have hit middle. Twenty overs gone, 106 for 2. Well, the old firm are together. Partnership of 20 from 22. Things ticking along nicely. It's been a really good start for Pakistan. Tough old time for the Kiwi bowlers out there. Tough time for the spectators as well. The smattering of them that have come into the ground are hiding up in the back of the stands, trying to stay out of the sunlight. Perhaps you ought to send a few leather caps out there for them. Lister back into the attack on debut. Rizwan scampers back for a second. And for Tepal tea, always, no matter how warm it is out there. Yeah, #1 tea here in Pakistan. Breeze still blowing up from the coast, bring a bit of welcome relief to the players. Babar's been having 1 or 2 bat issues over the course of this series. Rizwan looks as though he might have a loose handle in his as well now. A lot of packages flying backwards and forwards from the UK from Gray Nichols for these two.
I think Babar changed one of his bats in the previous game. Sent one back in. In the meantime, let's revisit a couple of wickets. Fakhar Zaman, similar fashion in the previous game. Excellent take from Blundell. And Matt Henry with his first, and then Ish Sodhi.
just recently,
How's that?
Shah Masood was foxed by Ish Sodhi. Really good piece of bowling from him. Drop and dip. Blundell did the rest. Rizwan has decided he can no longer continue with number 1. Is he going to go for the grey handle or the green? He's got a decent choice there. May well have been using Baba's bat for that first delivery while they sorted out a spare for him. That's brotherly love for you. I think of too many blokes, I would let use mine.
I was just going to ask. There are a lot of players that do not like sharing bats, no matter how much the brotherly love is. Are you one of those?
It's a personal thing, isn't it? I mean, you've got just the right amount of grips on it. Just the right weight. Yeah, no problem. Baba's in generous mood, and why wouldn't he be? 5,000 ODI runs to his name.
Well, you mentioned at the toss, he had a little bit of a smirk on his face when Sikandar asked him, what's the pitch looking like? He said it looks like a decent one, a better one, in fact, it was his words. And Sikandar said then, what, 280, 290 or more, and with a little bit of a smirk, said maybe 290, 300.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't committing himself, but look, I'd really like to see this Pakistan team against a second-string New Zealand side really push themselves and try and go big, try and go beyond what they think par might be. Nice piece of running, nicely timed into a gap, and without breaking too much of a sweat, Pakistan are 111 for 2. Some steady run scoring the last 5 overs. 26 for 1. The loss of Shah Masood for 44. And Rizwan just getting himself settled in, 14 from 17. It's this period, isn't it? This is the area for Pakistan. This is the area in modern ODI cricket that teams have tried, and I speak perhaps from an Indian point of view, teams have tried not to allow this to be a lull, to look at it a little bit as they would in a T20 game and just keep the foot down.
Well, they've done better today, Pakistan. Asif Yaqub just having a word with Cole McConkie. I think it's about maybe just going through the protocols of concussion. Looks like he took a knock to his teeth.
It's really bothering him. You better get out there.
Precisely. I mean, that's my department. Oh, not his teeth. Just under his eye, cheekbone on the right. Asif Yaqub, well, he just needs to make sure that Cole McConkie goes through the processes of concussion. Make sure he's not conked out.
Very good. Well, look, I'm all for looking after player welfare, but he'd have had worse than that when he made his debut the other day, as they were all smacking him in the face and patting him on the head.
I think even he was surprised. Asif Yaqub just pulled him to the side and said, all right, let's get that checked out. But rules are rules. Oh, we got to play by them. Health and safety, prime concern. Babar Azam, quickest to 5,000 runs in one-day international cricket. Picked up a couple of short deliveries from Ish Sodhi. And smacked them into the leg side boundary.
Catch it, Ace, catch it.
And this was very nicely hit over. He's in really good form, Babar Azam, and there is just confirmation of that. Fastest to 5,000 international runs in a one-day cricket. There's some big names in that list.
You know, this protocol. Would there be an argument perhaps to say, look, if it's this series, you remove the player from the playing field, you put a sub on, get another bowler to finish the over or whatever it might be, you check him out and then you put him back in play. I do not understand why there is a need for the game to stop there for that.
I get your point. When there's a serious injury, and most of the times you'd imagine this being on the batting end of things, that the batter getting a knock on his head or on his jawline, and then it's difficult to take that batter out of the equation and then send a sub in. So on the bowling side, it probably doesn't happen that often. So
no, you're right. I mean, it's just forever talking about the way that the game kind of meanders along at times. 50 over cricket, test matches, it happens. Even T20s now become arduous concerns at times with the amount of stoppages. Fair enough, there's a protocol to go through. The man's obviously fine. Get on with the game.
We're talking about that period in the game, 20 to 40 overs. They've done well, Pakistan, with their start in the first 20. They were 86 a couple of days ago once 20 overs were done, and it was this phase where it slowed down considerably.
Look, and I still think that, you know, lots of things have changed in terms of one-day international cricket over the last decade or so, and one of them being that there are only 4 fielders outside now for this period of game. So there is always a gap, there is always a vacant area on the boundary. And in certain conditions that makes it an absolute nightmare for captains if the batters are willing to take them on. You'd just be really interested to watch, not in terms of whether it affects Pakistan winning or losing the game, but just really interesting to watch. Run rate now is around about 5.2. You've got spinners on. Got 2 very fine players at the crease. Will they let that drop down to 5 or below during this period? 114 for 2.
(142, 114 for 2). Quick single. And unfortunately, there's Matt Henry there that didn't pick up the ball cleanly. And now all of a sudden, Mohammad Rizwan has to pick himself up.
Well, we saw some precise fielding from Pakistan in the last one day. They were hitting everything. This have been an opportunity. Picks it up cleanly. I don't know what happened there with Matt Henry. Just fell out of his hand.
And you can see Jimmy Neesham is going, come on, let's get on with it. But Mohammad Rizwan, one thing I can tell you is when he actually dived, he was able to kind of go on to the side, and I reckon he's got a graze or something along those lines. And whether he's done it before and he's reopened it, it happens a lot actually when you get yourself a little bit dirty on the ground.
Abrasive surfaces here in Pakistan, and I reckon Jimmy Neesham went up to him and said, listen mate, it's hot out here, we don't want to be out here any longer than we have to, get on with it. And Mohammad Rizwan listened to him, and you look there, yeah, that could be a bit of arm, bit of knee, bit of hip. Oh, yeah,
there you go.
Nasty.
That's the hip bone, that's where it goes. I can tell you from experience, Grant, you seem too pretty, you wouldn't have gotten dirty. Get another single, quick single. He's busy, he's busy. He's looking for the overthrows as well.
It's not about pretty, Ace, it's about whether or not you want to be there at the crease. That decision where you look at the abrasive surface and you go, do I dive? Do I not want to dive? I guess if you're on over 100, maybe you don't. Done your time out there.
And again, another single. Oh, misfield this time. And I wouldn't be surprised if they come back for 3, yeah. It's 2 times this over. Matt Henry hasn't been able to pick up the ball cleanly.
Lapse of concentration here. Oh, he went with the one hand. He went aggressively. You don't mind that as a captain. You do mind it when it goes past him, but you want to encourage your fielders to be aggressive, take the ball on. It's been a long tour for Matt Henry as well, though. He's put in the overs out there. Be hot for the players.
Yeah, one thing I noticed straight away with one of the replays is that he's actually looking at the batter before he's got the ball in the hand. Yeah, this is all good. Good position, but look at the ball first. See, his eyes are up at the stumps. Watch the ball into your hands. Once you have it, then you can release it. I know you pick up a lot of information from your eyes first. Good lines, that over. Unfortunately, good singles taken as well, and a bit of a misfield. 120 for 2. Bit of running repairs being done. I can tell you it is an uncomfortable position, and he's the type of guy, I think if he bats for a little bit longer, he's going to be diving on that regularly.
And once you get one of those grass burns, they just keep opening up. It's like getting what we used to call the bluey on your hand. It's just a little bruise on the knuckle on the inside of the hand, and the ball just keeps getting hit there. It's part of the occupational hazard, I guess. being a cricketer. Happens. He'll just move on with it.
McConkey to continue, getting a little bit of turn. And I like the field that they've got here. Cover, mid-wicket, hunting, mid-off, up, asking batters of Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan to take a gamble and go over mid-off. And he hangs the ball out there, but these two seem to have a great understanding between each other. Another single taken.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be interesting to see how they're playing McConkey today. He went for 46 in his first ODI in the debut. They're rotating the strike. Brilliant communication, as you said, Lisa. I thought that maybe today they'd be a little bit more aggressive with him. Bowling through the middle and going for 46. Say that is an outstanding spell on debut as an off-spinner. And it's also the period in the middle where you want to actually look to manipulate the bowlers, but be aggressive. You want to leave it to the 40th over when there's 5 players out. So mid-off is always up for McConkey, and I think that's where the opportunity lies, coming down the wicket and looking to hit up and over that area.
Well, played late. Really clever. But knew Babar Azam knew he didn't necessarily get it. Yeah, you're right. In this period of time with only 4 fielders out, try and go where the 5th fielder would normally go. It's an invitation, isn't it? A little bit of extra bounce, nicely played.
Because he's only gone for 20 now and he's into his 5th over. And we know that he was bowling a fuller length compared to the other spinners. Really is giving it a little bit of flight, so there's opportunity for Pakistan batters here.
Instead, a dot. So another good over by McConkey. 4 runs off it. 124 for 2. Bowlers used so far. Henry, Sodhi again in the wickets column. Lister on debut. Not too bad. An opportunity for them just to test out Jimmy Neesham as well. Best bowling, 5 for 27. I'll be looking for him to bowl stump to stump. Oh, nicely driven down the ground. That was a little bit of a warm-up delivery. It was full and easy to punch.
A big period for New Zealand here. They've done well. They've restricted Pakistan. They're going to have to bowl in partnerships. Well placed by Rizwan. He got the length that he wanted and just hit through the line. Minimal foot movement as always from him, but a good eye.
And again, and another quick single. Oh, hit the stumps this time. Matt Henry, who had misfielded the previous time, a couple of times, picks up and throws down the stumps.
Third umpire to director. We have an umpire review for run out at the bowler's end. Let's go to side on, please. Batter stroked off his ground. I have a decision for the big screen.
Swift work from Matt Henry. Mohammad Rizwan, big wicket. Saw how well Pakistan fielded the other night. Matt Henry made a few mistakes in the previous over. Makes no mistake now. Precise throw. And a much needed wicket in the middle period. Rizwan goes for 24, 128 for 3.
Partnership broken because of some sharp work in the field by Matt Henry. Salman comes in. Spoken about this middle order of Pakistan, and to be fair, New Zealand trying to find some solutions. Salman is there because of Matt Henry. Mohammad Rizwan had been testing out mid-on a number of times, and this time it was his undoing. The dive, unfortunately, couldn't help him, and no doubt he's opened up that graze again. Henry's happy with himself, so is the rest of the team. Nicely played. Babar Azam. Talk about timing and placement.
Almost a look of surprise from Jimmy Neesham. He thought he hadn't done much wrong. It was fifth stump, it was a good length. Babar Azam, he just hits it into the ground. Under his eyes, bang, into the deck. Gathers pace. Gee, that's a classy shot. Effortless.
Driven. They look for two. They won't get it. Chapman out there. It's quick to release the ball.
You almost get the feeling, Lisa, that when Babar Azam, when he gets himself in, and the other night we saw him get to 30 or 40. This is the dismissal. It wasn't middle stump, but it was good enough. Matt Henry, a couple of mistakes the previous over. There we go. He's happy with that. So is New Zealand. See the back of Rizwan. He's a dangerous player. Fielding has really made the difference in the last ODI. Been saving runs from both teams. He's just talking about Babar Azam. When he feels like he's in, I think it happened around about 35 runs in the last ODI. He starts playing a little bit more expansively, gets a little bit funkier with his stroke play. They're very difficult to bowl to, because anything outside off he can hit through mid-wicket, and outside off he can actually carve through that cover point region. It really puts the bowlers under a lot of pressure, especially when he's getting boundaries early on in the over.
$133 for 3. Couple of starts there. Shah Masood getting an opportunity to open the batting. 44, and then Rizwan, the last man to go. Pakistan, this is an important period of time for them to really ensure that they build a partnership. We got a little bit of an insight at the toss when Babar Azam spoke about potentially 290, 300. Well, if that's the case, these guys have to go big. They've got to stay out there to the 44th, 45th over. Well, a Jazz fun pulse moment. What is the lowest total defended in an ODI World Cup match? Is it 134 or 162? I assume this is a men's World Cup.
We're talking about an opportunity for the batters to try and dominate McConkey and New Zealand now through this middle period. But now that they've lost a wicket, it means that Babar Azam probably has to just be a little bit more circumspect as Salman starts getting himself in, start building a partnership.
Work to the leg side. This is where mid-wicket is so crucial. That's a little lap, top edge, not convincing. But you're right, you know, I think, you know, when I was playing and you had someone that was making their debut, you wanted to make their life living hell, didn't you? You wanted them to realise, well, hang on, you've just gone up a level. Don't think you can just rock up and just do what you normally do at a domestic level. Whereas McConkey has been allowed to bowl his line and lengths without too much pressure from any of the Pakistan players.
He's over halfway through his spell now and 0 for 22. Well, he would have definitely taken that. Turned up today and you said you're going to be 0 for 22 or 5.4. He'd be more than happy with that. Maybe to have a wicket or two, but it's great stuff when you've just got the 4 players out, and that's why we talk about these middle periods. And I think leading into the World Cup, it's going to be the most pivotal moments of teams trying to wrestle back a little bit of authority in the game, whether they send in someone like Iftikhar next or someone to be a little bit more dominant.
Short. And it's nicely timed, but some good work out in the deep. Darryl Mitchell out there, 138 for 3. Not too many tall towers, tall buildings in Pakistan's total so far. Just 3 overs actually over 7 runs and over. Driven beautifully down the ground. Oh, you cannot bowl that length.
Yeah, over pitch from Nisham, but I don't know what to say about this. Just watch and enjoy.
And then isn't it amazing, you know, that line? You can just open the face as well, just looking to try and squirt it to the backward point. Well, Sensodyne sensitivity, free moment, because life's too short for sensitive tea. It's quite warm out there. Those cold drinks will be handy.
Looked like he had the 92 World Cup colours on as well, that fella. Not sure he was enjoying his iced mocha that much. But you're right, Lisa. I think that's probably why Babar Azam is so difficult to bowl to. You bowl him a ball that's outside the off stump and it either gets hit through mid-wicket or it gets carved through the offside, either straight or open the blade and through that cover point region. And the way that he manipulates his wrists and his body for the same delivery, he almost gives himself 4 options of where he could hit the same delivery. So as a bowler, you're always on the back foot.
Just plays that one a little bit later as well. Crowd is starting to anticipate potentially another half century from their skipper. And he's looked good throughout this series, this ODI series. 49 off 46, 65 off 66, 54 off 62. He scored so freely every time he's come out to the middle. But he would be disappointed he hasn't gone on. Today might be the day.
That is one thing with world-class players, as you know, that they don't miss out often. They get to this stage now. He's not thinking 50. He's probably thinking a big 100 here. They've got that drive and that desire to just be out there and score runs, as many as possible, and just churn them out day by day.
The chant is up. Babar, Babar, Babar. And they'll have to wait a little bit longer. 144 for 3. .44 for 3. Just over the halfway mark.
Catch it!
Yeah, what a spell this is from McConkey. Bowling in the middle overs, it's tough. There's just 4 out. Have a look at his bowling length from the 3rd ODI. Needs us to make a mention.
Well fielded, that's it. This is where New Zealand have to put some pressure on.
So there'll be an opportunity here for Babar Azam to get another 50, but he's full, McConkey.
All is the way to create opportunities. But for Babar Azam, he gets another 50. 27th 50 in ODIs, 17 centuries as well. And because of that, he'll get 50,000 PKR, courtesy of Brighto Paints, that are celebrating their 50 years.
Talk about the desired score runs. Well, in the last 3 years, Babar Azam has batted 25 times in ODIs and 18 times he's gone past 50. It's incredible desire to be out there in the middle, churning them out. And you get the sense that he's not finished yet.
Yep, and then out of those 18 times, he's converted 6 times into hundreds. That's pretty good. You'd take that any day of the week.
Catch it!
Still a very good over by McConkey. Just singles coming from him. 149 for 3. record. Not bad numbers, really, against any of the sides. India is probably the only one that he would like to improve, just averaging at 31. But the rest, outstanding. Against Australia, 73, West Indies, 79. He has a real appetite for runs. He leads from the front. And no doubt he has inspired so many young cricketers to pick up the bat, especially here in Pakistan, but certainly around the world as well.
Well, it's an unquenchable appetite that Babar Azam has for runs in any format of the game. And he is the king of one-day internationals. That is indisputable. Just serenely finding the boundary, ticking the scoreboard over, moving past 5,000 runs in the process, the fastest player in the history of the game to do so.
Pakistan gets to 150 with that single, and Babar Azam, of course, another 50 for him. Fastest or quickest to 5,000 runs in ODIs, and at this point, to celebrate 50 years of Brighter Paints, any player who scores a 50 will be awarded 50,000 rupees from Brighter Paints on this occasion. Good shot. Just right in the center of mid-on and mid-off, and a boundary. Outfield is really quick. Once the ball beats you in the 30-yard circle, it's tough to catch up with it.
Yeah, this is the stage of the game. 4 fielders outside the circle. The 2 new white balls, not old enough to reverse swing as yet. In these unforgiving conditions for bowlers, this is the moment. Put your foot on the gas. Real challenge for Pakistan's middle and lower order. In Pakistan looking at combinations, resting players, some players with niggles out, others being rested. Still haven't quite hit upon the perfect formula for the lower middle order. Today it's Salman, Iftikhar, Mohammed Harris will get the chance to show that they are going to be the engine room for Pakistan in the World Cup. 155 for 3.
We've discussed this earlier with Lisa around the Pakistan's middle order is something that they're looking for, that best combination. That is the number of batters they've tried in the last 2 years in ODIs for that middle order between 4 and 6. And Two of them, Kamran Ghulam and Tayyib Tahir, were never played. They sat the bench. Asif Ali played one, didn't get to bat.
Do you think that the middle order goes further down than 6? Again, in modern ODIs, if you're going to keep up a high tempo throughout the course of 50 overs, it needs to be 7 and 8 as well, doesn't it? It's kind of the... reverse sweep won't go all the way for 4. It's kind of the template or the mammoth run scoring that we see at times in ODIs, which is at the top and the sort of early middle order have a license just to keep going, keep pressing, because they know that there are enough players with ability to do the same coming behind them. One of the days perhaps where you have 6 batters, a keeper and 5 bowlers.
You know, because of that issue of 4 to 6 and so many people tried, other different stats come to life. Talking about Pakistan having a very low average between over number 21 and 40. That's where they can't accelerate. Then you talk about individuals saying, I'm happy here, I'm not happy there. And also the finishing touch, whether you're batting first or chasing. Because you don't want to be standing there after the match saying, I feel we are 15-20 short. So Pakistan set as far as their bowling goes. We're looking at the World Cup, lots of choices, but the middle order need to find the right numbers. Oh, it was missed by the keeper. For a moment I thought Babar was falling over. Might be an opportunity.
Just clipped the pad, didn't it? Just took it away from Blundell. I'd be very surprised if it had been clean through to him that he would have missed it. He misses nothing.
Oh, man.
Unless it's so wide that he can't get a glove on it. That's a really bad delivery from Cole McConkey. So he'll have to bowl it again.
Identical issues that New Zealand have. Every time they have such a good start, they're going, when you're talking about their batting, they lose their way somewhere around the 30th over. And the margin of victories has been that way, 26 runs. Come back to that, 30 overs have been bowled, 160s, 5 for 3. City of Karachi, just around the stadium. Concrete jungle.
But not a lot of movement around there at ground level. Don't blame them either. Stay indoors. The interesting thing, just continuing our conversation from the previous over, you have to view those positions 5, 6, 7, maybe even 8 now, being specialist batting positions. Requires a special set of skills to come in and finish games off, or come in and take a bowling attack down when you're setting. So it has to be players employed in those positions who do that on the regular basis. It's no good having top order players suddenly having to transform themselves into late order finishers. And if Director of Cricket Mickey Arthur is listening back there in Derby, I think it might be raining there, which very rarely happens, I can tell you. Rain in Derbyshire.
So he's listening or not?
He might be listening.
Might be listening.
I'm sure. I mean, he doesn't need us to tell him that having players in those positions who week in, week out perform that task, the very specific tasks of being a middle and lower order player in one-day international cricket. Having those players at your disposal is very, very important.
You reckon it'll be easier or a little more difficult for him this time around? Because when he was there for quite a while, Shaheen Shah Afridi, Haris Rauf, all these boys were very new. You just mold them according to the way you want, and now they're established. Well, team's middle order, 4 to 6 batting averages in the last 2 years in ODIs, and where Pakistan is just endorses what we're talking about. And last 2 years is a long time.
But I think Mickey Arthur comes into the job now. The merits of whether or not you want somebody sat thousands of miles away doing the job is for another time, another conversation. I think I can understand or figure out the way that most people would come down on that, but that's by the by. I think it's more interesting now that he comes in with, he's got such a great backbone, spine of a team. The top three, brilliant. Bowling, as good as you're going to get anywhere. And then it's a case of, and bits and pieces is the wrong word, then it is a case of finding the people, picking and backing the people who are most adept or have the most potential of doing the job that you need them to do in the middle. And that means guys that can bowl a little bit, particularly the World Cup being in India. So you've got guys who bowl left arm spin. Pakistan very rarely have to have just 5 bowlers that bowl 10. They've always got other people that can stand in. Can those blokes finish? Can those guys go out there and score 120, 130 strike rate given the need? So he's actually in a terrific position because the top and the bottom of the team are absolutely 100% sorted. Then it's a case of finding the people that can fulfill the role that you need in order to become a very good side, a very strong side in 50 over cricket. 170 for 3.
Babar Azam again on his way past that 50 and look for that 3 figures. He has been missing out on that. And Rizwan got to bat at number 4 today. Looked good till he was run out. Salman Agha gets a promotion. Again, then that question comes in quite identical. Both part-time off spinners and number 6 batter. Who do you send above who? I guess Baba believes that the fact that what you want from your number 6 or 7 is to go out there and attack the bowling. And Iftikhar would be a better option, so hold him back.
Oh, that's good.
But don't send him at number 8.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of it is that your batting order should never be set in stone. You know, there are certain circumstances or bowling attacks that suit certain players better than others.
Oh, that's good.
Do not get hung up with the number that is next to your name when the team sheet goes out. Be prepared for people to be leapfrogged, people to be stood down in the order. There's a man there who doesn't have a problem batting against leg spin, or didn't.
Highest averages versus leg spin. You'd like to think Babar Azam is right there at number 2. Seems to be dismissed there by leg spinners as well. Pakistan seems to be in a little better position than what they were in the 3rd ODI here in Karachi in terms of score. 170, around a 30-31 over mark. So they can go
further than 287 is what they got.
Oh, that's good, Ace.
Not sure it was a tactic just to say it at the toss that I wanted to bat first, or is it really that Baba wanted to bat first?
Oh, you think he really wanted to bat first?
Oh, that's good, Ace.
32 overs have been bowled. Pakistan asked to bat first, 170 for 3, and it's time for drinks. .170 for 3 Pakistan, and 32 overs have been bowled. Babar Azam 60 of 75. Would love to get to 100, but it's not far away, keeping in mind how consistent he is. He hasn't reached there. He's got a few 50s in the series. He's looks good as always. Ishodi was slightly short on 2 occasions to sit away. He's been good in the week, and well, he's a 360 player, really. Straight bat shots, plays to the merit, takes his time, seems to be enjoying every single moment out there every time he comes. This is the wagon wheel, lots of singles pushing him around square of the wicket, boundaries with the straight bat. Tikna into the side today, along with Nisham, and a debut as well for Benjamin. There he is. Good shot. Couple of runs for Salman Agha. Oh, a misfield. Will they push for the third now? There you go. Yeah, big boundary on the offside today.
Yeah, they nearly didn't make that 3. They rather jogged the second. And it was only an afterthought that the afterburners went on and they were able to pick up the third. And that fumble in the deep. Let's watch him go back for the second here. Not interested, really. Oh, hang on. No, it's slightly understandable in the sweltering heat. The opportunity may have gone begging had the ball not ricocheted quite so far off the fielder out there.
Would you give a little bit to the batter saying you're saving energy, it's really hot out there?
Absolutely, that's what I said. It's understandable in these conditions.
So just coming back to what we were discussing about how teams to be selected for a major world tournament like the World Cup. Another thing that was discussed not so long ago was the venues. It was about test matches, saying that why don't boards announce specific venues every time for a series? Why try new venues where how much percentage will you as a selector give to venues when you're trying to select your 15, saying, okay, like Pakistan or any team doesn't know at the moment, soon they will, where they're playing their World Cup games. But would that be a huge consideration in your selection?
I think all of the data goes into it for sure, and they certainly look into all of that stuff more perhaps than they would have done in the past. But I suppose you've got to think of it not just in terms of what happens in the group stages, but where the knockout games are going to be played as well. And under those circumstances, generally speaking, playing in India, so you're going to need perhaps a little bit more weight afforded to spin bowling, batting against spin bowling. You're going to need to pick an 11 that is capable of scoring 300 plus on a regular basis at some of those venues. And the style of cricket you want to play, you have to settle on and then pick players who can do that. It's a terrific way to finish the 33rd over. 50 partnership comes up, and Pakistan are 179 for 3.
That's how the progression has been. Pakistan, after 33 overs, 179. Just talking more about how the preparations would be for any side which is participating in the ICC Men's 50 Over World Cup in India later in the year. And it's nicely done. It's about the placement. He's one of your best batters against spin, Salman, and he shows that.
Yeah, that's a specialist shot for a guy who bats middle order in ODIs. He's going to come in and play against a lot of spin. This is where I talk about the 4 fielders outside the circle to spinners in the middle part of 50 over games nowadays. There's always a gap somewhere. Always a gap somewhere. And if you can sweep, you can make life hell for the opposing captain. Excellent shot from Salman. So already the change is happening. Man has had to go across from the offside. And this is where, of course, those crazy fellas who can play the sweep on both sides of the wicket become a nightmare for the captain. You've now got one less fielder on the offside. So if you can reverse sweep the leg spinner, there are boundaries galore on the offside as well. It's a shot that Baba doesn't play. I mean, I was talking with the newest Peaky Blinder, Rouge, beforehand. As you see, Baba's beautiful on drive that finished off the previous over. Just imagine how quickly Baba would have got to 5,000 if he swept as well. It's interesting to chat about venues as well. I know there's been a bit of talk in India about, or at least former captain Kohli wanting the international team to play test match cricket in 5-set venues, the biggest traditional venues there in India. That got me to thinking about, I mean, India's a vast country, Pakistan is a vast country. I can say in England it would be fine to play in five venues. You're never more than an hour away from a city centre wherever you are in the UK. Not by road. Finds the fielder out there at mid-wicket. But in a country like India, a country like Pakistan, it's fabulous to get the game out to parts of the country that wouldn't necessarily be the major centres. Think about the reaction that there was to the game returning to Islamabad when England turned up there on the Test match tour. It's so important. It's not just about what the players want or what the administrators are after. Think about the people that love the game. There is the reverse. Right on cue from Salman. That is the headache for any captain. Player that can sweep on both sides. Brilliant stuff from him. 189 for 3.
For 3. You've seen some great sweep shots, reverse sweep from Salman, as you mentioned, Butch. It just makes the job for Tom Latham a little more hectic. And he would know, he's a big fan of sweep himself.
Yeah, top stuff. Salman Agha. A good game in the last ODI as well. 1 for 42. He bowled Mohammad Nawaz's overs. Little cameo of 21 off 10 at the end as well. Making a very, very good case for himself. He'll be in the starting 11 come the World Cup.
The difference is that Salman today, with this injury issue and everything, he's batting with Babar or batting with Iftikhar. Usually he has to bat with the tail because he's your last batter. And that's a different game altogether, what is needed of you as a batsman. The Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. So yeah, batters at that number in test matches. So Asad Shafiq played continuously for a decade at that number, and you just get a feeling he missed out on hundreds because he ran out of partners. That's a great shot. That's such a good shot. It had timing, placement, everything right about that from Babar Azam.
This guy through the offside, honestly. Whether it's the extra cover drive or just allowing that ball to come alongside him and then delaying the downswing of the blade in order to knock it past the man at backward point, beat both sweepers, or the third man and the offside sweeper, and send it away for 4. Minimum effort for a terrific result.
The special thing was his backward point there, and then there's a wide third man. You beat them both. Now that's the position you want to be in batting first. You're almost around 200 and you still have 15 overs to go after this. And actually, I'd say I'd choose somewhere between 7 and 9 if you keep batting like that, because you've got Iftikhar now coming up. But yeah, more realistic, go with 7, a little above than that. Again, this time he's got a bit of a hand to it, so just slows down. Third man cleans up. 35 overs bowled, 195 for 3.
New Zealand bowlers toiling hard. Isham, half and over, but you look at it, been tidy. 2 maidens as well, one from Henry and one from Sodhi, but just the 2 wickets. Bowlers and 1 run out. Mohammad Rizwan. That's when they fell. 28 for 3 it was, and this partnership developing nicely now between these 2 batters. 67 of 65 deliveries between Salman and Babar Azam, who's eyeing up triple figures again. Let's have a look at those wickets. Fakhar Zaman was the first one to go. Very similar fashion to the 3rd ODI. Well taken by Tom Blundell. I wasn't sure if Matt Henry was crying with happiness from that one, to see the back of Fakhar Zaman, because he has batted so well in this series. Brilliant view there from the camera. Tears of joy. And then it was Shah Masood. Rather innocuous sort of decision. We thought that maybe safe, but in the end stumped Tom Blundell. Good glove work. Ish Sodhi. Consistent lines and length. The crowd also disappointed because he was batting nicely, Shah Masood. And then Matt Henry. A precise throw. Hitting the stumps, very similar fashion to what Pakistan did in the 3rd one day. New Zealand doing the necessary. That was a wicket at the right time for New Zealand, where momentum was just getting taken away from them. And you can see Matt Henry out there. He's toiled hard in this tour. All the bowlers have. I must say Cliffy Deakin is out there with the players, just attending to them, because it's certainly very hot out there. Maybe a bit of cramp from Babar Azam.
This would happen earlier. 200th game, international game for Cliffy Deakin. He's been around with the Pakistan team and as the official physio. Wonderful guy, lovely company the boys seem. They say that he's good company around as well. Always has a big smile on his face, and you can just see on the screen when players are involved in such celebrations, the guy must genuinely be good at his job and has good company in the dressing room.
Yeah, not only a physiotherapist though. I played against Cliffy Deakin back in the day. Fast left arm bowler. I'm pretty sure that maybe straps on the sprigs every now and then, bowls in the nets. Hard-hitting left-handed batter as well. From Bloemfontein, we always played against him. He was a name that was always seen in the middle of the sheet, so having that cricket knowledge as well for the players is very handy, especially for the bowlers, knowing about bowling loads and understanding the heavy toil it takes on the body for bowlers, not just batters. There's other batters out there. Batters are a little bit more precious than bowlers though, aren't they, Arush? They need to be looked after.
Were you one of those?
I was an all-rounder. I was maybe in the middle.
So you've just thrown them under the bus by calling them extra sensitive and termed yourself as an all-rounder. Well played.
I'm in a group of their own as an all-rounder. Yeah, batters, bowlers and the all-rounders.
Now one day they're batting all-rounders, the next day they're bowling all-rounders. Were you one of those?
Yeah, you get to choose the camp that you want to be in.
Depending on which way the tide is.
Absolutely.
Grant David Elliott at his very, very best.
Let's talk about the tide out there at the moment, though. You get a real sense here that Pakistan want to push the runs on. In an excellent position. Just 3 wickets down. They've set a great foundation. Pulled away. There was an opportunity. It was airborne. And perhaps, I don't even know if New Zealand got a little fingertip to that, but 4 more to Baba.
It's another short delivery from Babar Azam, for Babar Azam. Very close to the fingertips. Jimmy Neesham, who's a gun fielder.
Oh, that's good, Ace.
We have seen Jimmy Neesham take a couple of those catches. Big man, but can throw himself around the field athletically, and you can see there the momentum. Fourth 50, just taking 41 balls. Deliveries, so Pakistan putting the foot down.
Yeah, talk about the middle period of the game, and it's been Salman Agha who's come out, who's looked to take the initiative, playing with a bit of positive intent. Saw him sweep and then reverse sweep, so looking to create his own angles rather than flowing with the tide that is currently the tempo of the game. So an important little innings here from Salman Agha. Likes to play spin, and Babar Azam, as he does on his merry way, holding on to the other end.
Reverse, gets enough bat on it. All this run away. It's hauled in by Chad Bowes, who's on the field at the moment. But there's a real opportunity here. You're right, Arush. Handy innings here from Salman. Swaps the hands around. We see Tom Latham playing that shot a bit. He's got a backwards square, behind square and one in front. Those are the 2 on the leg side, and cover and mid-off. So the opportunity's over mid-on, mid-wicket area.
Oh, Ace.
Inside edge, just for 1. It'll finish East Sodi over. Went for 9, 204 for 3. Have a look at those projected scores. Where do you think they'll end up? You're looking at that at home. I think it might be closer to that 320 mark. Because it almost feels like Pakistan have got their foot down now. 2 players are in. And it's fun time. And that's why KFC are here, because you have to flip the KFC bucket, wear it on your head as fast as you can. The winners will get finger-licking good prizes from KFC. You do get that sense. You speak about Salman's innings and how important it's been so far. Rizwan, 24 for 28 in the middle order. And now you're batting with one of the premier players, or probably the premier player in Pakistan. Decent partnership of 78, but there's just 13.4 overs left in this game now. This is an opportunity. You don't want to leave anything in the shed. You don't want to go in there with 320 for 5 or 310 for 5. I think you almost want to exhaust 7 wickets. So an opportunity now in the next 4 overs or 3 and a bit overs where there's only 4 fielders out, where Pakistan and Salman can really put the foot down and Baba can just stay there. Dab.
Babar Azam, he's been a star performer for Pakistan. We saw earlier in the day 5,000 runs, the quickest to get them in one-day international cricket. 97 innings is what it took him. 27 scores of 50, 1700s to his name. On 2 occasions he scored 3 back-to-back hundreds. He is surely one of the best in the business. And he's one of the best in the business because he's got a technique to back it up. He's got a technique which is almost perfect. Nothing's perfect in the world, but this is as close as it gets. He plays the ball so close to his body, plays it so late, and it's always right under his eye line. And his head very still on contacts, gets a very strong base, and hence why he's able to create angles and play shots. It is down to that flawless technique.
Yeah, really good graphic from side on there. I think one of the reasons why he is world class is that he can hit that same ball that we showed there through the leg side, and then he's just, the contact point is just in front of him a little bit more, where he can then manipulate the ball through the leg side. He can hit the same ball in almost 4 to 6 regions, and that's why his average there 60.24. Just there, a lot of players will try and hit that through the offside. Babar Azam with his wrists got the ability to just manipulate the bowler. 6 off that over, 210 for 3. Manhattan's, there's a policy you're not allowed to get above 10 stories today. I think we might see that after over 40. Might see a few big overs. It's the only thing that this innings is missing. Got a player in Pakistan, Babar Azam, edging closer and closer to 100. Paul McConkey coming back into the attack. You feel that they've played him in a real circumspect way. He's bowled well, he's been consistent, he's put a lot of work on the ball. Bowled full just like that. You're looking at the middle order, Rouge. You must be happy though seeing someone like Salman come in and strike where he's striking it at now, 110. So you've got someone like Babar Azam who generally he will go to run a ball when he scores big. But Pakistan are searching for that middle order. It's the only keys they need to unlock for this World Cup squad.
And why we've been harping on about that is because of these games. 5 opportunities here to get that combination right in the middle.
Down the wicket. Slap past McConkey with a lot of force. Well, that might be the sign from Salman that he's prepared to open the shoulders now.
On the full. He got a hold of this on the full, Salman, and that was because he danced down the track. He's a very good player of spin, and even better, is not afraid to take the game on. Go!
This time swept, it'll just be 1.
And Grant, we saw a graphic earlier. We showed the viewers at home as well that Pakistan have played around with 11 different middle order players in the past 2 years. Batting positions 4, 5 and 6. And that is probably one reason why that middle order output results have been inconsistent, because the combinations have been inconsistent. And I really thought that this these 5 games were a perfect opportunity for Pakistan to have a discussion with the new think tank on board, pin down who those players might be, and give them a run. And be open with communication with the group as well. I think that is the key. This is what we want from you. These are our best players suited to do this job, and convey the same message to the players. So there's no confusion with regards to that. So have your plan A.
Down, go.
And at the same time be flexible if required and play the situation of the game on the day. 38 done, 217 for 3.
Projected scores, everyone taking their guesses here in the com box. It's 12 overs to go, so it's a great foundation. They have been set. World-class player in there in Babar Azam. Salman getting into his work now. He's at 3 boundaries. Great opportunity with this partnership at 89 for both players to almost have a go. But you feel that Babar Azam is the one to go through and bat past 45, 46 overs. Ben Lister, a little bit of a shout, bat on it. And it's time for the Zik Oil motor. We'll unveil the real peel to reveal. Take the sticker off and you reveal what's underneath that sticker. Good fun. Used it with my motor oil yesterday on the way to the Zanab market. Rolling his finger over it. You get the sense from New Zealand cricketers now that they're changing things up. McConkey's come round the wicket to the right-hander. Ben Lister's come on, he's rolling his fingers over. They can almost sense that something is brewing here. They sense that Pakistan want to open their shoulders. Salman wants to use a little bit more force. They want to edge the score on and maybe get closer to that 320 mark. Edged. Wasn't going to carry anyway. Fortunate runs. That won't worry Salman. He goes to 42. 4 more for Pakistan.
Well, he wouldn't mind this, nor would Pakistan. 94, this partnership now a genuine outside edge. And more importantly, goes to the fence.
Down leg from Lister. He'll be wided. 95 this partnership now.
But Grant, you mentioned a score of 320. At 9 runs and over with 7 wickets in hand, from here on in, they get to 326. Now you'd imagine that'll be on the card, especially if you've got Mohammad Haris and Iftikhar Ahmed, who are both aggressive batters. Iftikhar, a very good striker off the ball, especially towards the back end of the game. And especially with 7 wickets in hand. Salman today has been the real intent factor in that middle order. 42, he's taken the game on. He's come out looking to play his stroke and he hasn't shied away from them. He hasn't gone back into his shell. And that is what has helped Pakistan in that middle period of the game. I just feel now it's a case of teeing off at both ends.
Just tickled away. Bit of work to be done there by Sodhi. 2. And that's why I think you mentioned 7 wickets in hand. That's why I think that the power play, I don't think it's overs 40 to 50. I think it's overs almost 30 to 40. Especially when you've got someone in. Pakistan would normally have Shadab Khan. playing, who's out with a sore ankle, rolled his ankle in the third ODI, so just a precautionary thing there. But he can be attacking, but could you send someone like that in earlier just to be attacking, push the score on, because you don't want to end up being 3 down at the 40 over mark. 2-2-5 for 3. Going nicely, Pakistan. I think that New Zealand, they'll be relatively happy if they can get 2-3 wickets. It could really stem the flow of runs in the latter part of this game as we edge 1 over closer. So this is a big over, an opportunity for Pakistan with just 4 out, cover back and 3 back on the leg side. Boundary. Babar Azam coming down the wicket, trying to access that length to McConkey, and it's his last over. Bowled with consistency and a lot of discipline once again. He went for 46 in the third ODI, and now at 47, entering into his last over. And you sense that he's trying to be defensive here, coming around the wicket to Salman. Down the wicket, over the top, and you wonder why haven't they done this earlier? What a shot that is from Salman. He goes past 50. What a stroke that was to get the milestone, his second 50 in ODIs. And he will celebrate 50 years of Brighto Paints for scoring 50. And he'll be awarded 50,000 PKR by Brighto Paints. What a moment for him.
It's been a great knock in the context of the game. Striking at 125, taken the game on. And he's created those angles in the field, hasn't allowed the bowlers to settle, in particular the spinners. That's one way to do it, in some style and in some flair. Once again, dancing shoes on. You know, bring up your half century, your second half century, with a big hit.
Yeah, it was a great shot. Round the wicket from McConkey. He just gave himself a little bit of room. Sometimes players give themselves too much room. It's just a subtle change, just outside leg, a little shimmy. As you mentioned, Aruj, the dancing shoes came out, looking to dominate that length. It's a shot of real class from Salman. Again, down the wicket. This time straight. Straight as you like. And another maximum for Salman. Brilliant batsmanship from him.
Well, you might have just jinxed old McConkey's figures. His last over, 5 deliveries so far have gone for 15. That is some ball striking. Brilliant use of the feet, comes down leg side off the ball, so he gets that free swing through the line. 40 done, 240 for 3.
It's that time of the game now where you look at the power plays, because we're in over 41, which means that 5 players are allowed outside that 30-yard circle. And that's why we saw Salman really take advantage of that last over. Took McConkey apart, 15 off the over. So Tom Latham decides to bring back his premier bowler, Matt Henry, hopefully to get a wicket Well, they've been searching for someone in the middle order that can be both reliable and explosive. He's come into this team. He's looked the part. He's played some magnificent strokes, especially the 2 sixes that got him to his 50. A well-deserved 50 for him, his second ODI 50. The opportunity for New Zealand here is if they can get 2 wickets, hopefully these two new batters in, gives them an opportunity in this last 10 to maybe look at a score at under 300. They have to keep pushing for that with Tom Latham. Bit of room from Salman. The offside just got it a little bit on the outside half of the bat. Trying to go through extra cover.
Now playing spin, an art in its own. And there's young boys and girls watching out there. There's a couple of ways to do it. Either you play the ball after it is spun, or you get your dancing shoes out like Salman's been doing and get to the pitch of the ball.
Or down the wicket. Fortune for Henry. Oh, I wonder what's happened here. Quick thinking from the fast bowler. Salman's not too sure. We're going to go upstairs and have a look. This will be an interesting one for you back at home.
That umpire to director. We have an umpire review for run out at the bowler's end. Let's go to side on, please. Can we go to the other opposite angle? I want to see which hand he uses to take the stump out of the ground. I can see he's got the ball there. Bails are on the ground. Take that back for me. I want to see. Right, he's got the ball in his right hand and he's holding a stump with his left. Do you have a split screen for me? Let's go to split screen, thank you. So he's got the hand holding the ball on the stump. When he approaches the stump, let's see if the batter is grounded. Take it back 1 frame. Okay, let's go 1 frame forward. Forward, forward. Bat is grounded. Thank you. I have a decision for the big screen.
Well, it's quick work from Matt Henry. And it was going to be close. And there's probably a couple of people maybe they're watching from all around the world, wondering what was happening there because the lights were on and he was diving. Bowler had the ball in his hand, but the stump has to be fully uprooted out of the ground before the batter crosses the crease. So fast work from Salman, fast work from Matt Henry, and that means that the power play is still a huge opportunity for Pakistan here to push this total on. Just sliced away by Babar Azam. Pace off the blade. They'll look for 3. Very quick running out there between these two. The partnership's 117 now.
Well, Grant, one thing's for sure, this is excellent cricketing smarts from Matt Henry. To be running back in your follow-through, being present in the moment to realize the bails are off. It all happens in a very, very quick amount of time. And disappointed in the end because Salman's bat was grounded when the stump was fully uprooted. And the field set for Babar Azam at the moment, I'm not quite sure is the one to go to. There's one fielder sweeper on the offside boundary, everyone else inside, and the technique and the class that Babar Azam possesses, he's very much capable of creating those angles and playing through the offside. Not quite sure if Henry and Tom Latham will continue with that field when he comes back on strike. Now, we've seen in the series so far, when Babar Azam wants to go for those big shots, he does give himself room on the offside, able to hit that horizontal shot for 6 back over the bowler's head as well, and play everything else through the offside. So when he does come back on strike, well, we'll have a look. 117 between the two of them in good time.
Oh, that's brilliant from Matt Henry. Wow. We might have to go and have a look at this. It was a slower ball, 126 k's an hour, high up on the bat to Salman. New Zealand needed something brilliant, and it came in the form of Matt Henry with a Superman cape on.
That is absolutely brilliant. He is plucked it out of nowhere. It is truly a wow moment. Have a look at this, eyes on the ball. You see that every time. Look at that, eyes on the ball, outstretched right hand and millimeters off the grass carpet. Moment of brilliance in the field by Matt Henry. The receiving end was Salman Agha, who scored an excellent 58 in a good amount of time. 46 deliveries, 41 done to 45 for 4.
Better to the crease. If you've just joined us, you probably want to see the catch of Matt Henry to bring Iftikhar Ahmed to the crease, age 32. Just the 11 matches. And we know he's a better player than those numbers suggest. We saw him in the T20s and how destructive he can be. That's exactly why he's in the team. So perfect timing for Iftikhar Ahmed to come to the crease. Show exactly what he can do. Look at that, high up on the bat, off cutter, full stretch dive, and the celebration. Gee, that's great camera work and great work from Matt Henry. Babar Azam edging closer and closer to that 100.
Oh, we can watch this again and again. An absolute stunner. A quick bowler in his follow-through.
You weren't convinced, were you? I sort of thought it was a catch. Got really excited. Were you convinced, or did you think it had bounced?
Ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly how Grant Elliott felt, that it had bounced and he just passed it on to me.
How did you feel? I was confident. I was confident.
It looked a clean catch.
Yeah.
A lot of times the celebration will tell you. And he had his eyes on the ball till the very end. He knew it was a good one.
You also think that Matt Henry, it was about, he knows how important it is getting a wicket at this stage. It means it's going to be easier for him. Brilliant.
Also don't forget, bowling over the wicket in his follow-through, he's leaving the pitch left to stop a break momentum and go the opposite side. He had to go right, horizontal. That is some athleticism as well.
And what it does now is it does this. We're in the 40th over. 3 dot balls now. You've got a player on 89 on the other side who's walking down now. He's telling Iftikhar Ahmed, just take your time. But you don't want him to get a little bit frustrated on that end, because then Pakistan lose maybe 5 and then the 6th wicket, and the total of 320 suddenly becomes 280. Discipline from Isodi, and well run from Pakistan. 2 for Iftikhar Ahmed. Yeah, swift running and good between the wickets. Anyone that runs with Babar Azam. Well, New Zealand will take that over. A very, very good one. Just went for 3, 2, 4, 8 for 4. New partnership developing here. Babar Azam edging just a little bit closer. 89, just 11 more for him. Iftikhar Ahmed, we want to see some fireworks from him, and so do the crowd in Karachi, the city of lights. See him light it up. Just pushed through the gap nicely from Babar Azam. Time for a cuppa. It's a Pal Tea Lounge. Number 1 tea in Pakistan. Time to enjoy it. It's the Tapal Tea Lounge. Lovely place. Enjoy your cricket. Well, have a look at this. The sunset is absolutely beautiful. City of lights. Sights and lights. Oh, a little bit of variable bounce there. Bubba trying to get going. Matt Henry, Rouge Mumtaz mentioned his follow-through and how difficult it was with that catch, of how he needs to change direction. You can see there, that's his usual run up and follow through.
Before this ball, you could try and see what Babar Azam was doing. The way the field is set, deep backward square and long on the boundary. Nobody else on the boundary. A huge vacant space. Deep mid wicket now is falling back for Iftikhar. And Babar Azam, just a little bit of more intent, came down the track. He's on 92 from 105. Iftikhar has just come in. 7.2 overs left to go. And projected score just taking a little bit of a dip.
Just dab down. Will only be the one here.
And this is special, really special from the big fast bowler, because his follow through would take him off the surface to change direction, to change momentum. He even lost his footing on the surface there, you can see, in spite of all of that. And he's managed to pluck this. Brilliant.
Well, Bubba's running between the wickets has been very efficient. Trying to push things on here, Pakistan. 253 for 4.
over for Sodhi. And Pakistan are in a really good position at the moment, despite having just lost a wicket.
It was a great innings by Salman Agha. A little unfortunate, down to the brilliance of Matt Henry, the perseverance of Matt Henry. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Once again, we're seeing the wrist spinners garner appreciable turn from these surfaces late on in the summer here in Pakistan.
Yeah, and I think it might have been a missed opportunity potentially for a stumping. It did drag Babar Azam out. Sorry, Iftikhar.
Oh, yeah. Tommy!
Oh boy, that could have been tight as well. Babar reacted immediately, thankfully for him. Iftikhar comes in. The people calling for him to be a permanent member of the squad. He's will just feel a little bit under the pump, won't he? Comes in a terrific situation. Pakistan have played really well. Wishing to go up and beyond 300. But he knows all the chats around the middle order. He knows that he has to impress to stay in the team and make the squad. In Pakistan dealing in singles. And you can just see it. Iftikhar perhaps just feeling a little bit tense. Not easy to come out and start straight away. But that's the gig, lower order player. That's your job.
Oh, yes, yes.
Well, and the other thing is, Salman, when he came in, he got it moving along really quickly. When you look at his innings, 58 off 46, 2 sixes, 4 fours, strike rate of 126. That's exactly what you want in that position. At number 5.
Yeah, he did it brilliantly, didn't he? He might be getting a ticket to the World Cup, Salman Agha. 44 gone, 257 for 4. Flags of New Zealand and Pakistan wafting in the breeze here, which has been bringing welcome relief. Gorgeous sunsets again. The Eagles circle. Might well be a bit of circling going on from certain critics. Not of Iftikhar. Babar Azam. I wonder if Simon Dool is watching somewhere. It's 22 balls since Babar hit the boundary, as he's closed in on yet another century. 18th. Has he slowed up in the search of 100, or has he just not had any strike? What do you think out there in the cricket watching world? No, he's not getting away with that one. Been a pretty good debut from Lister so far. All right, the Jazz fan polls question: who is the leading wicket taker in ODIs? Is it number 1, Fatima Rizwan, or number 2, Wasim Akram? I told you, every time there's a Jazz fan polls question that has something to do with bowling, Wasim Akram is one of the 2 options. Almost as though he's some sort of a legend in these parts.
Just a little one, right? Didn't do much in his playing career. He's literally inspired everyone, hasn't he? Yep. And I'm sure every ground in Pakistan has some little corner that's dedicated to him.
Well, there's a little corner in a certain ground in Australia that has a part dedicated to him. At the gate leading onto the SCG, one of my favourite grounds in the world, from the away dressing room, now bears the name of... Oh, hang on, no it doesn't. It was Tendulkar and Lara, wasn't it? Waz just got an award, didn't he? Honorary membership of the SCG. Thank you, Lisa Staloka. Knew there was something back in your home country.
Yeah, it's all right. I should know, it's my home ground. But the SCG has been wonderful in recognising former players, both male and female. Actually, beginning of this year, unveiled the first female bronze statue in the world, cricketer Belinda Clark.
That is a name to conjure with, isn't it? Belinda Clark. Also, news out of the UK today that Catherine Sciver-Brunt has hung up her boots in international cricket. Congratulations to her on what has been a wonderful career. Come back after all forms of adversity, injury, keep going and be one of the scourges of female batters through the ages. 19 years. Oh, Iftikhar opens his shoulders. Oh, yes. He's away. Absolutely nailed that one wide of mid-off, and he'll feel a lot better for it. End of the 45th, 264 for 4.
See what a wicket does. The 40th over went for 15 and a wicket comes, and then it takes a little bit of time regardless of who you are. This man on screen, he can hit a ball and he can hit it powerfully, shown by the last delivery. Clear the front leg and smash it through the covers. Pace off. There's enough there.
Five balls without a boundary for Bubba.
They could have bowled well to him.
I don't know.
What were you like when you got close into the 90s?
Didn't happen very often. Tried to get there as fast as I could.
That's what some of these players do nowadays, isn't it?
Oh, he goes back-to-back boundaries. Iftikhar is getting in the mood.
Difference between the two shots. Iftikhar a bit more power, but also knew exactly where the fielder was behind square and made sure he played it a little bit later. Because of that power, he's able to find the boundary. As they say to a lot of batters coming out, hit the outfielders as hard as you can, and then you can go either side a couple of metres and hopefully look for two. But if you hit it well enough, you're going to get yourself a boundary. And that's exactly what he's done. 14 off 15 now.
Yeah, and now headaches for Latham again. 5 out, of course, in the final 10 overs. 3 men patrolling the leg side boundary. Oh, deliberate or not, it brings another one. 3 in a row for Iftikhar. And this is exactly the injection of pace that Pakistan need at this stage.
Yeah, he wanted to play it late. He probably wanted to play it to the right of that short third. Instead, got more of an edge.
Yeah, not the best slow ball from Tickner. The arm slowed down, the body slowed down. It was rather telegraphed. Short and wide as well. Gets it exactly where he wants it this time. Brilliant. 4 in 4.
Well, the crowd has been patiently waiting on the edge of their seats for their skipper to bring up another milestone, but all of a sudden, Iftikhar has taken the game away. He's not messing around with singles, he's just thinking boundaries. He's thinking of a 300 total, which is exactly what Pakistan need.
Yeah, 10 and over from here gets 320. And given the start and the middle that they've had, is exactly where they should be looking. Iftikhar surveys the gaps again. Short. Backward a square, but the man has been moved a little finer.
Yeah, the boundaries, 4 of them in a row. First one, bludgeoned down the ground, short of a length. He still waits on it perfectly. Wide, slower delivery. Didn't necessarily want it to go there, but he absolutely perfected the late cut there.
Yep, tension has gone from Iftikhar's face. Shouts 2. Babar will get back. Iftikhar was wise to the possibilities. And that's a really good over. 16 from it for Pakistan, 280 for 4. Oh, there we go. The biggest over of the innings so far. 4 left. Pakistan are easing towards 300 plus. It's exactly what fans of Pakistan cricket, exactly what we've been calling for in terms of the lower middle order. Matt Henry, who's had a super day so far in exacting conditions. Picked up a couple of wickets, effected a run out. It's been a bundle of energy out there for New Zealand. Wow. He has murdered that. This is what Pakistan have been missing in ODIs.
You can see the intent, can't you? Yeah, slower delivery, he picked it up, he waited. Bat at the top of his swing, and he was able to really generate power through the shot, over cover as well. He's looking just for boundaries.
Hit hard. Little fumble, but Babar is low on energy. He's also on 99. Zikmert Royal unveiled the real peel to reveal. Well, they're all out now on the balcony. Ground may not be full, but the volume has gone up tenfold. One-day international hundreds for Babar Azam. He's passed 5,000 ODI runs, the fastest man to do so in the history of the game. He is by far and away the most popular cricketer in this part of the world. And he is by far and away the best player in one-day international cricket right now.
There was relief and a squeal, wasn't it, when he hit through the offside to bring up another 100. in 99 matches, over 5,000 runs. He has looked good throughout this series, but the one thing was missing was a triple figure score. He's got that today.
Yeah, that's good from Henry. Really good from Matt Henry. Be interesting to see how high the backlift is from Baba now that he's made it past 100. And he's enjoyed this. The relief as much as anything, and the expression of aggression. In a tough old summer, cricketing summer. Straight up in the air, straight up. Back of the hand, slower ball is done for Iftikhar. Blundell's not dropping that. And Iftikhar's little cameo comes to an end. It was superbly done. Just the sort of impetus and aggression that was needed at the back end, but he's fallen. And once again, it's Matt Henry who's having a super day for New Zealand, who picks up the wicket.
Yeah, really clever bowling. Firstly, the previous delivery as well to Iftikhar took it outside his swinging arc, and then when he went closer to the arc goes a slower ball, knowing full well that Iftikhar is just looking for boundaries and he would swing hard. Slower delivery, Blundell keeps his record intact, takes another good catch. Iftikhar goes for 28, Pakistan 286 for 5.
Howard Harris is the new man. Only the 5 ODIs. Will open in T20 cricket in the PSL, but is a natural middle order player in List A cricket. Off cutter this time from Matt Henry. He's as I've mentioned before, having a terrific day. 3 for 50 plus a run out, 287 for 5. From 113 for Baba. He's anchored the innings all the way since Fakar was out, and the score was 36. Broken records along the way, much to the delight of the Pakistan faithful. Lister into his last over now. Matt Henry has 1 over to go. Superbly executed. Back of the hand slower ball. Does exactly what it's intended to do. It's to start the batter's downswing early, to trick him into starting that downswing too soon. Baba should pick up 2 and does.
And now you would expect Baba Nizam to start to move around the crease and start to look for that boundary a little bit more frequently. A chance really for him to free his arms. At the moment, if they continue at this rate, they'll just get over 300.
Tries to go inside out. It's high up on the bat.
Certainly they should be looking at something in the vicinity of 300 plus, 310 plus.
The great and the good. There is another triumvirate we could have used, but it would have been a little unkind. I think Clint Eastwood movies. I mean, Pakistan, from where they were, 40 over stage, 320. Absolutely nailed on, 320. Accept nothing less. See, the opposition aren't going to just roll out the red carpet and allow you to smash them all over the place, but the intention. Oh, that intention is good. Slammed down the ground by Baba. Just flexed the right hamstring there as though he'd suffered a little bit of cramp. I wouldn't blame him. That's exactly what Pakistan are after.
Yeah, starting to understand that New Zealanders are taking pace off. So to generate some power, he's coming at the bowler and slapping the ball straight down the ground. Yeah, he's flicking the little hamstring.
Gives himself a bit of room, goes out to the long side. It should be out, it is out. Cole McConkey takes the catch. He's silenced the crowd here at the National Stadium. And Ben Lister has a first one-day international wicket, and it's one that he will not forget in a hurry. He's knocked over the #1 ODI batter in the world. Pakistan's captain Babar Azam goes for 107. And Lister has him in his pocket. Not a bad #1.
Yeah, really clever piece of bowling, change of pace and asking Babar Azam to hit to the biggest part of the boundary where a number of fielders are. And also a slow walk off for Babar Azam. He is exhausted, batted in the heat of the day, was the glue for Pakistan. He'll raise his bat to the crowd, to his teammates. He departs for 107. Pakistan have lost their 6th wicket, 296.
Smeared into the leg side to the shout. Shaheen Shah Afridi, fresh pair of legs. It's back to the non-striker's end. Batter deep in the crease. Lister followed him. And McConkey did the rest. Congratulations all round. Another splendid innings from Pakistan's captain. What a player. One for 57 for Lister on debut. We're pretty proud of his work. Short and wide and slammed downwind. Oh, it's all the way and caught by the ball boy. What a shot. What a piece of cricket. Mohammed Harris, you beauty. That takes Pakistan past 300.
Holy smokes. That's exactly where Matt Henry wanted him to hit the ball, but he did not expect that he would get this big a piece of it. This is some shot. Yeah, why not admire it? Went hard, long, well juggled as well, young man.
Oh, that'll be 4 more. Cream down the ground. And with the highest strike rate in this year's PSL, showing exactly why. This is what Pakistan are after. This is what they want. The back end of the innings. Guys who can terrify death bowlers.
It's been missing, hasn't it, for them? You can see the third 100 coming up off just 78 deliveries. And that's a lot to do with Salman. And then obviously now Harris as well.
It makes such a difference to the bowling attack to know that if you miss slightly, it's disappearing. This goes leg side again. They'll come back for 2 easy. Shaheen Sharafidi is the new man in. Made 1 or 2 interesting cameos up the order for his team, Lahore Qalandars, the eventual champions of the PSL. Came out and batted number 6 on the odd occasion. Smoked a few as well.
Yeah, long levers. Why not? Why not utilise that? At the moment, he's just running. Good partnership, 14 off 4. He hasn't faced any deliveries.
Oh, nice try. Man was up on fine leg inside the circle. But Henry equal to it. The last couple of deliveries have rather ruined Matt Henry's figures. Still think with 1 ball to go that he has had a really good day. The type where the statistics don't tell the full story. Don't tell you just how flat this surface is, just how burning hot it was earlier on in the day. Just how well he has done. Shaheen to face up the first ball, long off and long on back. 2 men back on the leg side, sweeper offside. New Zealand will be happy with that. Shaheen will keep the strike. Mohammed Harris will be away from it, and Pakistan are 12 for 6 with 1 to go. Tall towers. Exactly what Pakistan would have wanted, would have spoken about, and that's what they got. Good day for specialist coaches. Batting coach on the left. Batting coach on the right. It's my mum, you know, she never understood left and right. Andrew Patik, the batting coach of Pakistan, will be delighted the way they've gone about the last third of this innings. Swing and a miss. Good from Tickner. Well, as it so often is, the day so far has been about Babar Azam.
Some of these shots are just glorious, straight down the ground. And plays them late as well. And when Ish Sodhi certainly missed his length, he capitalised. Relief for Babar Azam, another 100 to his name.
Shaheen goes long, oh, it's all the way. This is what he can do. Not only is he one of the most devastating new and old ball bowlers in the world, he can also hit a long ball as well.
Yeah, this is where you absolutely cash in. as a side, you've put New Zealand, or New Zealand should I say, put themselves out in the field and decided to chase the leather, and now they're fatiguing a little bit. It's a chance for the lower order to absolutely cash in on anything loose.
Oh, that'll be 4 as well, finds the gap. Tickner missing the Yorker and being punished for it.
There seems to be some energy as soon as these two have come out to the middle. Backlift is up, clearing the front leg. It's almost T20 cricket style now, isn't it?
It kind of is, isn't it? Anyway, one of the arguments for picking guys out of T20 cricket who play in this sort of role, they generally come in with less than 20 overs to go. Oh, good Lord. That's the best of the lot. He's dumped it over long on. 6 for 6 to Shaheen. And this is pain for New Zealand.
Yeah, and 320 was the number we were talking about. They're long gone past that. 328, 2 balls to go. And Tickner is not hitting his length. And remember, with such a long arc to his swing, anytime he misses his Yorker or short of a length, it's still hittable for Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Yeah, anytime you see a guy come out with the big tall fella, long levers, long handle on the bat, I'm always thinking as a captain, go at his head. Keep it away from the hitting zone. Keep it away from the arc. Swing and a miss.
You can see the frustration in Tickner when he was bowled the ball and wanted it back, annoyed at himself, frustrated that he wasn't able to execute what he wanted. That time he did.
Yeah, Tom Latham, I was really surprised, you know, that they decided to bowl again today, given what happened on Wednesday. He might well be ruining that decision now. Nisha, want to offer a few words of advice and encouragement. Oh, that's gone. That's out of here. That was not away from the hitting zone, and that is going out of the ground. Absolute carnage here at the back end of the innings from Shaheen Shah Afridi. Pakistan post 334 for 6. And that is exactly the sort of flourish, the big finish that they've been missing, the big finish they've been talking about, and the big finish that they have got.
38 runs in the last 2. When you think of these two coming together, just 2 overs to go. 38 runs between them. 4 sixes, 2 fours. That the best of them as well. The sound off the bat was absolutely perfect. Music to everyone's ears, except if you're New Zealand bowlers. New Zealand team Pakistan team extremely happy with what they were able to actually produce at the back end, built by the foundations of Babar Azam as well, getting to his 5,000 ODI runs as well in that time. Tom Latham won the toss and put Pakistan in, and at a certain point they would have been happy, but all of a sudden Pakistan have just been able to get away. But today and tonight is all about Babar Azam, the skipper. 107 off 117 deliveries. Salman, excellent partnership between those two, 58 off 46, and that's really when Pakistan's innings started to motor in the right direction. Iftikhar given an opportunity, 28 off 22. Harris and Shaheen Shah Afridi at the end were able to really put some big blows into New Zealand's figures. Well, Sikandar has one of the batters down on the ground.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. I've got Salman alongside me. Firstly, 335. That's a bit more than you would have thought at the start of the game.
Yeah, we were not thinking about 335 until 35. We were thinking around 300. But the way Harris and Shaheen and obviously Iftikhar are batted, that made us like 335 now.
Good outing there. Usually you get to bat with the tail enders, and since you had a proper batter next to you, allowed you to, you know, play freely.
Yeah, obviously, when you are batting with obviously a batsman, you have a different mindset, and you can take more risk and play your game, obviously, which is my like to go after spinners. So that's what I did today.
Yeah, you're known to be very good against spin bowling, and those reverse sweeps and sweeps were deliberate effort just to work around the way you wanted the field to be.
Yeah, obviously, I didn't want them to bolt at me, and I wanted obviously to be a bit more aggressive against them and use my reverse sweep and sweep so they can give me a bad balls as well.
Number 6 position, just happy with that? You're feeling that you're now blending into that position, knowing what your role is?
To be honest, I don't mind it's 5 or 6. I just want to play for Pakistan and do well. And at the moment, I'm just enjoying it. So it doesn't matter to me if it's a 5 or 6. I just want to contribute as much as I can.
Well, that was a valuable innings, 40 plus. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, he batted beautifully. Partnership with Babar Azam, you could see 117 off 102, and then 41 off 36, and then right at the end 38 off 12. For the bowlers, it was a little bit hard going, especially right at the end. But Lister picking up his first wicket in one-day international. Matt Henry really the standout, 3 for 65. Well, the day started in the heat of the sun, and certainly Pakistan would have wanted to get off to a good start, but unfortunately Fakhar Zaman going the same way as he did in the previous ODI. Matt Henry just going short of a length. Shah Masood got an opportunity to open the batting, and he looked comfortable until his back foot just slightly moved. Langton Russeri giving him out, third umpire. Babar Azam was strong straight down the ground, playing some wonderful drives. Mohammad Rizwan, he put pressure on the fielders, but unfortunately that time it didn't work for him. He was run out. Probably the shot for Babar Azam. And then it was all about just going through the gears. He was getting close to that mark. Salman showed what he certainly can do, bringing up a half century, hitting straight down the ground, putting some pressure on Cole McConkey. But what a wonderful piece of fielding off his own bowling, Matt Henry, to dismiss him. Came out of nowhere. And that was the moment where Babar Azam racked up another 100. His record is outstanding in one-day international cricket. Boundaries were being searched for at the end, so you would expect wickets to fall like this. Babar trying to be a little bit more expansive. And Lister picking up his first one-day international wicket. What a moment for him. And then Harris came in, and so did Shaheen Afridi, and they were only looking for boundaries. Cleared the front leg, and the overs right at the end. 38 runs off the last 2 were hit off these 2 men. That got Pakistan into a very strong position. Smiles on their faces. So now New Zealand, they have to score 335. It should be an entertaining chase, and we'll be back soon to see if they can get it.
Another day and yet another 100 by Babar Azam. He seems to be owning this format, fastest to 5,000 runs. He's a crowd pleaser really in a league of his own. Hello and welcome to Inverec Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. When Pakistan, you saw that middle overs period where you thought that perhaps they could have really sort of got on that accelerator and scored a few runs at a better strike rate. But in the end, a couple of cameos by Haris and Shaheen, and this now is looking like a very, very competitive total. It will require some chase by New Zealand to win this one. I've been joined in the studio by Mumtaz and Butch. Dr. Khan, the Peaky Blinders that I've got on my left, looking very nice, looking very dapper as always. Arooj, another 100 by Babar. It seems like, you know, we've almost become immune to his hundreds, him scoring hundreds in this particular format. But what's been the highlight for you in this innings?
See, I think for Babar, every time he comes out, prior to a few innings before, the team had so much reliance on him. I think he's now able to score a little bit more freely and score at a little bit of better pace because he now trusts the other players around him. I think it had to do a lot with the way Salman was supporting him at the other end. But the way he structures his innings, the ball striking, the way he is balanced at the crease, it is pleasing, aesthetically pleasing to watch when Babar Azam scores. So, like you said, once again, another 100, another day, another Babar innings that we can all celebrate. It's just the piling on of the runs, the manner in which he gets them to, and he almost seems hungry for more.
I mean, to be doing that on a very, very consistent basis, Butch, and to be doing that with that kind of control over his game, it really speaks volumes of the kind of batter that he is. You know, it's one thing to be out there scoring runs, but to be able to drive and control as per your will.
Yeah, it's just magnificent. The names that he shares that list with, some of the finest batters of the modern era, plus Sir Vivian Richards, who was such an outlier back in his day that it's not even funny. But look, it just comes as no surprise that he makes the runs that he does. The only time he looks in any sort of strife whatsoever or any type of confusion is against the leg spinner. Leg spinner didn't get him out today. But that's what, 5 or 6 deliveries over the course of his innings of 117 balls or something like that. The rest of the time he is 100% in control of everything that he does. He's just a wonderful, wonderful player. And he absolutely loves this format of the game. There we are again, fewest innings to 5,000 runs. Jumps over Hashim Amla, who was out there, way out in front of the next best, who is Sir Vivian Richards, who shares that spot with Virat Kohli. Again, talk about Sir Viv. He would have played his last one-day international 30 years ago. So he was so far ahead of the game back then, it's untrue. But Babar now stands out in front as the best of all time.
The best of all time there. You heard it from Mark Butcher, but we spoke about it with Arooj and Butch, why they think what makes Babar so special. Let's find out from Grant Elliott, who's down there with Sikandar Bak, what makes Babar Azam so special.
Ground Zero, brought to you by Inverec Solar Energy.
Thank you, Zainab. Now we're here at Ground Zero, the place where Babar scored yet another 100, place where he celebrated that 100, and he's just almost making a habit of it. We've got Grant Elliott alongside me, and he'll tell us what he feels, what are the subtle changes that he's brought in. He got to a couple of 50s earlier, but today he planned it that he wants to play a long knock.
Oh, you know, Sikandar, watching him play, and I heard Mark Butcher say it's an absolute pleasure watching him play. All he's done is he's just gone on. What he does is he finds a pace that he's comfortable to bat at, and then you see a little bit of an acceleration between that 30 or 40 mark. He looks to dominate bowlers, but what he does well is he manipulates the field. He manipulates the field so that he can get singles and boundaries in the areas that he wants, that he feels comfortable. So I think if you see the graphic where it's side on, where we watch how late he plays the ball, he plays the ball so late, Babar Azam. He plays it underneath his eyes. And you watch him, whether he's cutting it, whether he's playing it through the covers, playing it down the ground, a hallmark, or even a little dab down to third man. The hallmark of a great player is playing the ball late because the ball's moved, the ball's seamed. Whether it's a slow ball, you're in control. So right underneath the eyes, and he's got the ability, and all those strokes were through the offside, okay? So it cuts off the right hip, playing it really late. He can decide to play it even later and just dab it down to third man. So the way he manipulates that area, magnificent. Now, if he wants to play that ball through the leg side, all he's going to do is his access point is going to be a little bit further ahead of himself, and then he starts accessing the onside. So the same delivery that Babar Azam, or the same line that he's playing, he can manipulate that ball in 4 different areas. So if we play the next graphic, having a look at this, he can play down the ground, he can play it to square leg, he can dab it down to third man, and he can even manipulate his body and try and get his body around or towards leg side to try and slice it through the offside. So that same line, this is the line you want to bowl. You want to bowl top of off, in and around that 4th stump, off stump region. And all Babar Azam is doing is bang down to third man, he's down the ground, he can even get that same delivery and just work it through square leg. So as a bowler, you just can't settle in on a length. He's in total control, and at worst, he's getting 1 a ball.
Also, if you notice against spin, back in the start of the year, he was stumped thrice trying to attack the spinner. What did you notice about how he's handling Ish Sodhi today?
Yeah, interesting. I think the first ODI, I think Ish Sodhi almost had his number. He came on, he was bowling aggressive. But now what I've noticed is he's playing really late. He's getting deep in the crease, and he's using the crease. So the ability to move around the crease and then to be able to work the ball, allow it to turn, take your time. He hasn't used his feet that many times. He's more comfortable getting deep, and exactly the same thing, manipulating the bowler down the ground, either mid-off, mid-on, or just working it through the covers or getting out to it and hitting it through the covers for that 1.
Well, Grant perfectly explained. So that's yet another Babar Azam's spectacular 100, this time here in Karachi, and that's all from Ground Zero. Ground Zero, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Thanks, guys. Just such a hard batsman to bowl at, Butch. I mean, you look at him and you think about it, how many areas of weakness does he has as a batsman? And you can't pinpoint many, but if you were to analyze his game, is there anything that bowlers need to be looking at?
Look, it feels as though I've been here for the entirety of the Cricket League summer, right? So I've seen a lot of Babar Azam batting. And the only time I can ever really feel that he was very, very uncomfortable indeed was Mark Wood bowling at him in the T20 series right the way back in September. So you've got slightly slow wickets where the bounce isn't particularly high, and you've got somebody bowling express pace. All England did with Mark Wood when Babar, as soon as he walked out to the crease and took guard, they threw Mark Wood the ball and said, right, bowl at his head. Bowl as fast as you possibly can, try and shake him up. And Babar, being the player that he is, would prefer to stay slightly leg side of the ball. He's not going to take it on the hook shot because it's too pacey, and he doesn't, not quite sure how high it's going to bounce. So then he's looking to go over third man. England have third man back, pop, straight down into his hands down the bottom here. And that's the only time I can remember discomfort throughout the course of the last, 6 months or so of watching him play. So, you know, if you have express pace, not everybody has it, but there is the area. You try and go wide on the crease at him, you angle the ball back in underneath the chin and say, right, now what are you going to do? Try and dab that down to third man along the ground. But other than that, he's just wonderful.
He is absolutely wonderful, and as Butch pointed out, it's also the execution that matters, not just having that ability, but the execution under pressure in different situations. Easier said than done, as they say. On that note, we'll take a short breather and we'll be back with more, so don't go anywhere. back on the Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Show, and 335 is the target that New Zealand are looking at. Arooj, you know, we spoke about Babar Azam, but also the finish by Pakistan. Shaheen Shah Afridi chipping in with some runs. Mohammad Haris. Is Shaheen Shah Afridi, does he have the potential to be a proper all-rounder, or is it a case of everybody reading too much into it?
Potential, yes. But let's not forget, listen to Shaheen and Naseem Shah's interviews from a few months ago. They practiced this in the nets. And it's not the first time he's done it. So it's not a fluke, it's not a one-off. He's repeated this in the last year's PSL as well, don't forget that. This year's PSL, and now he's done it today. The bigger picture here is not just Shaheen, it's what happened before. Yes, we can enjoy his innings here, but don't forget the real intent factor was getting the right people into the 11. We've all been harping on about it. How does Iftikhar not make the one-day squad? After what he did today, yes, don't forget Salman up the order. He's the one who was a real impact player first. He came around, changed the angle, swept, reverse swept, toyed around with the field a little bit, and he took the game on. Then he started coming down the track for those big hits. Iftikhar followed in similar fashion. He took down Ben Lister in that 1 over. And then Mohammad Haris and Shaheen Shah Afridi, the end, had the freedom to swing through the line. It's that freedom, and if you can provide that in the middle order with those impact players, your tail most of the time can fire. And Pakistan get 336, which they should have in previous games as well.
One-word answer, one-line answer, because that's how much time we've got. How does New Zealand approach this? First 10 overs, go hard, or...?
They're going to have to go very hard. It's going to get very difficult for them around about 25 overs. Pakistan should win this comfortably, I think.
All right, Butch is saying that Pakistan should win this comfortably, and they need to be going really hard in the first 10 overs. Not an easy target in these conditions, as we've seen, and they definitely have that bowling attack as well to back it up. It's going to be an interesting one, this game, and New Zealand will be looking to win. I'm sure Pakistan is also looking at that 5-0. All of that after the short break.
Welcome back to the National Bank Stadium here in Karachi for the DAFA News presents KFC ODI series between Pakistan and New Zealand. It's the fourth one-day international. Pakistan have already won the series, yet there still is so much on offer, because if Pakistan are to win the remaining 2 ODIs, they will go to the #1 ranked ODI team based on ICC rankings. And given the fact that both sides are building up towards the 50-over World Cup that will take place in October, this is important match practice as well. New Zealand, they need 335 runs off their 50 overs to secure their first victory here in this series. For Pakistan, it was all about that man on screen, Babar Azam, the fastest man to 5,000 ODI runs, bringing up his 18th century along the way as well. A few fireworks at the end got Pakistan up to a very competitive total of 334. And Will Young, an opportunity to stake his claim. 14 ODI matches so far. Highest score of 120, a good healthy strike rate as well, just over 90. And then Tom Blundell, he had an opportunity in the last ODI match and absolutely took it with both hands. He was good behind the stumps. He took some difficult high catches as well. But he's coming up against one of the best at the moment, Shaheen Shah Afridi, with the new ball. But before we start and get away with this second innings, if you've missed it, this is Babar Azam and what he was able to do out in the middle. He was punishing anything short down the ground, but really a trademark of his shot is his vertical bat, straight down the ground. Exuberant as well in getting his 18th century. The crowd were patiently waiting. They had to wait a little bit of time, but he got there in the end.
Shaheen Shah Afridi, as always, with the brand new ball. New Zealand required 335 at 6.7 runs and over. Here we go. Oh, that's a cracking shot. Wonderful to get off the mark from Young.
Yeah, when it doesn't shape in, it just goes straight with the angle, and he plays that so well. Really Young slants that foot, and the placement is amazing. Silence in the crowd, you know it, that it's gone through that inner circle. The problem comes when that ball just shapes into that right hand, or it just comes off the surface, cuts you in half.
Will Young, well, he got runs in the second one-day international and holds the pose for the cameraman as well. A good feeling always when you get off the mark with a well-timed shot. His top score in the series, 86.
Yeah, it's a good Yorker, targeting the stumps there. Always be ready for something like that first up as a batter. That's the drive, the boundary of the very first ball.
It's a phenomena of his bowling. He will pitch the ball up first, and if there's any swing, he can extract it. He's that kind of a bowler. Follow-up delivery is always important, and always important to bounce back. Perfect Yorker, not allowing any space, any room for the arms to take a free swing. But New Zealand, their work's cut out. They've got a mountain to climb. They have put in Jimmy Neesham as reinforcements in that middle order, but they need their top order to make use of this power play.
Will Young in the Pindi first ODI scored an 86, had a good start, and he's looking good. Nick suddenly gets that start, and you see those numbers there. Oh, that just moves away slightly from that bat. First over gone, 4 for no loss. Another big 100 for Babar Azam, 107. Salman Agha was very good for his 58 or 46. Iftikhar, a cameo of 28, helped Pakistan to a score probably they didn't have in mind when they came out with that toss. A lot of work there to be done by New Zealand chasing this down. We didn't have any due day before yesterday. Today reinforcements, both Shaheen and Haris in the 11.
Sikandar, you, myself, and plenty of others, we've been all talking about, analyzing, trying to shape up what that Pakistan middle order looks like. We all have our own opinion. Iftikhar today gets the first game, wasn't part of the squad to begin with, and his inclusion with immediate effect. Also, don't forget Salman Ali Agha before him. The scores that you just read out was the change. He's the one who really came on, provided support on the other end to Babar Azam in terms of scoring quick runs. He plays spin well, he put his shots, played his shot, the sweep, reverse sweep, and then was very happy stepping down the track as well, hitting huge sixes straight down the ground. It was his innings which provided that impetus in the middle order, and then laid the platform as well for the tail to do what they did. Iftikhar in there played a key role.
Big single there, just putting pressure on that fielder. Usama Mir had to cover a lot of ground to rush at the ball.
Salman Ali Agha did a real good knock in the context of the situation Pakistan were in. In the middle period of the game where Pakistan had times meander along, he took the game on. He's the one who changed the momentum and the tempo of the game, and Iftikhar, Haris and Shaheen followed. It's almost about that middle order when they do what they, for instance, what Salman and Iftikhar can do, and once that platform is laid towards the back end, Pakistan scored 70 in the last 5. They scored 38 in the last 2. It's almost a free license to swing. Shaheen Shah Afridi, it's not a fluke, it's not a one-off. He's done that repeatedly on a few occasions in the PSL. Even the 2022 PSL, there was a game where he scored 40-odd runs in no time. So, but it's about that middle period. And I definitely feel Iftikhar slots in.
You just get a feeling that the homework wasn't done on how Shaheen Shah bats, because it was just length being offered and he was just swinging. It was in his arc. And you target mid-wicket, long on, and that's where he got the scores. Yeah, that single, not looking. Can't blame the bowler. He's asking for a decision from the umpire. But the batsman also has the right to make way because that is his road. It belongs to him. Yeah, you're talking about Salman. See, he batted at number 5 today instead of 6. So it just allowed him to bat along with a batter. Someone who's allowed him that space to breathe. Otherwise, on other occasions, he's batting with the tail enders. 2 overs bowled, 7 for no loss. Lots of opportunities for some youngsters to be a part of that New Zealand squad in the absence of the usual members. It's a good shot. Just couldn't find that space to pierce that gap. Salman there in that position.
We all know his ability with the ball. Shaheen Shah Afridi on so many occasions provides Pakistan that breakthrough up front. But the first half, crowd and the TV viewership had plenty to enjoy with the skills in the bat. Oh, what a delivery. What a delivery from Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Yeah, that's also just yorked them. The ball pitches right next to the set of the stumps and it's got pace on it. There, it's already past you and it's pitched after that bat swing. So it happened in the last ball of his previous over as well. Shaheen, now I'm thinking, is he a better bowler or a batter? Well, entertainment, complete entertainment.
Entertainment 10 out of 10, no doubt. I still put money on the fact that he's a better bowler.
Well, he wouldn't mind that. I mean, that's a compliment if you can actually put the two together. Have a look at how he used those legs that were being offered to him. So anything just outside the off stump, and he's got good reach, mind you. He's a tall man, and it's just in his zone. Look at that, mid-wicket, long on, and the last one was on the roof. A lot of power there. 300 strike rate for Shaheen Shah. And there Blundell sees that width and has a go at it. Trying to play it to clear that 30-yard circle. It's there to be hit. Again, the same thing. This is just too full, it's too quick. Can't get back onto it. My idea was right, just to somehow play it down to third.
Yeah, both those deliveries. Excellent line. Just the shape on. Normally with Shaheen Shah Afridi, you get that swing back into the right-hander and that would have knocked the poles out. Haven't seen any swing as such yet. So just continuing on with the angle, holding the line. Oh, excellent over from yet a young run to be given in this one. And it stays that way. Maiden over from Shaheen Shah Afridi, New Zealand 7 for no loss.
But the 5th ODI would be Babar Azam's 100th ODI. 56 for Rizwan and 69 for Zaman, the experienced lot. Shaheen's got 35. You play it straight. We've seen it all day long that you will be rewarded. And that's a good shot. Just play it down the line, back at the bowler.
Just a punch. Just a punch through the line from Will Young. He's a good timer off the ball. And is the best place to hit back past the bowler.
Winning opportunities during the ODI series as well. Gas, Zik, Motor Oil unveil the real peel to reveal. And you could be a winner there.
Still a very good surface to bat on. Reflection of that from that straight drive from Will Young. Haris Rauf bowling with some pace. 140, 145.5, 144.3. He's the kind of bowler who just starts around 145 normally and just keeps going up with pace on. And no sighters, no breathers. And Pakistan have quite a few who can bowl consistently around that 140k mark. For any guesses for how many bowlers are present on the Pakistan circuit who can bowl at 140 k's per hour? That is over 15 if my counting is correct. That is 16 of them. Amir Jamal, Aqif Javed, Arshad Iqbal, Haris Rauf, Hassan Ali, Ehsanullah, Muhammad Asnain, Muhammad Wasim. And that's half. Musa Khan, Naseem Shah, Salman Irshad, Shaheen Shah Afridi, Shahnawaz Dahani, Wahab Riaz, Zaman Khan and Zishan Zamir. 140k plus, and some of them can touch the 150k, including Haris Rauf and Ehsanullah. That is a lot of firepower in and around the country, in the squad, on the bench and available. It's a treat to watch all of them bowl when the HBL PSL is happening and is going on. And is the one thing that overseas players who come and play at that franchise level always talk about Pakistan. Well, they really think that it has the best bowling in terms of franchise cricket as well. Overdone, 13 for no loss.
There's that list of quick guns of Pakistan. I'm surprised there's no Abbas Afridi in it. If my memory serves me right, during the PSL, I think. First look at that shot. You probably feel that he didn't quite get hold of it as he would have liked, but enough when you clear the 30-yard circle in power play 1. Good shot from London.
And that's the advantage of the power play. And it's called power play for a reason, with two fielders just outside. He knew it came off the toe end, but he'd done enough to get it over the infield with this outfield, which is very quick. Anything half-timed as well travels to the boundary. And because of that, a field change, a slip comes out. A short man catching deep at mid-wicket. But if anything goes past in the air in that region. Absolutely right. Nailing the Yorkers. One of the very best in the business, especially up front with that brand new Kookaburra in his hand. And he's even more deadly if he can get the ball to swing back in. Even with the fact that players know what's coming at them, he is a lot of times quite unplayable.
Good shot on the onside. Is that attacking mode Blundell was in? Got to keep that in mind. You're chasing 330 something. You've got to make sure of the make good use of the power play there.
He's in form. Got 65 in the first game. More of a hack into the leg side. More importantly, 2 boundaries now in the Shaheen over. Both in similar regions.
Just quickly coming back to that quick gun, so I'm surprised the highest wicket take in the PSL, not that being the reason, but I clearly remember he bowled 140 plus. I think Omar Gul's nephew, he could tell us if he feels that he is 140 plus. Samin Gul is another name that comes to my mind, could be. But are you saying consistently 140? Then maybe not. But if he can bowl more than 140, then maybe yes. Few more names. Again, the shorter length this time. Just working it around behind the square. Good running. As a good call from Blundell. Wants to strike back. Ran through that second one and pulled his partner out to complete that second.
He's a really good fielder. Don't forget, a couple of days ago, he effected a run out from a similar position. With his really good running, the intent was always to run for 2. Blundell always knew he was going to come back to the danger end. And good cricket all around. He's got a very strong arm, Mohammad Wasim Jr. on the bounce, right on top of the stumps.
Oh! That didn't just come up as he would have liked into the rib cage. Over ends with a leg by, and it's 24 without loss. New Zealand will have to really pace their chase out here. They've seen them starting so well. Somewhat just running out of gas out of 35 or 30 overs, and today they have a bigger target to chase. Good shot again, just past point. That'll earn him a boundary. That would work for that momentum that New Zealand is looking for, and Blundell has taken the lead.
Well, when you're chasing 335, that is the approach you need to have. It's nicely driven, more of a power stroke through the offside. And a fielder failing to stop that one. 148 k's an hour, that previous delivery from Haris Rauf.
If they can provide that platform somewhere up to the 35th over and have Cole McConkey come in and
do what he did day before yesterday. He was amazing with that bat. He almost gave a glimmer of hope to New Zealand to chase that 288 down and win it.
Don't forget Daryl Mitchell in 3 as well. In sublime form, Mark Chapman, where he can hit a long ball, and reinforcements in terms of Jimmy Neesham as well to go along with Cole McConkey. So they do have the ability and the quality present to chase this down.
Actually work this thing out. Shaheen and Haris will be coming at you, coming hard. Maybe look to score as many as possible against Osama Mir, who's got an opportunity. Iftikhar at a certain stage, he'll be coming in. Got quite a few left-handers in that middle order. Chapman is there, Neesham. Tom Latham himself.
Norris drove 148.4 this series. Fastest deliveries from the Pakistan Pacers. 148.2 from Ehsanullah, 147.2 from Naseem Shah. By far the 3 quickest men that Pakistan have. Wasim Jr., Shaheen Shah Afridi, and plenty more.
I tell you, if Ehsanullah is watching that, he wouldn't be happy being at 2, because all he wants to do is bowl quick. He was very quick. 154, I've seen that. Not this series, of course.
And having that much quality, which is so effective at your disposal, so many times they've dug Pakistan out of trouble, where Pakistan have scored subpar scores, and they've relied very heavily on their bowling to do the job for them. Today, a different story. And that's the kind of approach, combinations that work for Pakistan. Get that big score, and then rely on that deadly attack. In terms of the bowlers that Pakistan have, even quality spinners, 6 done, 29 for no loss.
New Zealand, the mammoth total to chase, will be looking to get a good first 10 overs. That's power play 1. The way Blundell has been approaching and trying to attract the premier fast bowler, it's a good thing, taking the fight back. There.
That is the natural game he plays. Even in the first one day, he was taking the attack on, and when you're chasing a big score, you have to deliver the counter punch consistently throughout the length of the game. And that's why getting ahead of the game or getting yourselves in a good position in the first 10, very important. And yes, the outfield is really quick. Yes, the wicket is a good one, the surface, in terms of batting.
Cooler evenings in Karachi, always. You get that breeze blowing, and you can enjoy your favorite Tapal tea at the Tapal Tea Lounge. Enjoy the 4th ODI. You hope that New Zealand puts up a fight here. We get a close finish. 3 down in the series. You just have that nothing to lose mindset, and you want to take a few wins back home. Played brilliantly, came back in the T20s.
That's the 11 for today, so the two openers there. And then you have in-form Daryl Mitchell at 3. Captain's been good, he can play the anchor. Chapman hasn't really arrived in the ODIs. Neesham can provide the firepower, and McConkey, we know what he can do at 7. Then you have the bowlers. It's got to be a wide. No, he's appealing for it, and the umpire hasn't given a wide, so what has it touched? Are we going? Can they convince Babar? He hasn't gone upstairs, he's not sure.
Not quite sure, Sikandar, because it appeared to be a wide, and if that's not given, Babar not convinced. DRS timer has run out, and now he has signaled a wide. I'm not quite sure how that's just panned out.
I think he's waiting for him to make his decision.
Well, technology has confirmed that it didn't touch any part of the glove or bat for Will Young. This time it has, and this time it does trickle down to the fence for a 4.
Just that delivery before that, where the umpire didn't signal the wide and waited for Babar Azam to go or not go for that review. But don't you feel that umpire can give his decision? He feels it's wide. If you are sure enough that the batter has nicked it, go on with the review. It's bowled 4 deliveries in 140 plus in this over. It's just gaining pace. Shaheen Shah into his 4th over at the moment. And single to end the 7th. It's 36 for no loss, New Zealand.
Mohamed Wasim Jr. No, it's straight up in the air. Fielder tracks back. Oh, that's brilliant. Haris Rauf continues where Mohamed Wasim Jr. left off on Wednesday night. That is a stunning catch running backwards from the big fast bowler.
Oh, first ball from Wasim. Fast bowler to fast bowler is nothing better than your fast bowling mates in the team taking a ripper of a catch like this. He runs back, he steadies himself and just snatches it at the last second. You can see he's pumped. It's the first wicket for Pakistan. Wasim Jr. gets it. It's Will Young for 15, 36 for 1.
Daryl Mitchell is the new man. And if New Zealand are going to mount a serious challenge to chasing down this mammoth total, then you'd think that this man will have to make 100. They'll have to do it around him. Brilliant average, 250s, 300s. He's really enjoyed the ODI series here in Pakistan so far. He finds himself out in the middle because of another piece of brilliance from a Pakistani fast bowler in the field. Superb. It's breezy out there. He had a lot of work to do lining the ball up. White ball falling out of a jet black sky, nothing to line it up against. Thoroughly deserves all of the applause and celebrations that are coming his way. Mitchell's off the mark with a couple.
Thousand smiles of Wasim Jr. First delivery in his spell, he gets a wicket. We saw his pearly whites the other night. It wasn't because he was getting wickets, it's because he was running around like Jonty Rhodes in the outfield. He loves his cricket. It looks like he really enjoys himself out there.
What a good delivery. Angle, wide angle on the crease from Wasim Jr. onto off stump, but here's what Grant Elliott's talking about. Harris Ralph has just taken a screamer. He did exactly the same thing in support of Naseem Shah the other night. The Pakistani quicks leading the way in the field. Excellent. Rizwan now gets horizontal.
Yeah, we've seen time and time again with the bowlers, they start well, generally around halfway through the power play we just see a few slide down the leg side. It's because on this wicket you want to be bowling straight, you want to be bowling wicket to wicket.
Everything seems to be coming together quite nicely for Pakistan here. Remember, we don't know how much ODI cricket they're going to have between now and the World Cup. And one of the great things about it is they've got brilliant fast bowling resources. And they're a real club out there. Doesn't matter which combination of quicks are out there, they enjoy each other's company and success. Mitchell had to be careful there, make sure he hit that. End of a successful over for Mohammad Wasim Jr., 41 for 1. A lot of work to do for this Kiwi batting lineup. Jimmy Neesham back into the side once again. Paul McConkey down there at number 7. Chapman as well. So there's 3 there in the middle. Can offer some real acceleration for the Black Caps. First and foremost, this man at the field, he's got to get in, got to get in. Play the sort of knock that Babar Azam did. If New Zealand are going to get anywhere near. We'll have to be quick. Rewarding times for everyone, even for the fans. This car will be awarded by PCB to the winner of Jazz recharge activity in the series. Stay tuned to find out who's the lucky winner. It's not bad, is it? Top your phone up, land yourself a car.
I remember the days when the players used to get it, Butch, and then drive it around the field. Don't know if it ever made its way back to the country of the recipient, but it was always good fun driving around the field.
I think I can remember Joffa Archer winning player of the match. I can't remember exactly where, but he was given a push bike and Joff just hopped on it and was just belting around the outfield on this bike.
Doing a few donuts.
I won a trouser press once. Difficult to ride, I've got to tell you.
Bring back the vehicle for the player, I say. Get your mates in, bowlers club, get them in there.
Still got the trouser press.
Can see. Yeah, you mentioned that Mitchell's the one to get 100, but I think he scored 280 the other night. I think maybe you can afford for one player to get 100. You almost feel like now you need either someone to get a big 100 like Fakhar Zaman did the other night to get over that 330 where he got 180. We need two players to actually get in and go big. It's going to be tough for New Zealand. Tough score to chase down.
Blundell really quick onto that. That's a fabulous stroke. And these pitches where the ball comes at you rather than bounces, you've got to try and hit that pull shot in front of square, and Blundell did that brilliantly.
Exquisite timing from Blundell. Rocks back, transfer of weight. But it was contact point. Hitting it in front of square means he's seeing it early. He's getting a lot of it on the blade. Shot of dominance early on, telling the bowler, well, I'm not going to let you bowl short today. Harris Ralph won't enjoy that. 147 k's an hour to get pumped in front of square by the opening batter. Normally that's followed with another bouncer. Interesting to see what he bowls here. As a fast bowler, sometimes you just have to put your ego away.
And because of that, you can double bluff the batter, can't you? You might be sitting back waiting for that second bumper. Harris Ralph, we know, has got a excoriating Yorker. Just catch somebody out. Camping on the back foot. Gone. Got him. He was sitting back. Harris Ralph went full. And Blundell has just plopped it into the hands of Iftikhar at extra cover.
Well, he managed to put that ego away, Harris Ralph. Exactly what Mark Butcher said. Maybe camping on the back foot just ever so slightly. Doesn't get forward. Tom Blundell hits it airborne. Straight to Iftikhar. Another 145 k an hour delivery, and that's what pace does. Causes a few mistakes. Tom Blundell, he looked good for 23. He's got to go 46 for 2.
The skipper comes out, whirling the arms. Hello today, Ian Botham. He's got a big job to do. Remember, of course, he won the toss 4.5, 5 hours or so ago and decided that they would chase again. I was a little surprised by that. Now he's got to come out and justify that and take this one close. Here's the end of Tom Blundell. Simplest of catches for Iftikhar. Harris Ralph will say, well, I'll take 4 in front of square on the pull shot as I get the final word.
.46 for 2. Having a look at Tom Blundell, and you see the head position there. We spoke about at the break, Babar Azam, how late he hits the ball, and you can see his weight was up. His head was behind the delivery at contact point. Contact point was in front of him. He's looking to hit it airborne.
Yeah, but I don't know whether that was intentional. I think in the end he had to try and hit it airborne because his weight was back. Tom Blundell, as many of the modern day players are, and many players batting here in the subcontinent, will try and make a first move forward. So even though it looks as though he's trying to get onto the front foot, it's the position of the head. See, Mitchell, his first move is to go at the bowler, so you take a little step forward. But if you're really committing to go forward, or at least then making the move to go and play the ball on the front foot, then the head goes with it, right? See, a little press forward, but then head is right back over the back knee. Meant that he was perhaps thinking in the back of his mind it's going to be short. And once that happens, once the head stays back, then you see the ball up there, then you have to throw the hands forward, which is where the contact comes right out in front of you and you've got no control over it.
And the cue that you got from that was because he crunched it in front of square off the back foot, 147 k's an hour, and you go, well, that doesn't normally happen. So maybe he's more expecting it to be short and waiting for that. Showed, let's have a look at the contact point there. Just in front of the head, you're right, Mike Butcher. Maybe just slightly on the back foot, had to go airborne.
Excellent work from Mohamed Wasim Jr. Wicket in the previous over, followed up by a maiden. 10 gone, power play over, 46 for 2. Asif Yaqub signals the end of the power play. And it's been one that has belonged to Pakistan. 2 wickets picked up. One by Harris Ralph, one by Mohamed Wasim Jr. Doesn't matter what combination of quicks Pakistan put out, they're formidable, whichever 3 you're faced with.
Doesn't matter because they've got so many bowlers that bowl 140k plus. And I look in New Zealand and you start thinking about the real genuine pace bowlers. You think Adam Milne and Lockie Ferguson. There's maybe Ben Sears in Wellington. Pakistan possess so many fast bowlers, and what that does is it forces mistakes, new mistakes, and the ability to push players back. As Mark Butcher was saying, look at that contact point between Babar Azam and Tom Blundell. Admittedly, that ball's a little bit lower. Babar Azam just on shin height. That one's knee height to Tom Blundell. But look at the ball in front of the eyes. Tom Blundell, quite upright. Babar Azam, head over the ball, hitting it right underneath the eyes.
Yeah, displays it pretty well. I suppose the only thing that you don't get from flat 2D pitches is the fact that the delivery to Babar was probably 128 and the delivery to Tom Blundell was about 20 clicks faster. But that supports your point, doesn't it? If you've got just a resource of fast bowlers, all of your guys are able to clock above 140. And it asks a lot of questions of technique and just the judgment. You know, you have to make split-second calls, and sometimes you make mistakes. Jazz fan polls. Which Pakistani opener has the most not-out scores in ODIs against New Zealand? Now there's a niche one. 1, Ramiz Raja. 2, Syed Anwar. New Zealand just having a wall built in front of them at the moment. It's 10 dot balls on the trot and the wicket of Tom Blundell.
You also start to wonder, you know, leading into this World Cup, what's going to be a great score in the power play? Quite like targets. You know, the last 10 we always talk about trying to go at 10 and over. 8 to 10 and over, so there's 80 to 100. And in the power play, whether 60 is acceptable, whether some teams are going to look to accelerate and take that power play on, but I think the overs 20 to 40 is the most crucial bit when the spinners are on.
Now 12 dots on the trot it was, including the wicket, has been broken by a single. Wonder what was going on here. Cho Afridi perhaps offering a bit of hairstyling advice maybe, or trying to press a headache out of the head of Haris Rauf.
I actually have no idea what he's doing there. I was trying to think of something. The only thing I can think of is maybe a little migraine. The harder you press, the better it'll get.
Hell no. Either that or Haris Rauf's head had swelled a bit because of the brilliance of the catch and he was just trying to squeeze it back into place.
Don't get a big head. Stay grounded.
Another single. Rate climbing all of the time here on New Zealand, up above 7 and a bit and over. 48 for 2. As though Haris Rauf is going to leave the field. I think we get fingers around the back of the neck like that. There's perhaps a bit of tension, a bit of a headache has crept in there somewhere. So he's gone off the field for a little bit of attention. Maybe a bit of a neck manipulation by the physio. Ice pack on the back of the neck, perhaps.
And Shane Shafridi's work didn't help him out, even though Cliffy Deacon's done his 200th game. Shane Shafridi thought he'd take over, offering some advice. I don't know if that's going to help. Almost looked like he wanted to choke him out. Hopefully Harris Ralph's all right.
Abdullah Shafiq sits this one out, but he finds himself in the thick of the action nonetheless as 12th man. Shot. Oh, that's terrific. Very good from Tom Latham. Brings up the 50 for New Zealand.
Fantastic test player and one-day player. Play all three formats, and it's his alignment. Head right behind the ball, balanced, waits for it. That is as good as a coach would want to see from any player. For a young player, and they say play in the V, that's it.
Round the wicket. Crisp drive once again, but this time straight to Baba, mid-off.
Mitchell does it well. He rotates the strike, and at this stage of the game, you're out of the power play, but you need to, it's all right getting bat on ball. You need to be scoring runs and just rotating the strike. You don't need boundaries. It's getting momentum into this partnership, which is fairly early on. Shots like that, you see Latham's just trying to open the blade, trying to manipulate the ball to try and get it down to third man. That was something that Babar Azam did so well throughout the middle stages. Just manipulating the bowler, getting one a ball at worst. How can I get the best delivery that you're going to bowl somewhere for one?
Gets that one through. "12 gone, 54 for 2. Tough going so far for New Zealand. It was tough going for them in the field, and they have their captain to thank for that. He put Pakistan in again in the heat of the day, and they felt the heat from the blade of Baba. Pakistan finished very, very strongly as well with the bat, which will please their coaching staff no end. Iftikhar, Sam Shaheen and Mohammed Harris elevating Pakistan to 334 for 6. Salman it is who gets a chance with the ball. Performed well in the previous ODI. Perhaps wouldn't have bowled as many as 9 overs. had it not been for the injury to Mohamed Nawaz. Finished off with figures of 1 for 42 from 9. What about you, but Pakistan looked a slightly stronger side without Mohamed Nawaz in it today.
Yeah, well, I think that's just been the one question mark, is that the middle order. How can they find someone in that middle order, or a few players that actually take the game away from the opposition? They found that with Iftikhar and Salman, batted brilliantly through the middle. That's what New Zealand need to do now. New Zealand need to actually take on the spinners here through the middle. They need to be a little bit aggressive when they feel the time is right with this partnership. At the moment, it's just 9 of 21 balls, but Daryl Mitchell, if he can be the dominant player in this partnership and Latham push one a ball, they could create a really nice partnership here to try and put some pressure on the spinners through the middle. Otherwise, the run rate's just going to climb. We're already at 7.5s. You don't want to see that get above 8s, not at this stage of the game.
Single starting to come in a trickle, not hurting Pakistan at this moment in time. 57 for 2. Quite a bit of divergence starting to appear already between the two worms. Nicely timed. Good work from Sama Mir.
Do you think, Butch, that Pakistan, they're so dominant at the death that when you construct an innings against them, you could look at the power play, but once again, they've got a new ball. They've got Shane Shah Afridi and they've got Harris Rauf, Naseem Shah if he's playing, or even Mohamed Wasim Jr. But it's the opportunity not through the middle. This is where you really have to try and hurt them. Overs 10 through to 40.
Shot. A long-awaited boundary has arrived off the blade of Daryl Mitchell.
Yeah, he's strong here. Short. Pakistan trying something different. It's around chest height. Daryl Mitchell just helps that on its way. He's a powerful player. Hopefully we're going to see that power tonight, because when he gets going, they can hit it all over the park.
Hey, flip that bucket. Flip the bucket onto your head as fast as you can. And that winners will get finger-licking good prizes from KFC. Going back to your question, I completely agree with you. Completely agree with you. Without Mohamed Nawaz in the 11, Pakistan have only got 4 specialist bowlers, although Salman is more than decent with his off-spin, and Iftikhar can also chip in. Sama Mir is the very beginning of his one-day international career. You've got to put somebody under some pressure in the bowling lineup, because if you leave it to the last 10, you might well fall very far short against Pakistan at the death.
And you think that in the team talk, You don't know who's going to play. Obviously, there's been 5 changes in their team, but Salman Mir could be the one that you go, right, Salman and him, you can try and dominate him. He's just played 5 games, 4 wickets. Try and put him under pressure early so that they can bring the fasties back, which means you get more opportunity at the back end.
Yeah, I mean, the average is a small sample size, but you've got, what, 50, 70 and 40 for the spin bowling, 64 for 2. Somebody wandered into the sight line of Tom Latham. I think it might be you, the fluorescent pink. Faisal was looking around behind. It's like that embarrassing moment where you walk into a room and somebody waves. You wave back. Shot. Nicely played, Tom Latham. Unsurprisingly, he finds a gap behind square, either on the leg side, this time on the off.
I went for the sweep. Someone then pushed it wider. Tom Latham just punches it off the back foot, opens the face. Nice placement. That's what they need. They need boundaries early on in the over.
You'd never have done it, would you? You're such a popular guy. If someone is waving, they're definitely waving at you. But you must have had that horrible feeling where you kind of wave back and then realise it was the bloke behind you.
I've done it. I'll tell you what happened. Reminded me of I was in Canterbury and I was sitting there and Chris Cairns walked towards me and waved, and I thought, oh, I've only met him once. This is a bit odd. Thought, well, I'm not going to wave. And then he turned around, fielded the next ball at third man, waved again, and I waved back a little bit. That's a bit awkward. It was one of those awkward waves. And then I said to my mate, I said, that's really weird. And then I realised that his wife was sitting behind me. He wasn't waving at me. It was awkward. Very awkward, Butch, so I got up and left.
Yeah, it's even worse if it's a beautiful woman doing the waving. 15 gone, 69 for 2.
You have to be careful how you'll be bowling at Latham against spin. He will be opting for a lot of sweeps, reverse sweeps. He's very fond of that, and he's got good control of it. Saumid getting an opportunity in place of Shadab, who twisted his ankle in that third ODI, just to be safe and not aggravate that. They've just rested him. Sama gets
chance. Slightly short. Should be 2 here. Well, settle for 1, just jogging the single. This will be the moment where New Zealand will be thinking they can up the rate, try to attack Osama Mir. He's in his first over, try to get as many runs as possible from his spell, and also through a part-timer. There again, he'll play it fine. They got protection. Salman Agha or Iftikhar or Osama Mir, they all are in operation. Those are the overs where you'd like to get more runs going, to just stay in the chase. At the moment it's just 7.6 runs an over that's required.
Absolutely right, Sakand. Especially when you're chasing such a big score, well in above of 300, 335 is what they require. The asking rate is just over 7.5 at the moment. And they've lost 2 wickets along the way, but have experienced 2 in the middle in terms of skipper Tom Latham and Mitchell. And you're right in terms of they will have to target 1, if not 2, of the Pakistan bowlers. We know how effective Rauf and Shaheen, Mohammad Wasim Jr. with his reverse swing are at the back end. So this period of play very important. 16 overs done, 73 for 2, as we just take a short break for drinks.
Lost the 2 openers already. It's a rebuilding process at the moment between captain and informed Darryl Mitchell.
Salman is now the choice for Babar. It's bowled well in the third ODI. Conditions were suiting him, and he was smart with his length. It's in the air. He's not in full control of that. Just on a bounce down to Shan Masood at deep square.
You saw when Latham hit it, he didn't give it the full swing. It was more of a dab round the corner, and did try and turn the bat in his hand as well. Lucky for him, didn't make a tight connection. Once again, two contrasting players at the crease. Latham will play the spinners predominantly square off the wicket on either side and behind. Daryl Mitchell, he likes to hit the ball in front. Now the other thing you get with Salman is he bowls his overs very quickly, and suddenly you threw 3 or 4 overs on one side. It's a good time to bowl him as well. New Zealand slightly under pressure, just scoring at 4.5 at the moment.
$17 gone, 77 for 2. Difference not much at the moment, but that matters. How good or how well New Zealand can accelerate in this period. Oh, that second power play was a big one in terms of overs, goes up to 40.
With the leg spinner on, the ball turning into left-handed Latham. The big hit is on his leg side and it is with the wind. Yes, today one side, the opposite side as opposed to a couple of days ago longer. It is to the leg side of Latham at the moment.
Nice bat. Looks like there's bat. More glove. He's way in front of his body when he's trying to attempt that sweep. Babar will take a lot of convincing to go for that review. Osama is saying yeah.
Third umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision on field is not out. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Let's start with front foot, please. Can't tell if there's any bat involved there. Let's go to outer edge. Copy. Waiting for outer edge. Waiting for outer edge, Joe. Outer edge coming up. There's a flat line when the ball goes past the bat, so no bat involved. Let's go to ball tracking when ready. Ball tracking coming up. Original decision is not out. Pitching in line. Impact outside or stump. Stay with the original decision. Stand by. Your on-screen signal now.
Yeah, the minute I saw the first replay, everyone went back to their fielding positions because it hit the back legs, just somewhere around the pocket area, but impact is way outside off. Very reluctantly, Babar went for that.
Slightly quicker through the air as well. Hold it across the left-hander. It continued on with the angle. And that LBW shout against Latham.
The appeals are almost like a reflex, even if it's the keeper. But when you actually deciding on a review, the keeper has a big say because the ball is way outside off when the impact happened. That's the last ball, just kept a touch low. Bat on ball, but they know how Latham operates. They've got a protection there. Single to end the over. It's 80 for 2 after 18. Match summary here, 334 for 6, Pakistan. And down the wicket he comes, almost takes the umpire with him. Good work by the umpire to get out of the way. That was hit flat straight at him.
I tell you what, Sikandar, Asif Yaqub has done very well to get out of the way. And manages the top half of his body to sway left. Oh! And good reflexes. That was hit really hard. Good strike for Latham as well. And they just need to get a move on. And they're going around 4.5 steadily at the moment, but run rate keeps climbing. Just under 8 the asking rate now.
It's almost like a batter getting out of the way of a short delivery. We still haven't seen the two batters trying to attempt anything against the part-timer and Osama Mir. You've got to give it to them. They've been pretty accurate, stump to stump. But this phase is the important one for New Zealand to keep up that run rate, to get to that 300 plus.
Well, we have to be something special from both Mitchell, Latham, more from the middle, and they need to lay a platform and not leave too many for too long to the back end. And he's hit that well, but there is a sweeper behind. "19 overs done, and New Zealand 86 for 2.
Samamir has done well, which is why he's earned himself this position to get into the squad and now into the 11. And this is what is required and needed by New Zealand. 8 runs and over. In the Premier domestic one-day tournament. That's the Pakistan Cup. In that, his team Central Punjab won it. And Osama Mir, 28 wickets in 11 games. Economy great. Got into the test side as a wide and got that all-important wicket. You remember in January he got the wicket of Kane Williamson, and that gave him so much confidence. In the one day, as he's just started believing more in himself, that he's there, he's there to stay. Then a good PSL for Multan Sultan. Oh, just he probably lost it in that helmet that he's wearing, the visor. The movement and the anticipation was correct from Mohammad Rizwan.
Yeah, he's done well, and because he's anticipated the sweep, Latham's gone early. He gives him the cue, but it gets the top edge of the bat, because of which it goes over Rizwan. Osama Mir, big smile on his face, a half opportunity, maybe even not. A rare lapse in the field by Fakhr Zaman. And just goes over in the end.
You get those helmets for the wicket keepers. Everything is similar except for their visors quite shorter, so that anything goes over their head, any catch.
Take that back. I want to see initial landed.
20 gone.
There's nothing behind the line. That's a no ball. No ball.
He's overstepped, Osama Mir. And TV umpire and team very quick to jump onto that. And he'll have to come back and re-bowl. And there is the confirmation. Just overstepping, you need something behind the line. Line belongs to the umpire. Right, free hit opportunity for Daryl Mitchell. Long on, long off. On the fence, deep mid-wicket, also moving closer in to plug that gap. He likes to go over that area from mid-wicket to long off. Now use his feet and goes down the track. Ah, yes, he does. Doesn't get the distance. It's a free hit. The crowd does not know that. So it'll just be the single. Oh, then eventually comes to an end, 93 for 2.
In the comparison of various stages of the game, you can see that Pakistan is slightly ahead of New Zealand. Now you're left with 3 sets of 10 overs to accelerate somewhere. The last ball of the previous over, a free hit, tried to clear long on Daryl Mitchell. Didn't quite get hold of it. Just a single added to the total, and that extra run from that no ball. Should be at least, well, just one. Wasim is quick to cover ground there in the deep. slog sweep and doesn't beat the fielder. Deep square.
Placement very good on that occasion. Hitting in front of square, Shan Masood had to make a lot of ground to cut off that boundary. That also brings up the 50 partnership. It's come in 71 deliveries. And this time goes for the reverse from the front of the bat. It's not the first time he's played it. He's well in control when he plays that. Practices is a lot as well.
Yeah, the back of the bat. It could go anywhere because it's not a flat surface. Could actually play it onto the stumps.
Lisa Stilaker in the back of the commentary box giving me stick for calling it the front of the bat. You guys know what I meant. Meant the back of the bat. Said the front of the back. Part of the bat. Anything. It all counts as runs.
As long as it was the bat. Another single. 99 for 2. So 236 more to win this game for New Zealand. Got plenty of overs. 29 of them. Daryl Mitchell or Latham, someone will have to take charge.
From Babar Azam's point of view, he still hasn't bowled Iftikhar because Osama Mir, Salman Agha doing a very good job bowling in tandem. And they haven't given away a lot of runs. Salman 5 overs, just 24. And whether he bowls Iftikhar to one of the left-handers later on, there's also an option. So plenty of bowling options for Pakistan.
Yes, good running. Forcing the two, putting pressure on the fielder in the deep. Not getting the boundaries and try to make use of those big boundaries on the offside if you're bowling from that far end.
And that's some headgear. Mine too. I still have the peaky blinder on. Thank you, Grant Elliott. And you took Grant Elliott out on a shopping spree. From what we heard, he bought a lot of things, but only came back with a peaky blinder for Mark Butcher. Nothing for anybody else. What happened there, Sikandar?
It was so expensive, this. We'll just empty pocket. Couldn't afford anything else. The one what you're wearing right now, I mean, it's a limited edition.
Well, you went to Zena Market, right?
Anything has Zainab's name on it is a limited edition.
That's exactly what it is. 22 done, 104 for 2.
Ask, really tough ask for New Zealand. Oh, it should have been even tougher. Mohammad Rizwan has squandered a chance to send back the New Zealand captain.
Yeah, well-flighted delivery, enticing Latham out of the pitch, going across the line. That's where he was undone.
Third umpire to director.
Almost yorked himself.
Umpire review for stumping. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's start with front on spin vision, please.
And he gets back comfortably.
Ball passes close to the bat. Let's get Ultra H to confirm. Flat line as the ball goes past. No bat involved. Let's go to side on for the stumping, please. That's grounded behind the line. I have a decision for the big screen.
Chance goes begging. Tom Latham not happy again with tough one for the keeper, simply because the batter's body probably obscured his view. Always tough when they're full and they go between bat and pad, but Rizwan will still think, as good a keeper as he is, that he should have claimed the chance. Yeah, as Latham steps out. In fact, he probably had a better view of it than... Right, it's a shocker. Long and short.
You're being very kind, Butch. The problem is that there are times when the keeper just rises a little bit much. That's where he goes up.
Yeah, it's a big miss. Rizwan, that'll hurt Rizwan. Professional that he is. Also tough on Salman Aga, who's having a terrific night. One of the two sort of part-time spinners, although I think he's a little bit better than that. He's doing a really good job here in the middle overs, outside of the power play. Keeping a lid on things for Pakistan, 108 for 2. You're just joining us, missed another masterclass from Bubba. Unlucky, they might get 2 if Latham's quick on the turn. He's not. Bubba masterclass, an explosive finish from Pakistan's middle and lower middle order. And the Kiwis struggling to keep a pace with the ever-climbing scoring rate. And the stumps haven't helped them out a great deal there.
Yeah, we've got to remember that New Zealand won the toss and elected to bowl first, so one thing that hasn't happened for New Zealand. No dew, which was very similar to the last ODI.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised they decided to bowl first again in the heat. Conditions were almost identical to those on Wednesday. You needed any confirmation that it's dry as a bone out there. The rubber was not glistening.
One thing that I did before coming for this ODI series was to do a little bit more research into some of the Pakistan players.
Shot. That's magnificent from Latham. Straight down the ground. Nothing Osama Mir could do about it.
I actually prefer it when Latham is going straight down the ground. I know he's got all the funky shots square, but a player that is good against spin can punish spinners straight down the ground and behind square, whether it be on the off or onside. He's looking a little bit more busy at the crease at the moment. But yeah, did a little bit of research on some of these players and how they started cricket, because I get fascinated with how people decide to pick up the bat and ball. Osama has an interesting story. You know, was kind of scolded for playing cricket, actually. Was told to get back into school. And they didn't obviously have a backyard, but they had a garage.
Oh, dropped. Babar Azam. Quite extraordinary. That's 2 chances in consecutive overs. The Rizwan one was simple enough. This was an absolute dolly. 117 for 2. Well, no one to admonish Baba. He's the skipper after all, but Osama Mir should have had a wicket here. Skewed off the outside half of the bat. Very little pace on it. It was almost too easy. Baba didn't really move his feet. Yeah, that's how you should have done it. Anyway, garage.
Oh yes, with all of that action that was happening in the previous over. So he obviously playing cricket in a garage, there's not a lot of space. And so obviously watching a lot of cricket, he always chose Australia, and the bowler he bowled was Shane Warne. So it kind of reminds me of some interesting stories, and I'd be fascinated to know yours. Like, was there a certain shot that you were so good at because of the backyard, or you couldn't hit the roses or the shed or the neighbour, or, you know, you hone your skills at such a young age and it helps you. It actually helps you later in life.
I mean, yeah, I suppose depending on which way you look at it, it could have really hindered me. I mean, being a left-hander in our back garden, we had a pond in the sort of the bottom corner, and all the windows are at the other. So just where I had to then take strike meant that there was more space on the offside, so I was an offsided player. Leg side was no good. You'd end up with the ball in the pond or through a window, which I still managed. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The conditions or the environment in which you learn the game can sometimes really have a bearing on how things turn out for you later in life. Viv Richards told me a great story. I had the great honour of having to go over to Antigua, terrible trip, to go and interview Sir Viv for a documentary back home, and he took me to the schoolyard where he practiced, and again, leg side was the place to hit it. Think of Viv and him stepping across and belting everything through mid-wicket and over square leg. That was honed in the schoolyard near his house in Antigua. Halfway then, 1, 2, 3 for 2. that Pakistan had that fabulous finish. Bearing in mind, of course, that Pakistan's strength is very much in their death bowling. So they're 10 runs worse off at this point, which doesn't really mean a great deal. But in terms of resources at the back end of the innings, Pakistan's bowling in that final 10 will be stronger than that of New Zealand's. So this is still an extremely important period of play for New Zealand's batters. Run rate is below 5 at the moment. The rate required is almost 8.5, and they're in danger of letting the whole thing spiral out of control.
Yeah, and the other thing that I'm conscious of, just having a look at these guys, is every time Daryl Mitchell faces up, beads of sweat come pouring off his helmet. And also, Latham looks like he was knocking back the hydrolyte a lot, so cramping, fatigue. Remember that they've been out in the field for a long period of time in the middle of the heat, and now they've got to really start to get motoring, because that required run rate is getting up to that 9 mark.
Goes for the favoured sweep. I think it might have come off the pad or perhaps a bottom edge. Either way, it's 4-leg byes, says Joel Wilson.
Yeah, back leg outside the line of off stump. Let's see the ability just to lap. Reverse sweep and traditional sweep, and then go down the ground and expose the fact that mid-off is up. Wide, but Latham is kicking himself. There's certainly an opportunity for a boundary that's gone begging.
Yeah, there was a lot of pace on that. Could have just tickled it rather than trying to hit it hard. It's a better pace to Latham, a little bit slower. Before we came on, you've asked me your question, and a very good one it was. I was going to ask you about your early cricketing memories, the teams you watched, maybe touring teams that came over to Australia when you were a youngster, as well as the Australian teams. What inspired you to get into the game?
Yeah, for me, I guess the 1992 World Cup. Off the helmet, so that means we're going to have a bit of a concussion check. Well, 2 opportunities have gone begging so far for Pakistan, and they were in successive overs as well. Missed stumping Mohammad Rizwan. He was on 35, Tom Latham, and then the very next over, Daryl Mitchell just popped one up to Babar Azam, who's perplexed at why he dropped it.
Yeah, footwork. I think footwork was to blame for both, actually. I think you mentioned the fact that Rizwan came up a little early for the stumping, and Babar for the catch, where he just didn't move. The feet took root. You were talking about fatigue and the way that the heat is sapping the energy out of these New Zealand batters out there. Babar batted for the best part of 50 overs. Wouldn't be surprised if his mind and body were not perhaps in the full flush right now. Get to the back end of a long cricketing summer for these players.
Well, Salman certainly had a wonderful time with the bat in hand, and what was effective for him was his ability to play spin, whether it be reverse or traditional, but his use of feet, impact of point was out in front.
It's a 92 World Cup, you say? Famous win for Pakistan, obviously.
Yeah, and every team had the same uniform, didn't they? Different, obviously the same, different colour, but the stripes across were the same.
Skewed in the air. Must be. Is. The pressure was building. The chances were coming, and finally one has been snaffled. Shaheen Shah Afridi picks up the catch. Osama Mir with the wicket.
Osama Mir has been bowling exceptionally well. He could have had a wicket in his previous over, but finally the partnership has been broken between Daryl Mitchell and Tom Latham. It was building nicely, 83 runs, but you felt that scoreboard pressure was just starting to get both of these players. Daryl Mitchell, he goes for 34. New Zealand now have lost their third wicket for 129.
Mark Chapman is the new man for New Zealand. So two left-handers together in the middle. That'll be helpful to Arga Salman and his off-spin. Terrific average at the beginning of his career, Mark Chapman. And whatever happens on this tour, he'll always have the memory of the 100 that he made in the final T20. That's the end of Mitchell. Slow and wide off break from Arga Salman. Yeah, the pressure was just too much, wasn't it? The chances were coming, the runs were not coming. And finally, Pakistan managed to cling on to the chance, the gift-wrapped chances that have been coming their way. So Imran Khan's finest moment as a player, 92 World Cup. Australia didn't have a great time of it, I seem to remember. Alan Border was captain then.
Yeah, but it didn't matter. It was almost like everyone was, it was a celebration. Those type of, you know, the World Cup events is an event in itself. It brings so many people to our shores and everyone's talking about cricket.
And how old were you then, if you don't mind me asking? Well, I was 20. I reckon that makes you would have been 13.
It sounds good to me. I can't figure it out. Those on Twitter, they want to figure it out. 79, 92. There you go.
Beauty.
That's the shirt.
And it was the first World Cup with coloured clothing as well, wasn't it? The white balls. There'd been red ball cricket up until then. I think the previous World Cup would have been in India, wouldn't it? In 86, 87. Mike Gatting's reverse sweep. It's ubiquitous now and everybody plays it a lot better. 1-3-1 for 3. Iftikhar Ahmed into the attack. And this is absolutely perfect for Pakistan. Got part-time bowler, needs to get through some overs. Two left-handers in, and Pakistan are able to bowl two left-handers with a huge leg side boundary. Almost tailor-made for the Pakistani team.
Yeah, it's the first time that Required run rate has just clicked up to 9 as well. The pressure is building. Not easy for Mark Chapman, who's just walked out. Butch, what was your first memory?
Well, first things I can remember are watching the great West Indian sides in the 70s. So the 76 team under Clive Lloyd. What a shot. That is a magnificent strike. Wow, Mark Chapman. Talk about talent.
Yeah, comes straight to the crease, and this is what we like about players that just want to free their arms, take a bit of a risk, opens up all of his stumps because he knows I can go with the spin. Why not target the part-time bowler? He's just come on to bowl and he goes all the way.
Yeah, Clive Lloyd would have been proud of that himself, I think. But I was just thinking about the first time I remember seeing Pakistan. So that would have been the 82 tour of England. Pakistan led by Imran Khan. Wonderful execution there from Chapman. Not so much from the ball boy. Chipped in the leg side. That'll be a couple. And guys like Wasim Raja, sadly no longer with us. Majid Khan. Zahir Abbas. Happy days. 140 for 3. .195 off 132 required. Chapman again uses his feet brilliantly. Ball wasn't that short from Argasama, but he made it into a long hop by the use of twinkle toes.
We talk a lot in the commentary box about intent. Willing to pounce on anything that's wide, short and full. This time short in length, and Chapman is all over it.
Well, that's in the air, there's nobody out there. And it's gone all the way. Well, Mark Chapman has come to play here. And he will not die wondering. 150 up for New Zealand.
Just imagine the ball, he's coming out in the middle. Required rate is gone up a little bit. He's got his partner, his skipper, Tom Latham, down the other end. Partnership's 21 off 14. He's 18 off 8.
Yeah, now things are hotting up a little bit. Pakistan will have to wake up. Had a little slumber there for a while. And Chapman is going to push hard. Other names from that 1982 tour, Lisa. Sarfraz Nawaz, who played county cricket for Northamptonshire, was the first person that I ever saw reverse swing the ball. Imran did it also on that tour. Into the gap, and that'll be 50 for Tom Latham. His 20th in one-day internationals. Go along with 700s. Captain is hanging in there. $50,000 Pakistani rupees to Tom Latham from Brighto Paints. 50 years in the business for them. More business to be done by New Zealand. 153 for 3.
Oh, another big shot. Another one that goes all the distance, and it once again Chapman. He is now 26 of just 12 with 3 really big hits.
Well, this is the Chapman we saw in the T20s when he scored his 100. Well, he came in and he played strokes like that. Swashbuckling stuff here from Chapman. He's being aggressive, and this is what you need to do in the middle overs. Take the bowlers on.
And he's doing just that. He's attacking Iftikhar, who gets a first game today. That's a nice strike. Off air, Grant, you were mentioning that, and we've spoken about this on air as well. This time straight to the field. The middle phase of the game, between 20 and 40 overs, especially when you're chasing a high score, you can't leave too many runs at the back end, no matter who you have at 5, 6 or 7. And that's why Chapman here playing a really handy knock. Should be a couple of runs. Well, Haris Mohammed has given away a boundary.
Well, not a couple, it's 4. Oh, Chapman using the crease well. You see how he just shimmies outside the leg stump, gets deep in the crease. He punched that along the ground with a lot of power. Got through. Iftikhar's under pressure here.
I've called for 2. Should be just the 1. Not happy. See a couple of teapots, and Babar Azam just staring down a few players. In spite of the runs that Pakistan have put up, they can't afford to be complacent in the field. It's an excellent over for New Zealand. 12 of Iftikhar's second over, 165 for 3. Ever since Mark Chapman has walked in, he's had other ideas. He has the idea of taking the Pakistan attack on. Whenever a boundary opportunity has presented itself, he's taken it on. And he has taken it on. And you can enjoy the shot. 3 big hits to go along with a couple of boundaries, and it's the impact that he's having on the game. 31 of 16, partnership 36 of 24. And the asking rate at 8.5 runs and over. Mohammad Wasim now with the ball. Grant, we talk about the middle phase of the game and the fact that you don't want to let too many runs for too many overs. And it's the kind of intent that you talk about that Chapman is now showing.
Yeah, well, what Chapman's done now is he's had 2 big overs. He's on 31 of 16. He's brought back the fast bowlers. So now Babar Azam is going to bring back Shane Shafridi, Haris Rauf, and Wasim Jr. And what that does, though, is it allows New Zealand to then, Babar Azam has to bowl different bowlers, potentially Osama, Iftikhar and Salman in overs 40 to 50, which means then you can try and dominate those latter parts of the game. So you have to take it on, you have to be aggressive and try and change Babar Azam's blueprint of rotating his bowlers, and instead of him dominating the game through the middle, then all of a sudden the pressure goes on the captain and the bowling changes and the bowler coming into bowl.
And so often than not, what that also does is, because of the pressure created of the asking rate, what you end up doing is, or what your striker or impact player ends up doing is losing his wicket, because he then has to go at a pace which is covering up for what's gone in the past few overs, and then also trying to keep up with the asking rate. And most often than not, that middle order finisher, the ball striker, ends up losing their wicket.
Yeah, so when you look at this game now and you assess it and you mark Chapman and Tom Latham, you say to yourself, right, well, we're prepared to try and go 10 and over for the last 10 overs. So there's 100 runs. So at the moment then, what do we need in the next 10 overs? So you need 68 in 10 overs, so that's possible. Almost just to run a ball. This field there, they come back for 2. However, Pakistan are so good at the death that maybe you go, okay, well, let's go 8, which means that in this period now, okay, 88 now, and then 80 at the death. That gives you your 168 to score. And it all becomes breaking it down into small chunks. It makes you believe, makes you think that you're in the game. Looking at the score now, everyone would think, oh, well, you know, it's Pakistan's game. However, the game can turn in the next 10 overs. The next 10 overs are going to be the most crucial overs of this game.
Sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. The crowd enjoying themselves as well. As Babar Azam just walking off the field. The impact of previous delivery hit by Mark Chapman straight to Babar Azam. And just passing off instructions.
Well, Tom Latham, 50, another one from the captain. He's a responsible player, test player, but he can open his arms when he needs to. He's selective in the way that he plays. Making contact in the middle of the bat tonight. Well constructed 50.
A rare swing and a miss from Chapman.
Yeah, it looked like there was maybe a little bit of shape on that, Arush. Perhaps a little bit of reverse swing maybe coming into play. Have a look at Latham. Well, we've seen players that are successful. Daryl Mitchell played really straight when he scored his 100, and there you go, 56% straight. 26% behind the wicket. Not too much on the offside through the cover region. Relatively strong there as well.
Captain's hat now on Mohammad Rizwan as Babar Azam has just gone off the field. 31 done, 169 for 3. Very much neck and neck at the moment. It's the 1 run, the difference in between, but it was what Pakistan did at the back end. And in this period on, when Salman Ali Agha came in, followed by Iftikhar Shaheen Shah Afridi with his fireworks with the bat. Muhammad Haris as well, and they ended up getting 70 in the last 5, 38 in the last 2. Grant Elliott, what you said has transpired. Shaheen Shah Afridi now. Oh, it's a nice pickup shot. That is a really nice pickup shot from Latham.
Yeah, this is brilliant batting. Absolutely brilliant. Because your premier fast bowler comes back. He's coming back to push that run rate up and get wickets. However, the first delivery, Tom Latham dispatches him over the big boundary, square leg. That immediately puts pressure on Shaheen Shah Afridi now. First ball boundary, you get 5 singles around it, you've got your 9 for the over.
Well, he has picked him up 7 times in international cricket. So it is a good matchup. And he doesn't get too many runs off him either in terms of getting them quickly. But at the moment, Latham's role, I'd imagine, would be to bat through the innings and continue to score at 6 or 7 runs and over. Play at just over run a ball and allow the other batters around him to bat. Once again, plugged into the gap for a couple of runs.
Yeah, I guess I don't really see it as run a ball. I think when I used to look at the score line, I'd look at, okay, right, there's 110 balls left, there's 111, let's call it 110. You go 55 balls and then half the runs, so I need to score 80 or 55, which means that Tom Latham ends up on 138 or 127 balls. So if both players can think like that, then you know the pace that you need to go at. Run a ball would put a lot of pressure on his partner.
All the crowd have certainly enjoyed themselves in the Tapal Tea Lounge. Every now and then, time to enjoy Pakistan's finest. Agron, looking at the scorecard at the moment, 58 from 73. And the numbers that you've just spoken at will require Tom Latham to strike at 145 strike rate from here on in. So he will have to change gears and really put the pedal down.
Yeah, well, the benefit of that is, look at it now and you go, it's almost a T20. It's a T20 game. And you don't get the benefit of obviously the power play of 6 overs, but 160 runs in T20, and batters now, they go, oh, we've scored 200 before, so we saw a game of 190, over 200 in the T20s. So it is possible. They just need to hang in there, but I think they both need to accelerate. Chapman's going at the right strike rate. Now it's a matter of Latham, as you said, to bat through, but he's going to have to up that a bit.
Or then run through, and he would have probably been in. By signaled, end of the over, 177 for 3. The last and final one again from Karachi, the 7th of May, Sunday. We will be here live at 3:20 p.m. Babar Azam is back on the field. Just a reminder for that final game, it is a Sunday, so please make your way down to the stadium, pcb.bookme.pk. You can grab your tickets for the final international game of the season in Pakistan. And watch Pakistan, because they are well and truly on their way to that #1 spot. Oh, smack. That is a smack and a half from Mark Chapman.
Absolutely crunched by Chapman. This is what set him on fire when he scored his T20 100. He was shimmying down the wicket, getting to the length of the ball, and it didn't matter where it was, hitting it through the offside, particularly through that extra cover mid-off region. Is this Chapman's day today?
I just put Wasim Jr. off his mark as well. And the ability to take the ball, the bowler on with the power that he generates, and like you just mentioned, to use his feet as well. And we saw what he can do in the T20 series. maiden T20 century from him in that. Came back from a long way. New Zealand were almost down and out when him and Jimmy Neesham put up quite a show. That's a struck of Wasim Jr. That was hit with some immense power again.
I'm loving this. Just a great contest because Shane Shah-Afridi comes back, premier fast bowler. He goes for runs. The last 30 balls have gone for 51 runs. Wasim under pressure here now. A little bit of a bite back here from New Zealand. And when I look at the bowlers, when I look at how many overs they've bowled, there's going to be 5 overs in this innings where they can look to dominate. And what I mean by that is when we look at Salman, we look at Usama, and we look at Iftikhar. Salman's bowled 9 overs, Usama's bowled 6, Iftikhar's bowled 2. So there's 17. So there's going to be 3 overs there they can try and use. Not 5, but 3. 3 big overs, and they got to eye those up and go, right, when those bowlers come on, you have to send them.
The fans have been kept engaged throughout this series, and you can keep your eye on the lucky winner because PCB will be awarding this card to the winner of Jazz Recharge activity during this Pakistan-New Zealand series. We spoke about this earlier, Grant, how that middle order counter attack can just shake up Pakistan's bowling and then forcing Babar Azam to shift from the plan that that normally works or is normally scripted. And if teams can attack them in the middle phases, their spinners in particular, like you say now, a couple of overs that he'll have to think about. 33 done, 184 for 3. There's been a couple of bad changes already. Mohammad Rizwan wasn't happy earlier on in the piece. Very important, that bottom third on your screen. At the end of 33 overs, New Zealand 5 runs ahead. And it's courtesy the intent from Chapman. 38 from 27 in a 55-run partnership, which has come off 44 deliveries. And Latham on the other end, 60 now of 75. They've got the batters to follow, Jimmy Neesham and Cole McConkey. Cole McConkey making his debut in the previous game, getting 64. Got New Zealand close, but not close enough.
There's also Jimmy Neesham to come. We know he's got a lot of power, as you mentioned, paired up nicely with Chapman in the T20s. Edged and taken. Shane Shah-Afridi comes back, and Tom Latham, the captain, is the man to go. He does it time and time again, Shane Shah-Afridi.
Well, the world of matchups is going to have a field day. That matchup we spoke about earlier, add one more to the wickets column. Shane Shah-Afridi dismisses Tom Latham with an absolute scorcher. A fine tickle to Rizwan, and now he has him eight times in international cricket. Shane Shah-Afridi to Tom Latham. We can be very well delighted because of that. Tom Latham played a good innings, 60 of 76. New Zealand lose their 4th for 184. Jimmy Neesham now into the middle, plenty of experience. 97 is best, and I reckon him and Chapman will have to repeat the dose from the last T20 in the series. Put on plenty of runs between the two of them. And Pakistan had absolutely no answers on that day. Shaheen Shah Afridi. Babar Azam threw him the ball in an aim to break the partnership, and he does exactly that. A perfect channel to the left-hander. Gets a tickle straight into Rizwan's gloves.
There was the pace and the bounce. The bounce, he's a tall man. A celebration we've seen so many times in international cricket.
Oh, very close to the stumps, and in the end, the bottom edge yields a boundary. Jimmy Neesham off the mark.
What a shot. That is a great shot. You don't mind that. Aim for cover. Gets a little bit of the bat. And you get 4 and you're off the mark. Who cares? It's 4 runs.
I wonder if he can repeat it.
Let's wait and see. This will be good. Tell you what, Aruji, you don't mind it. Doesn't matter where the ball goes. Runs is runs.
100% agreed. Gets him on the shoulder. Doesn't get under the ball doesn't get high enough. Was facing some good fast bowling here from Shaheen up front.
He's got it up to 139 Ks in this over. And then you see there the bounce. We haven't seen a lot of bounce on this pitch. The height of Shaheen and the energy he knows is an important spell. He could get the breakthrough. Might put the brakes on New Zealand.
Dafa News cricketing fact: Shaheen Shah Afridi has taken the wicket of Tom Latham 8 times. The most he has dismissed any batter in international cricket. Once again tonight, that was the 8th time. Eight times across all formats in international cricket, and it was an important wicket in the context of the game. And guides it down to third. Will pick up a single, Chapman. The asking rate now has jumped over 9. 34 done, 190 for 4. Starts all the way through the top 3 until Latham got 60. Now responsibility lies on the shoulders of Mark Chapman, who's come out all guns blazing, and he'll have to face up Haris Rauf, who's got 5. Shaheen Shah Afridi's got 4. Mohammad Wasim Jr. has 4. Somewhere Babar Azam will have to bowl his spinners. And that's 3 overs of spin he will have to squeeze in somewhere, because the seamers have 13 between them, 17 left.
I'll do the maths. 16 left, and they're going to have 3 overs. So between Salman, Usama and Iftikhar, they'll have 3 overs to make up the 20 between those 3 bowlers. And then you've got 10 from Shaheen, Rauf and Wasim, who Babar Azam's bringing them back now. Shaheen Shah Afridi's done his bit. They might bowl for another 2-3 each. There will be those 3 overs at some stage that New Zealand have to pounce on. You think that Osama Mir, maybe someone spinning into the left-handers, that'll be a little bit easier than off spin of someone in Iftikhar.
The call is for 2. And Jimmy Neesham running back and gets there comfortably. Well, at this same point, again, New Zealand ahead just by a little. 4 runs the difference at the moment.
You can sense it's a little bit anxious. You can sense it in the crowd. You can sense it in the field out there. I think both teams know that this game is on a knife's edge. At the next 5 to 6 overs, Jimmy Neesham can get in and get going. These two players have done it before, as you mentioned.
Crunched again, and this time straight to the sweeper. Just the one. Still just the one. Mohammad Rizwan had to cater to a wild throw from the deep from Wasim Jr. He's got a rocket arm.
I've been calling him Jonty Rhodes. I walked up to him today and I said, hello, Jonty. And he had a big smile on his face, but that throw was a little bit wayward. He's been excellent in the field, though, running around, good energy. Looks like he really enjoys his cricket, Wasim Jr.
Slashed and slashed for 4. This time to the right of Wasim Jr. That's a really good angle Mark Chapman has exploited.
Well, when you've got pace on the ball, you can generate pace off it. That's what Chapman's done. Almost like Fakhar Zaman, just getting that front foot out of the way. Any width means that he can just slash it through that offside area and generate pace off the blade.
This time down the track. He had to hit it just a few yards either side of that man. It was a signature feature in that innings again during the T20 series, where he wasn't afraid to come down the track to the pace of Haris Rauf. 146 that previous delivery. Should be a couple of runs. So good over for New Zealand. 10 of the over, 200 up as well. 35 done, it's 4 wickets down. Just ahead New Zealand, 5 runs the difference. Has been a constant difference past few overs. Jimmy Neesham and Mark Chapman, well, they had a really good time in that last T20. 121 runs between the two of them of 58 deliveries. Mark Chapman got 100. Jimmy Neesham was 45 not out. Leg spinner Osama Mir into the attack. He's got 4 overs. And I reckon this is the opportunity for Chapman and Neesham.
Yeah, this is the over. This is one of the overs that New Zealand need to target. Chapman plays really well through the cow region, that mid-wicket region. If he gets full here, he's got the opportunity over mid-off. And he's got the opportunity to the big boundary, just to the left of our screen.
The opportunity was there, but it was grabbed by Osama Mir. Into the attack, and he rattles the stump of the dangerous Chapman. He goes for 46.
Well, he didn't get it full. He got it short. Chapman rocked back and almost skidded on. Hurried on a little bit for Chapman. That's great under pressure from Osama Mir. It was going to be a big over. It skidded on. The dangerous Chapman goes for a very well compiled 46 to a 1 for 5.
Cole McConkey now into the middle, 7th batter for New Zealand. It's early days, very early days in his national career. This is his second outing, had a fantastic debut, 64, and he was the one who single-handedly tried to propel New Zealand closer. The wicket here, a slider from the front of the hand. And Mark Chapman done for the line and the pace of the delivery. You reckon almost in the end missed a straight one.
Yeah, I think you just misjudged the length just slightly, but it was the pace. 92 k's an hour. He bowls quite quick, Osama Mir. Skidded on. McConkey, well, he isn't a stranger. They're batting here in Karachi on debut just the other day. Ended up with 60-odd not out.
And bowling with the slip as well now. But Grant, we thought that the opportunity was to go after Osama Mir. Hasn't been the case. He's come out and picked up the much needed wicket of Mark Chapman. And still Pakistan cannot relax. They still have Jimmy Neesham and Cole McConkey.
He's bowling a really good length though. Got to say, Osama Mir, we knew that this would be a dangerous over for Pakistan, and New Zealand would look to target it with the two left-handers, and I still think that Neesham, if he gets another ball in here, he might try and have a go. Rather try and have a go at the spinners, but what he's done is he's bowled a little bit shorter, he's bowled quick into the deck, hasn't allowed them to get underneath it and just step and hit.
A really good line. Commentary behind the stumps from Mohammad Rizwan as well. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant delivery, brilliant over from Osama Mir. Just a 3 off it, and the important wicket of Chapman. 36 done, 203 for 5.
$203 for 5. Yeah, 14 more overs to go. This is just getting steep and steeper for New Zealand. That's his knock from the previous game. Just came out there and showed everyone what he's made of. Just completely different from all the other teammates. It was a want to win this match. It was a little too late, but everyone enjoyed his clean hitting. It just shows
what he can offer down the order with the bat.
And if he can have a similar knock at the moment and build a partnership with Jimmy Neesham, then anything is possible. You start to put a bit of pressure on the opposition. Pakistan bowlers start to feel the pressure. They start to look at the scoreboard a little bit more. That's what New Zealand need to try and do. That means McConkey has to get going straight away. A little bit like what Chapman was able to do.
That's probably missing. Yeah, it will take a lot of convincing. It's going down. You can see the keeper also moving to his left. Keeper is not looking at Baba. He's just doesn't want to believe. Haris Rauf. And time's up.
There's a little bit of confusion. Was their bat also going down as well? Potentially, I agree with you, Secunda. See, Mohammad Rizwan in the back isn't going up. It's only Haris Rauf.
Jimmy Neesham has played it onto the stops. Haris Rauf finally gets the wicket that he was looking for. No more reviews required. That is a straightforward decision. Number 6 goes back to the dugout.
Yeah, this one stayed a lot lower than what Jimmy Neesham thought. And it got inside edge and even the bottom of the bat potentially, and onto the stumps. Neesham thought it was in the area to hit. It wasn't. Goes for 11. It's 205 for 6.
Sodhi, the new batter in, number 8. Look at the required run rate, it's 9.6. His best is 25. We are not going to look at that. Just Jimmy Neesham's dismissal on this tour has been dismissed 4 times. In all 4 occasions, it's been Haris Rauf. There's a matchup. Bit of lack of bounce and the pace, basically. Just get a bit of a wake-up call coming out of the dugout.
Yeah, 144 kilometres an hour. And the one thing that Haris Rauf does very well, whether it be to the right or left-handers, is he changes his point of release. Comes closer to the umpire, wider. The skipper's happy. Oh dear. The joys of live sport.
That first ball to Sodhi was 148.1. What's it going to be now? Again, that similar line, playing a miss. This time slowing it down at least by 12 Ks.
Pakistan can top the ODI rankings if they finish 5-0. There's a chance they have 4-0 in the bag already. Off the mark. In fact, he gets 2. It's the end of the over. 37 gone. 207 for 6. Partnership there, Latham Chapman just was almost laying that foundation for Neesham and McConkey. Just got a feeling Latham never got going, couldn't get to that runner ball even. Just the other day, Lisa McConkey, we saw how he scored that 50 of just 36 balls. That was the fastest 50 by a New Zealand batter on debut. Jazz fan pulse winners Mohammad Arshad, Mohammad Qasim and Hassan. Congratulations to all of you on getting onto the leaderboard. That's one way to announce yourself. Fastest 50 by a debutant, New Zealand.
Yeah, in conditions that were really tricky. Similar to almost these. Maybe the required run rate not as high, at the moment 9.95. The ball was turning, but he looked busy. He was looking to score runs, and because of that he got himself into some really good positions, and he almost counter-punched what was happening. He put it back onto Pakistan bowlers, put them under a bit of pressure, and he was absolutely able to capitalise.
Also happens at times that you don't have much footage on a batter like him to know what his strengths and weaknesses are, and by the time you figure it out, he's got a 50 of 6 overs that he faced.
That would have been very interesting. Literally, it was the QE2 turning circle, and that's certainly not what youngsters that watch this running do. Not do this. He starts on one pitch, goes across the second, and he's out of frame. Let's see how close he was actually. Oh, would have been very close.
He almost ran 2.5 runs there. End of the over. 2-1-2 for 6. Talking about fastest 50s on debut. Krunal Pandya, 26 balls in Pune. Ishan Kishan, 33 balls. You got 35, 35, 36. Oh, Butcher.
What's interesting to note, as I was looking down, I was like, I don't know Butcher and Morris, obviously 1980 and 1990, but literally in the last few years, we're seeing 3 out of the top 5. It shows that pitches, conditions, also T20 cricket, no doubt having a huge impact. And Krunal Pandya, Ishan Kishan, known for their T20 cricket. They're bringing it into the ODI format when they get that opportunity.
I'm thinking the guy who scored it in 1980 would be a superhero. 35 ball 50. It would be unheard of. I'll tell you the few things that surprised me. Australia-South Africa game, 400 plus and chase. That made you feel, okay, now cricket has changed. And to a certain extent, the 1996 37 ball 100. Right now, really small ground, yes, but it is what it is. But that 400 was something. I said, wow, they scored that many runs. And 2 hours later, 3 hours later, it's been chased.
Well, the Wanderers in South Africa, a ground that's known because of its elevation as well, and the balls do fly and carry a little bit more. That has something to do with it. And even Afridi's 100 off 37 deliveries was a higher elevation as well. So, from a batting perspective, have more grounds in the mountains, I say.
High altitude grounds, I remember the World Cup game 2016 Dharamshala, where the field is in the deep, find it very tough to actually judge a catch. They think that they've got it covered and just flies over you. .39 gone, it's a 214 for 6. As the series scheduled, one more game to go after this. Pakistan unbeaten till now. Big outside edge. That gully was, well, what happened there? Thought Shaheen had it covered.
To be honest, the last few games, the ground fielding from Pakistan actually has been good. I may not have said so in the first 2 ODIs. But yeah, just a hop and a bounce that he didn't quite necessarily get down to. Yep, that's what everyone thought.
One more game to go after this, and that's where you can get your tickets for that 5th and final ODI, pcb.bookme.pk. It could be a moment you want to be a part of, because if Pakistan wins this, which they should, then they have a very bright opportunity to have a whitewash, win this and go right on top of the ODI rankings.
Well, the other thing as well, Sikandar, is it the last game here in Pakistan for a while as well? So it's potentially just in. It's the last time Pakistan will play at home. Why not get down and cheer them on?
Again, a chance for a direct hit shy of the stumps. Yeah, apparently there is no cricket at least Jan 2024 unless Asia Cup. It's a green light. Yeah, that would have been out. I mean, he's just given up, Saudi. It's high in the air. He takes some catching. And what do you call it? Greg grab. I can't say it. Greg grab. Glove man. Always say the safest man on the ground to catch a high one.
Yeah, it went high, didn't it? Pace on. Wasn't necessarily there, the length, and McConkey was trying to go straight down the ground. All he did was elevate it nice and high outside the inner circle. Mohammad Rizwan, eyes on the prize, focused. Mohammad Wasim picks up a wicket. Cole McConkey, he goes for 8. It's 219 for 7.
Matt Henry on strike. Play and a miss. End of the over. 40 overs bowled. End of the second power play. It's 219 for 7. Matt Henry will face that last ball of the previous over, the new batter in, 48. Not out his best. 116 of the last 10 overs.
Last power play. The third one. 5 fielders, maximum of 5 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Whilst it's 115 runs required off 59 balls with just 3 wickets left. Batters that have come in because of Cole McConkey and a number of other players trying to find the boundary, they need to do that as well. Pakistan sense another victory, but New Zealand need to show a little bit of fight here. They need to be able to show that the tail can wag. It's so important for them to show that fight.
Catch it!
Zekoil unveiled the real peel to reveal. I'm going to put you in a spot for the next game. You've got to give me the 15 that you feel will go from each side for the World Cup. There's some homework for you. Okay, choose one side. I won't give you both. Whichever you feel easy with.
I think the Pakistan side is a little bit easier because
Okay.
you think of New Zealand and the amount of players missing.
You bring your 15, I'll bring mine.
Okay.
That's that for Saudi. Down the wicket, and this time Rizwan doesn't miss. Third wicket for Osama Mir.
Yeah, there's always a game within a game, isn't it? Ish Sodhi, a leg spinner. Osama Mir, also a leggy, is undone. You would think he would be able to read it and understand what he's trying to do. Sometimes that's not necessarily the case. Nicely flighted delivery, great pace, excellent line. Sodhi is stumped for 9. New Zealand at 221 for 8.
.221 for 8 now. One more ball in the over. It brings out the new batter in, Blair Tickner. .222 for 8. This could be the biggest margin of victory up till now in this series. 2 more wickets to get. 113 is what they need.
Yeah, good sharp stumping from Mohammad Rizwan. He has missed an opportunity tonight, and sometimes as a keeper you can sometimes get in your head a little bit too much about it all. And he ensured that he took the stumps and took the ball cleanly. Ah, some fans. We know them. Everyone will be happy. They're on TV.
Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. Not challenging the intent, but what do you see in the mid-overs from New Zealand? We haven't really seen one of the two batters out there trying to extract a boundary here and there. They're happy pushing the ball in the V or sweep or reverse sweep and just keep the strike rotating.
Yeah, well, if you look at... I certainly don't think that these two, Matt Henry or Tickner, have the skill or nous to be able to build an innings. They're more about clearing the front leg and swinging hard.
No, I'm with you. I was referring to the time when Latham and Chapman were having a good partnership, and also at a certain point in time Darryl Mitchell and the captain were trying to build that foundation.
Yeah, you're right. Mitchell and Latham 83 off 105. This is probably, and Grant Elliott has spoken a lot about this as well, as this is pumped down the ground. A boundary off the last ball of the over. It's 227 for 8.
There's a fall of wickets there for you. So first two fell a bit early. There was Blundell was trying to use that power play. And then a partnership, 129. They lost their third. Partnership again, 184 for the fourth. Then after that, it's just been very frequent fall of wickets.
Catch it!
Yeah, just to elaborate on the question that you asked me, I really do feel that it's up to ensuring that you actually get some players in there that are willing to take a few more risks. Remember, the maximum only 4 fielders are outside the inner circle. This was a boundary last ball or the last over. Probably a typical boundary from a tail ender. Oh, that looks pretty close. Did it pitch outside leg? That's the only thing.
Yeah, I think the umpire thinks it's height. Why is there a hesitation? The way they appealed for it, it sounded like they are dead sure.
Babar Azam pointing to his bowler, Hussam Amir. You better be right, because this is our last one. That's what I understood by it.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision on field is not out. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Let's start with front on spin vision, please. Front on coming up, Asif. Ball is close to the bat. Let's go to Ultra H to confirm if there's batting ball. Ultra H coming up. Take that back a little. Take that back 2 frames. Okay, let's go. Flat line as the ball goes past the bat. Let's go to ball tracking maneuver. Ball tracking is on the screen now. Pitching outside leg stump. Stay with the original decision of not out. Stand by. Your on-screen signal now.
Good call, umpire. Good call, Lisa.
Osama doesn't want to look at Bob right now.
Yeah, I feel like a wicket is coming, so I better just quickly answer your question. So those batters, New Zealand middle order, almost wants that second power play from that 20 to 30 over mark. That's where they need to find more boundaries. Take a few more risks. Try and get over a runner ball, especially from a partnership. And I actually think the same can be said for Pakistan as well. There you go, you better be right. All right, we've just blown our last one.
It's high in the air. Catch it is the call, and long on takes it. Haris Rauf takes the catch. And the ninth wicket goes down. And Osama has his fourth. Matt Henry is the wicket.
Yeah, clever bowling, because the pace was taken off. 77 kilometres an hour, the slowest ball of that over. And what that means is that the ball is up above the batter's eye line, inviting him to go down ground. How strong are you? Remember that he is extracting a bit of turn out of this pitch as well. So Henry doesn't get it out of the middle. He goes for 5. New Zealand have lost their 9th wicket for 230.
Last wicket, 230 for 9. And Osama has already got career best, 4 for 43. Balls the wrong one and ends his spell of 10 overs. 4 for 43, the best for him till now, and it's the end of the over. 230 for 9.
Well, it's been very clinical from Pakistan. They require one more wicket at the moment. And dismissal Osama Mir's bowled a wonderful spell, his career best. Picks up 4 wickets. An excellent take by Haris Rauf.
Yeah, first saw Osama Mir at any great length playing for Multan in the PSL. Was impressed with him then and impressed with him today. No Shadab. Makes no difference. Bring in another leggy, does the job. Lots to be cheerful about in this performance from Pakistan today.
And that's because if they win, they not only go 4-0 up in the series, they've already won the series, but for the first time in one-day international cricket history, Pakistan will be ranked #1 team in the world, and that is some achievement. His 4 wickets, he's bowled well, he's bowled good lengths, and he's given the ball air, and this one quicker through the air. Brilliant stumping. And a brilliant take as well. With all courtesy, some good bowling, good leg spin bowling, bounce and turn. And wasn't afraid to give the ball air above the batter's eye line. That's it! Game's done. Mohammad Wasim Jr. cleans stumps and Pakistan go #1 in the world in one-day international cricket ratings.
Yep, unprecedented, never happened before. Pakistan up there at the very top of the tree. And that was the performance of a team who are going places in this format. You'd expect hundreds from Babar. He has 18 of them. He's the fastest man ever to 5,000 runs. All of that is expected. Questions around the middle order. Can they accelerate? Can they put big totals on the board? That was answered to an extent today. Bowling, well, it's spectacular. It really is. And they've found another leg spinner in Osama Mir. The fast bowling, doesn't matter which combination of three you put out there on the park, they are lethal. And if the Pakistan team can put runs on the board in excess of par, then they are going to be a team that is very, very difficult to beat indeed. New Zealand, for their part, well, they're a second 11, it has to be said. A little surprised that Tom Latham invited Pakistan to put total on the board for the second time here in Karachi. But having done so, Pakistan did everything right from first ball to last.
And Babar Azam and his men, they can be very proud of what they have achieved. They've beaten New Zealand in a series after 12 years. Babar Azam, records galore, runs galore. Let's not forget Fakhr Zaman. 2 centuries in the series, followed up by the one earlier on against New Zealand, so there was 3 on a trot from him. Osama Mir, Mohammad Wasim Jr. with the final touches. Full and straight, a reverse back in, and that is the way to do the job. And it's been a very well done job indeed.
Yeah, if there's a sight that sums up Pakistan cricket, it's fast bowlers knocking stumps over at the end of innings. By and large, the fielding was good again tonight. Outfield catching, particularly from the fast bowlers, was superb. The series played in a great spirit, as they tend to be nowadays, with all of these players knowing each other so well from tournaments around the world. But here it is in confirmation. Pakistan go above Australia. They need to win on Sunday to maintain that position. But for now, for 48 hours at least, they are on top of the tree for the very first time.
Pakistan just fractionally ahead on points, and hence why, with the same numbers, they are still a few inches ahead. And this is how they did it in the end. Cleaned up New Zealand for 232. Their captain was their top scorer. There was a breezy, quick innings from Mark Chapman for 46, but nothing really much to take home. It was excellent clinical performance by the Pakistan bowlers. Partnerships, they needed some big ones and in quick time. It wasn't the case. The biggest between Mitchell and Latham, 83 from 105. Chapman and Latham, 55 from 45. And that was pretty much it. What you mentioned, Pakistan combinations, doesn't matter which set of quicks you play, they are always in the game, they are always in amongst the wickets, and they don't give away too many runs. Again was the case, 1, 2 and 3 to Shaheen, Rauf and Wasim respectively. But the star with the ball was a leg spinner, Osama Mir. 4 wickets, his career best. That is the story of the night. 4th one-day international, Pakistan put into bat first. Took the opportunity by both hands, led the way by the skipper, 107 to him. Salman played a very good hand at 58. They ended up with 334 for 6. Matt Henry, excellent figures from him in terms of the context of the game. 3 important wickets. New Zealand in reply, bowled out for 232 in 43.4 overs. Pakistan, they win by 102 runs.
Well, punch of the gloves. They had a mountain to climb right from the off. Will Young peeled off 1 or 2 pleasing strokes down the ground. Blundell also carried on where he left off from Wednesday night, until Young was tempted into skying this. Harris Ralph. Brilliant. Mohamed Wasim Jr. making the opening breakthrough. Then pace from Harris Ralph had Blundell on the back foot a little, spooned a drive into extra cover, and that was the end of him. Latham took a while to get going. There was a spell of 12 dot balls on the trot after the wicket of Blundell. And the pressure told in the end. Darryl Mitchell, who's had a terrific trip so far in the ODI series, was unable to get Sama Mir away. Latham continued on the sweep. And brought up yet another one-day international 50. Mark Chapman came in and was breezy. It was exactly what New Zealand needed. That wasn't. Shaheen Shah Afridi brought back into the attack to that express purpose, to remove the captain. Then Osama Mir snuck one through Chapman, who had played quite beautifully up until that point. But a change of pace from Mir knocked him over, and then it was the death rattle. All flying up into the night sky. Mohammad Rizwan making this one look easy. Wasim Jr. saluting his crowd. Sodhi danced past one, Rizwan did the rest. Osama Mir tempted Matt Henry into a huge hoik at the back end, and that was again well taken by Harris Ralph. Mohamed Wasim Jr. applied the coup de grace, and that was the end of the fourth one-day international. Baba supreme once again, and Pakistan top of the charts in ODI cricket. So we've had 4 of the 5 one-day internationals. Pakistan have won them all. 5 wickets, 7 wickets, 26 runs, a mammoth 102 runs here tonight in Karachi. And there's one left on Sunday. We'll take a short break here as they prepare things downstairs for the post-match presentation. An early finish then to the 4th one-day international here in Karachi. Pakistan posting 334 for 6, which was way out of the reach of New Zealand. Baba with 100, passing 5,000 runs in the process. New Zealand 232 all out, 4 wickets, career best for Osama Mir, 4 for 43, and Wasim Jr. wrapped things up. Pakistan winning by 102 runs and going top of the ICC ODI rankings. Right, we're all ready downstairs. Let's head out to Sikandar.
Thanks, Butch, and welcome to the post-match presentation of the 4th ODI between Pakistan and New Zealand. And what a win. Clinical, and 102 was the margin by which Pakistan won this match and goes 4-0 in the series. And also, as you mentioned a while ago, it is Pakistan's first time ever to top the ODI rankings. Pakistan becomes the #1 ODI team in the world. Now, before we give away the awards, we'll now introduce you to our presentation party, Mr. Mohammad Ejaz. He's joined us. He's General Manager, Public Relations, KFC. We have Mr. Ali Fahad, Head of Marketing, Jazz. Mr. Mohib Hassan Khan, Group Head, Information and Technologies, Bank Al-Falah. And Ms. Mehreen Adil, Senior Brand Manager, Sensodyne. Starting off with the awards, I'll request Mr. Ali Fahad to please present the Jazz Super All-Rounder of the match as an award of 100,000 rupees, and goes to Shaheen Shah Afridi for his 23 runs of just 7 balls, 3 sixes in that, and also with the bowling, 1 for 34. Brilliant performance from Shaheen. Next award, I'll request Ms. Mehreen Adil to please present the Sensodyne Complete Performer of the match, and that's an award of 200,000 rupees, and that goes to Osama Mir for his career best 4 for 43 in 10 overs. Got his opportunity today and got his career best numbers, 4 for 43. I will now request Mr. Mohib Hassan Khan to please present the Bank Al-Falah Outstanding Performance of the match. 100,000 rupees goes to Matt Henry, 3 for 65 in his quota of 10 overs and a run out. And he's been amazing with the ball throughout the ODI series for New Zealand. Now, before we go away with the player of the match, I'll request Tom Latham to please come and have a few words with us. Tom, didn't really think that it would go up to 330 plus and then 94 runs given up in the last 10.
Yeah, obviously, I think they played really well. I think from the platform that they were able to set, only being 3 down, sort of allowed them to have that death phase for a long period of time. And credit to the way they played. I think the way they paced the innings, obviously Bubba played fantastic, and guys played around him really well. So, yeah, I think full credit to the way they played in that first innings.
Overall in the series, 1 game to go, it seems like you guys have still stuck to the plans of giving everybody an opportunity on this tour, where youngsters have also got a chance to represent New Zealand. Yeah, right.
I think if you look at it from a development point of view, I think giving guys exposure to this level against Pakistan, who are outstanding in their conditions, and I guess they're showing a way to play over here. They're obviously got some experienced heads in the batting unit and in the bowling unit. So for us, it's about trying to keep learning from game to game. And I think if we can leave here with guys having more experience, understanding these conditions a little bit more, then there's probably a success that way.
Any areas that you'd look to fine-tune? We got a day's gap and 1 more match to go.
Yeah, I think from a batting point of view, I think it would have been nice to, I guess, take it a little bit deeper. Similar to last game, it's about trying to build partnerships. When chasing a score like that, you need someone to sort of bat through, and guys bat around them. So we probably weren't able to do that. Partnerships threatened at times, but we just weren't able to, I guess, make that big partnership to, I guess, to take it a little bit deeper.
No due. It's not helping the toss. So if you feel now batting second or first, it's just Stevens.
Yeah, I think obviously look at what wicket we're playing on, then we'll obviously see what the best option to do next game is. But again, we've got 1 more opportunity to put a performance on the board that we're proud of, and the guys certainly trying really hard, which is great. And as I said, if we can keep learning from game to game, then that's all we're looking for.
Well, Latham, good luck for that 1 game to go.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you for talking to us. Tom Latham, the captain of New Zealand. Now, before I call upon the captain of Pakistan to come and have a word with us, I'll request him to please sign a bat for Bank Al-Falah fan of the match. He is the player of the match, so he'll first sign the bat. And I will also request Mr. Mohammad Ejaz to please step forward. You'll be presenting the KFC Player of the Match Trophy and Cash Award of 100,000 to the captain of Pakistan, Babar Azam, for 107 of 117. 10 boundaries in that innings. And played the anchor's role. Another big 100 for Babar Azam. I request Babar to talk to us. Firstly, Babar, 4-0 series jeete, and first time ever in the history of Pakistan cricket, Pakistan becomes the #1 team in the ODI rankings. और ये जाता है आपके नाम पे कि आपकी कप्तानी में यहाँ पहुँचे.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. बिल्कुल, इसमें अल्लाह का शुक्र है और मेरे ख्याल से टीम की एफर्ट और पूरा स्पोर्ट्स स्टाफ का जो हार्ड वर्क था वो है. और मेरे ख्याल से जितना हमने टीम में एक जल और मोमेंटम बनाया कि हमने नंबर 1 बनना, और अल्लाह का शुक्र आज हम नंबर 1 बने. और मेरे ख्याल से ये सारी क्रेडिट जाता लड़कों को जिन्होंने एफर्ट दिखाई है और डिफरेंट सिचुएशन में, मुश्किल कंडीशन में, मुश्किल टाइम में परफॉर्म करके दिया पाकिस्तान में.
आपको एक बात बताता हूँ, शायद आपको शायद खुद पता ना हो सकता है पता भी हो. आज से एग्जैक्टली 9 साल पहले आज ही के दिन पाकिस्तान के सीनियर कैंप में आपको शामिल किया गया था, और आज आप उसी दिन खड़े हुए हैं टेकिंग द नंबर 1 रैंकिंग ऑफ पाकिस्तान टीम टू ODIs. ये सफर अमेजिंग, वही दिन है.
बिल्कुल, मेरे ख्याल से जो जर्नी थी मेरी वो काफ़ी अच्छी रही. और जहाँ जैसे आपने बात की, जिससे उस 9 साल पहले मुझे कैंप में ज्वाइन किया, मेरे ख्याल से वो मेरे लिए काफ़ी मेमोरेबल जर्नी है अब तक. और काफ़ी अप एंड डाउन्स, सेक्रीफाइसेस, हार्ड वर्क्स, बिलीव और सपोर्ट लोगों की, PCB की, फैमिली की, सबकी सपोर्ट रही. और मेरे ख्याल से इससे ज़्यादा मेरे ख्याल से मेरी टीम की सपोर्ट रही, जो हर टाइम उन्होंने मुझे सपोर्ट किया.
शानदार 100 बनाया. एज कैप्टन अब बात करते हैं टीम के बारे में, क्या पॉजिटिव्स देखिए. आई एम श्योर टॉस के टाइम पे आपने नहीं सोचा था कि 330 से ज़्यादा बन जाएंगे, और या ऐसा कोई टारगेट है माइंड में?
टू बी ऑनेस्ट, देखें, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था तो विकेट आज काफ़ी अच्छा खेला. और जब मेरा और शान का जो अंदर प्लान ये था कि हम इनिंग्स बिल्ड करेंगे, और मेरे ख्याल से मुझे लग रहा था 300 प्लस विकेट है. और उधर यही है कि आप पार्टनरशिप बिल्ड करेंगे, और उसमें यही हुआ, मेरा और शान की पार्टनरशिप लगी. लेकिन उसके बाद बैक टू बैक फिर 2 विकेटें गिरी. लेकिन उसके बाद मेरी और आगा की पार्टनरशिप बिल्ड हुई, और उसमें यही हमारा प्लान था कि हम डीप लेके जाएंगे, और उसके बाद हम आखिरी 10 ओवरों में देखेंगे कि हमने कैसे यूटिलाइज़ करना है. क्योंकि हमें लग रहा था कि 310 हो सकता है. लेकिन जिस तरह शहीन ने जो लास्ट ओवर यूटिलाइज़ किया वो आउटस्टैंडिंग था, और वो एक्सपेक्टेशन से ज़्यादा 340 हम कर गए.
ओवरऑल वैसे भी आपने थोड़ा सा आज बेंच स्ट्रेंथ ट्राई की, 5 चेंजेस थे, कुछ फोर्स थे, कुछ आपने कहा कि वर्कलोड मैनेजमेंट है. उसामा मीर करियर बेस्ट 4 for 43 कर गए. तो एक अच्छी चीज़ है कप्तान के लिए कि आपके पास इतने ऑप्शंस मौजूद हों, किसी वक्त भी किसी की ज़रूरत पड़े.
देखें, मैं पहले भी हमने यही प्लान किया था कि हम इस ओवर में, इस सीरीज़ में अपनी बेंच स्ट्रेंथ ट्राई करेंगे और डिफरेंट कम्बिनेशन के साथ हम खेलेंगे. और हर प्लेयर को हम प्रॉपर अपॉर्चुनिटी देंगे, क्योंकि आगे जाके जो हमारी सीरीज़ आ रही हैं, अभी का इवेंट्स आ रहे हैं, तो उसके लिए हमें हमारे माइंड में होना चाहिए कि हमारे बेस्ट 15-16 प्लेयर्स कौन से हैं. तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हमारी बेंच स्ट्रेंथ ने काफ़ी अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स दिखाया, और जिसको भी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली उन्होंने वेल की.
वेरी गुड. कितना मुश्किल है आपको कन्विंस करना कि जाके रिव्यू ले लें, क्योंकि काफ़ी लगता है आपसे हारिस रऊफ और बॉलर्स करते हैं काफ़ी
इंटरव्यूज़. देखें, मेरे ख्याल से फास्ट बॉलर हमेशा आपको पता है कि डोमिनेट करते हैं और सपोर्ट करते रहें. और कभी कभार आप उनको थोड़ा सा प्यार से भी देखते हैं, कभी कभार आप थोड़ा सा डांट भी देते हैं, लेकिन कोशिश करते हैं कि वो डांट उनकी सपोर्ट में हो.
Well, Babar, huge achievement for you as an individual, as a player. 9 years ago, same day, you joined the Pakistan senior camp, and today you've got the team along with your team members to the #1 ranking in ODIs. And congratulations on the 4-0 win. One more game to go.
Thank you so much.
So Babar Azam just talking about how happy he is about Pakistan's win and being the #1 ranking team in the world after this victory. And as I said, 9 years ago he had joined the Pakistan senior camp. Today he's the captain with that kind of a win. Happy with overall performance, the way Shaheen batted in the end, and of course Osama Mir getting his career best. He's happy to have that kind of bench strength available. That's all from the presentation.
Thank you, Sikandar. So we wrap up the international cricket season here in Pakistan on Sunday, 7th of May, live from 3:20 in the afternoon from the National Bank Stadium as Pakistan face off against New Zealand one more time. Can they hang on to that #1 ranking? Tune in and find out. Very good night to you from Karachi.
hit the stumps.
Mohammad Rizwan, big wicket.
One-day international hundreds for Babar Azam. Straight up in the air. Fielder tracks back. Oh, that's brilliant. That is a magnificent strike. Wow, Mark Chapman.
Well, the records keep coming for this man, and he's managed to now take Pakistan to that #1 title. That celebration says it all for that 100. Another epic moment for him, another milestone, and another 100 in a match-winning cause. Congratulations to Pakistan. It was indeed a special knock by the man himself. Well, for the first time ever, which is a huge, huge achievement for Pakistan, they are now the #1 ranked team in the ICC men's ODI team rankings. What an achievement for them. It's happened for the first time in the history of Pakistan cricket. Hello and welcome to Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. Now, huge congratulations to Pakistan for not just winning this game, but also managing to get right to the top of that table, the #1 side, the ODI side in the world right now. Now, I've been joined by a very special guest next to me. Salman Agha joins me alongside Arooj Mumtaz. पहले तो मुझे ये बताएं कि आपका नाम आगा सलमान है या सलमान आगा?
सलमान अली आगा। ये प्लीज ये कंफ्यूजन दूर करवा दें, सलमान अली आगा।
ये बड़ी कंफ्यूजन है क्योंकि वेबसाइट्स पे कहीं लिखा होता है आगा सलमान और कहीं वो, तो मैंने कहा मैं कंफर्म कर लूं फॉर द व्यूअर्स, यू आर सलमान अली आगा। अच्छा जी, सलमान अली आगा साहब, ये बताएं, बड़ी अच्छी आपकी परफॉर्मेंस थी, 50 आपने की, इम्पोर्टेंट टाइम पे आके की और जिस पेस पे की, थोड़ी सी आपकी जो एक हमें इंटेंट नजर आई है, हमेशा से ही ऐसे खेलते हैं या सिचुएशन के हिसाब को देख के चल रहे थे?
कोशिश यही करता हूँ कि जो स्पिनर्स में ना थोड़ा अग्रेसिव ही रहूँ, क्योंकि मेरी गेम ऐसी है कि मैं स्पिनर्स को, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं टारगेट कर सकता हूँ। तो आज भी यही कोशिश की कि फास्ट बॉलर्स पर नॉर्मल रहा और स्पिनर्स पे कोशिश की कि जो मेरी शॉट्स हैं उनको खेलूँ।
अच्छा, you know, you're talking about playing those shots and really sort of going after the spinners, but tell us a little about your history in terms of how you've come this far. A lot of people are not aware of your journey. What's been the struggle or what's been the one moment that you remember that has brought you to this point?
ऐसे बिल्कुल जैसे हमारे मोस्टली क्रिकेटर आते हैं, मैं भी वैसे ही आया, टेबल से स्टार्ट की, उसके बाद फिर गली और मोहल्लों वगैरह में टेबल खेलने शुरू की, फिर क्लब ज्वाइन किया, अपोलो क्लब, जो कि आज ही मेरा क्लब है। उसके बाद प्रॉपर एक चैनल से अंडर 16 अंडर 19 वगैरह खेल के फिर फर्स्ट क्लास ऑलमोस्ट 7-8 ईयर्स खेला हूँ। उसके बाद टीम में आया हूँ, तो ऐसा एक्सपीरियंस मेरे पास आया फर्स्ट क्लास का कि इधर आकर मतलब मुझे इतना वो मुश्किल हो नहीं रही।
रूज, आपने जो इनकी आज इनिंग्स देखी, तो आपको क्या चीज़ इनकी इनिंग्स की आज बहुत स्टैंड आउट लगी?
Zainab, I think you touched on it. It was intent. It was somebody who wasn't afraid to take the game on. जब ये आए अंदर उस वक्त इनकी इनिंग्स की वजह से वो टीम पाकिस्तान की फर्स्ट इनिंग्स का मोमेंटम चेंज हुआ। इनकी इंटेंट थी, खुद इन्होंने कहा कि स्पिनर्स को अच्छा खेलते हैं और ये चीज़ जो होती है ना कि जब आप दोनों तरफ खेल सकते हैं विकेट के, स्वीप, रिवर्स स्वीप एंड देन यूजिंग योर फीट, डांसिंग डाउन द ट्रैक, सो it is a huge space in the field that you can cover if you got those different range of shots. 2-3 चीज़ें उससे होती हैं कि obviously सामने वाला कप्तान जो है वो इससे इरिटेट होता है कि यहाँ स्वीप मारा, फिर यहाँ रिवर्स मारा, तो अब आप इन पॉकेट्स को ब्लॉक करने जाते हैं, then he wasn't afraid to use his feet. तो वो जो चीज़ें हैं, एंड इनकी इनिंग से मुझे लगता है कि जो टेम्पो बढ़ा और जो बात हम करें कि पाकिस्तान टीम में जो मिडिल ऑर्डर है, बिटवीन दोज overs in the middle, we need someone to keep taking along at 6 runs and over, 7 runs and over, ताकि बैक एंड के लिए आपके पास वो प्लेटफॉर्म ले हो जाए जो काम फिर इफ्तिखार, शाहीन और हारिस ने आके किया। सो आई रियली फील दैट टुडे द 335 has huge credit to him for the way he played his innings. और दूसरी बात जो उन्होंने की कि उनको इस लेवल पे आके मुश्किल नहीं लगता. It's because he has all that domestic experience and he's gone through the grind again and again. So for somebody to actually admit the fact that I really don't find that difficult says a lot about his own ability and the trust in it.
Yeah, very good point. और इन्होंने आपकी स्वीप शॉट के बारे में बात की कि स्वीप मारते हैं, रिवर्स भी मार लेते हैं, कन्वेंशनल भी खेल लेते हैं। बहुत ज़रूरी है आजकल के क्रिकेट में स्पिनर्स के अगेंस्ट, स्पेशली टू सॉर्ट ऑफ अनसेटल देम। हर एक के पास वो शायद स्किल नहीं है टू एग्जीक्यूट देम प्रॉपर्ली। हर बैट्समैन जो है वो डिफरेंट होता है। तो इस पे क्या बहुत कोई नेट्स प्रैक्टिस हुई है या लाहौर में जब आप थे तो बहुत स्पिनर्स को फेस करते थे? इसको कैसे डेवलप किया?
मैं खुद भी स्पिन करता हूँ ना, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जब कोई स्वीप और रिवर्स भी मारता है ना, तो मुझे उससे बहुत जान जाती है। क्योंकि अगर कोई मुझे निकल कर छक्का भी मार देना तो मुझे उससे मसला नहीं रहता, क्योंकि मैं गेम में रहता हूँ। लेकिन अगर कोई मुझे स्वीप और रिवर्स भी मारता ना, तो मुझे उस पर बहुत गुस्सा आता है। तो मैंने फिर ये सोचा कि अगर मुझे गुस्सा आता है तो दूसरे अगर स्पिनर्स है तो उनका भी सेम ही होता होगा। और दूसरा, मैं जिस क्लब में खेलता था वो क्लब ऐसा है, उस पर उनकी जो विकेट है हमारी, वो वहाँ पे ऑलमोस्ट 40 ओवर का मैच होता था, 40 ओवर स्पिनर ही कर देते थे। तो वहाँ से ये चीज़ें सीखी हैं और वो फिर आज ओबियसली इंटरनेशनल में भी आके इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहा हूँ।
अच्छा, एक बात उन्होंने की मिडिल ओवर्स के बारे में कि किस तरह पाकिस्तान को इंटेंट दिखानी होगी मिडिल ओवर्स में। ये इस चीज़ पे टीम में डिस्कशन हुई है कि 20 to 40 ओवर्स के बीच में थोड़ा सा पाकिस्तान को थोड़ा सा तेज़ खेलना होगा, बिकॉज आगे वर्ल्ड कप आ रहा है, बड़ी बड़ी टीम्स मिलेंगी, बड़े बड़े अच्छे बॉलिंग अटैक्स होंगे, तो शायद वो मार्जिन ना मिले जो यहाँ मिल रही है।
नहीं, बिल्कुल। हमारी जो टीम मीटिंग हुई थी उसमें ये था कि हम जो है ना वो 330 की टीम है। हम किसी भी ग्राउंड में किसी भी सिचुएशन में जाके 330 कर सकते हैं। तो ज़ाहिर बात है उसके लिए आपको आपके जो मिडिल ऑर्डर है उसको एक या टॉप 3 को बैट्समैन को चाहिए कि वो 40 ओवर खेलें, और मिडिल ऑर्डर में कोई ऐसा आकर जो ओबियसली रना बॉल आके नहीं खेल सके, तब आप 330 पे जाते हैं, क्योंकि फिर उसके बाद बैक एंड आपके पास हमारे पास इनफ पावर हिटिंग है जो उसको यूटिलाइज कर सकती है।
इनफ पावर हिटिंग भी है और जिसे कहते हैं कि क्लास भी है, और जब हम क्लास की बात करते हैं तो सबसे पहले जो नजर आते हैं वो हमारे कप्तान है बाबर आजम. ही इज ऑल्सो अ हीरो ऑफ द डे.
Hero of the match, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Well, he's somebody who owns the moment and he's got pretty much all the shots in the book, plays on all sides of the wicket. Let's not forget his cover drive, the cut shot, he's able to sweep. You name it, this guy has got everything that a batsman should possess, and more importantly, the passion and determination that is required as a Pakistani captain.
Hero of the match, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
अच्छा सलमान, बाबर as captain, you know, जिस तरह से वो रन स्कोर करते हैं, I mean that's the one thing that we've seen कि उनकी कप्तानी में उनकी अपनी बैटिंग जो है और मजीद बेहतर हो गई है, और रन्स आ गए हैं, एवरेज भी बेहतर हो गई है, अब स्ट्राइक रेट भी आहिस्ता आहिस्ता और भी. So how does that inspire you as a player playing alongside him?
ऑब्वियसली जब आपका कैप्टन फ्रंट से लीड कर रहा हो तो आपकी भी कोशिश होती है कि जो भी वो आपसे रिक्वायर्ड करता है आप वो उस पर पूरा 100% देने की कोशिश करें. और एज ए बैट्समैन तो मतलब उसकी क्या बात करेंगे कि लफ्ज़ कम पड़ जाते हैं उसकी, मतलब आप उसकी क्लास को शो करने के लिए. तो ज़ाहिर बात से सीखते भी रहते हैं और कोशिश करते हैं कि जिस तरह वो मतलब फ्रंट से लीड करता है तो कोशिश करें कि हम भी उसी तरह, मतलब उस तरह तो ज़ाहिर बात है खेलना मुश्किल है, लेकिन कोशिश करते हैं कि जो हमारी एबिलिटी है उसको मैक्सिमम कर सकें.
बट टेक्निकली रूज, टेक्निकली लेट्स टॉक अबाउट टेक्निकली. उन्होंने बात की कि किस तरह से वो इंस्पायर्ड हैं, क्या बात है उनकी टेक्निकली, क्या चीज़ है उनकी which sort of sets him apart from everybody else?
I mean, if you sort of textbook or technique, I think he'll probably be closest to the ideal technique. Nothing is perfect in the world, but he's probably as close as it gets to perfect. And it's because of his technique, and you almost feel like it's a little bit of blessing as well, you know, he's got that little bit of magic. सबसे जो उनकी बड़ी बात है वो बॉल को जितना लेट खेलते हैं, he gets that one split second more than probably anybody else to make better decisions and to play in areas and play shots where you'd almost like you're just in awe of the shot at that point. मैं जब बाबर की बैटिंग देखती हूँ तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आप एक बहुत टाइट बॉक्स अगर आप उनके गिर्द बना दें जिसमें वो खड़े में, तो he never goes out of that box. Then that is what it is. Compact technique, very, very confident of his technique, plays the ball very late, and the balance at the point of contact with his head driving pretty much everything. It is a class apart. It is actually class apart.
जैसे अभी इन्होंने बोला है ना कि मतलब वो ही इज प्रोबेबली क्लोजेस्ट टू परफेक्ट टेक्निक. अगर आप उससे पूछेंगे ना तो वो ये बोलेगा कि जो मुझे लगता है कि उसकी जो सक्सेस का राज है, उससे पूछेंगे ना तो वो कहेगा कि आई हैव लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स टू इम्प्रूव नाउ अभी इस वक्त. तो वो मतलब कभी उसको ये फील ही नहीं हुई कि मैं वर्ल्ड का बेस्ट बैट्समैन हूँ. तो आई थिंक दैट्स द पॉइंट जो है ना, उसको मतलब वो चाहता है कि मैं रोज़ कुछ नया सीखता जाऊँ. तो वो मतलब ये चीज़ मुझे ऐसी लगती है जो बार बार उसको मतलब इस तरह दुनिया का टॉप बैट्समैन बन गया और उसको लगता नहीं है कि वो है.
विच इज़ अ वंडरफुल क्वालिटी, और प्रॉब्ली यही रीज़न है कि जिस तरह से कप्तानी आने के बाद उनकी बैटिंग में और निखार आते हैं. द नंबर्स कीप माउंटिंग एंड ब्रेकिंग फर्दर रिकॉर्ड्स. सो अगेन, और ये बात वो बिल्कुल सही है, ये बात वो हर इंटरव्यू में कहते हैं, हर चीज़ में कहते हैं कि ही इज़ very grounded, very down to earth, and learning never stops. और वो इस चीज़ को बिलीव करते हैं. That's probably why he is right up there.
That's true. That's absolutely true. He's very grounded, and like you said, he's always looking to improve. जो नंबर 1 बैट्समैन हो, सारी दुनिया कह रही हो, फिर भी उनके. अच्छा ये बताएं जाते जाते कि अभी तक जितना आपने अपने करियर में जितना आपने अभी इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट खेली है, डोमेस्टिक, कौन सा ऐसा बॉलर है जिसने तंग किया, या कोई मुश्किल बॉलर जिसको यू फाउंड अ लिटिल हार्ड इन टर्म्स ऑफ जस्ट रीडिंग हिम और फेसिंग हिम?
वनडे क्रिकेट में तो अभी तक ऐसा कोई नहीं लगा, लेकिन टेस्ट मैचेस में मार्क वुड लास्ट ईयर पाकिस्तान में सीरीज हो रही थी तो मैं इसी ईयर, तो मुझे लगा था कि वो काफ़ी तेज़ और थोड़ा मुश्किल है जब बॉल रिवर्स हो रहा हो ना, और स्पेशली इन पिचेस पे, क्योंकि इन पिचेस पे बाउंस उतना ट्रू नहीं होता. तो वो जब बाउंसर करता था ना तो लगता था कि यार लग ही ना जाए. तो वो मुश्किल लगा.
नहीं वाकई. I think Butch also made this point in the show earlier on. Remember we were talking about this कि for Babar, like I was just asking कि कोई ऐसा बॉलर है जो उनको भी तंग कर सकता है, because he said थोड़ा सा डिस्कम्फर्ट नजर आया था, but that, you know, credit to Mark Wood for obviously bowling the way he did. But thank you so much Salman for joining us, and we wish you success. आगे World Cup भी आ रहा है, इंशाल्लाह we'll see you there, we'll see you perform for Pakistan. And इस नोट पे मेरा ख्याल से थोड़ा सा एक ब्रीदर ले लेते हैं, जाते हैं ब्रेक पे और वापस आएंगे, and we'll be joined by Mr. David. Back on the Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Show, and I've now been joined by Mr. David Grant Elliott. Or was it Grant David Elliott?
It was Grant David Elliott.
Grant David Elliott.
I was actually gonna be really intrigued to see what you were gonna call me on the show today.
Yeah, and I just switched it around a little bit.
I like
Didn't
it.
get it right.
There was a couple of things said off air. We can repeat them if you want.
Listen, you can repeat whatever you want. I'm an open book.
All right.
Tell the whole of Pakistan.
We'll be kind to our
I
guests.
think it's around midnight. It's
we gotta
around
go
midnight where we need to be toning it down now. We need to be toning it down. All right. I'll get to New Zealand, but I want to ask
Please don't. Please don't. Don't get to New Zealand. Let's talk about Pakistan.
Let's talk about Pakistan. Let's talk about Pakistan. I was just coming to that we'll talk about New Zealand, but you've seen Pakistan now win 4-0. What's been the standout aspect of their performance for you?
4-0. Thanks for rubbing that in, Zainab. I think, you know, when I think of this Pakistan team, and you've got Imam who was left out today, or rested, rotation policy, whatever we call it. You know, you got 3 world-class batters at the top, so in the top 5. And then you've got the bowling. I mean, you rotate your bowlers, but the way that they perform at the death and through the middle taking wickets, but also at the power play, you've got a very good team. I look at this team and I think this is a world-class team. Mickey Arthur said in his interview with you, he said, I walked into the change room and I looked at this team and I saw a lot of talented young players. And they're talented, but there's a lot of experience out in that field now, especially with the ball. Like I look at Harris Ralph, I look at Naseem Shah now, and I look at Shane Shah Afridi, 3, and Wasim Jr. who comes in under the tutelage of those bowlers. They're very experienced, and then the batters. So there's 6 players in a team that make up a world-class unit.
Same question for both of you. If I were to ask you guys right now, sitting here, do you think Pakistan has the potential to win the World Cup, or at least, let me say, make it to the semi-finals, the 4 semi-finals? Do you think they have the potential to be there?
Yes, 100%. They just need, they need 2 things. They need to know who their finishers are in the middle and who their spinners are going to be. If they've got that, I'm actually confident that they're easily top 4 in the world.
Well, see, Pakistan has always had teams that you'd imagine can win World Cups. It's something that they don't connect. In that jigsaw puzzle, like he's saying, we've got brilliant top 3 with the bat. We've got excellent bowling lineup. We've got the jigsaw puzzles, but we just don't connect them properly. And that's been a story for a very long time for all of us. Today, what was good to see that players 5, 6, 7, and 8 for Pakistan, that middle order that we keep talking about, we keep harping about it. Players 5, 6, 7, and 8 scored 126 runs in 83 deliveries, striking at 150 plus. And that's the jigsaw puzzle piece that they need to connect properly, arrange in the way that works for them, that will win you tournaments. Because again, they've got the bowling to do so. They need par scores to be above par, and then their bowling can always do the job. It's when we don't get the par scores and you ask too much of the bowlers time and again, and you will falter at points, and that's what happens in the past. 22 T20 World Cup, 21 semi-final, Asia Cup final, we lose it at the crunch time because we don't get enough runs.
Even the 4th T20 international that we saw that, you know, New Zealand managed to win, where it seemed like Pakistan were perhaps dominating that series until New Zealand performed really well. Full credit to them. But you've got to look at areas of weakness. But having said that, kudos to them for achieving what they have achieved today, which is the #1 side. And they've also been winning a lot in this format. Let's have a look at the stat attack for today.
Stat Attack, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Highest winning percentage, if you look at it from the start of that, from the end of that World Cup 2019 in England in one-day internationals, Pakistan is right on top. They have a percentage of win percentage of 70, which is higher than anybody else. I mean, you look at the amount of matches that they've played, 27 matches, out of which they've won 19. That's pretty good. Like, overall record when you look at it, you know, I'll ask you, Ruj, because you've been following it since the time Pakistan played Australia last year. There have been ups and downs with regards to the test format. You know, we've lost a few, not been at the very best. T20s has been on and off. It's a bit inconsistent, but this is the one format that Pakistan has totally dominated.
And exactly, the numbers speak for themselves. It's just that in global events, with those numbers, you expect Pakistan to win. And every time they come close or something doesn't go according to their way, so the expectations are really high. And they were very good at bilateral cricket. You saw numbers, Fakhr, Babar, Shaheen Shah Afridi, everybody. And the win percentage miles above and far ahead of everyone else. But again, the pinnacle of the one-day format is the World Cup. You're called one-day champions when you win that World Cup, right? And that is the missing link.
All right, it is really about lifting the trophy. That's what Arooj Mumtaz is saying, you know, making or capitalizing on the crunch moments. That was the stat attack for you.
Stat Attack, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
All right, the fans had a great time here, as always. You know, we've seen that throughout the series. Just generally, the fans that have come out, they've really enjoyed it, especially a Babar Azam 100. Who would not enjoy that? It's time for the fans' verdict.
Well, Pakistan bags another victory in this fourth ODI, continuing their winning streak. The Kiwis, unfortunately, still winless. However, nonetheless, we still witnessed some brilliant cricket here today. So let's go speak to the fans and ask them their experience at the ground. अच्छा, पाकिस्तान की आज आपने जीत लाइव देखी स्टेडियम में, तो कैसा एक्सपीरियंस रहा था आपका?
जी, बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस रहा और मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई है। आज बाबर आजम ने फिर सेंचुरी की है और वो हमारा सुपरस्टार है। इंशाल्लाह उम्मीद है कि वो नंबर 1 भी है रैंकिंग में और वो हमारी टीम को भी इसी तरह जीत दिला के नंबर 1 रैंकिंग में ले आएगा और हमें बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी होगी क्योंकि न्यूजीलैंड से जीतना कोई आसान बात नहीं है।
आज वो अपनी फैमिली के साथ आए, अपने प्यारे प्यारे बच्चों के साथ आए मैच देखने के लिए, तो पाकिस्तान की जीत के बाद आप लोगों को कैसा फील हो रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा फील हो रहा है, स्पेशली फ़र्स्ट टाइम मैं अपनी फैमिली के साथ आया हूँ और कराची में नेशनल स्टेडियम में बहुत वाज अ ग्रेट एटमॉस्फेयर और लव द क्राउड और बहुत एंजॉय किया हमने, बहुत अच्छी गेम।
तो आप बताएं कि आज पाकिस्तान की जीत के बाद आप कितने खुश हैं कि आपने ये लाइव देखी जीत?
अब मैं बहुत खुश हूँ क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम भी मैं 2 बार, एक बार PSL और एक बार पाकिस्तान का गेम देखने आया था जिसमें पाकिस्तान नहीं जीता था, तो ये मैंने पहली बार पाकिस्तान को ग्राउंड में देखा है। ग्राउंड में, ऐसे तो टीवी में तो अक्सर जीतता रहता है पर ग्राउंड में पहली बार देखा है।
पहली दफ़ा जीतते हुए भी देखा है?
हाँ, ग्राउंड में पहली दफ़ा।
वेरी नाइस। और आपका एक्सपीरियंस कैसा था?
मेरा बहुत अच्छा था। मेरा फर्स्ट टाइम था, मैं सऊदी अरेबिया से इधर ही मैच देखने आया था। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, पाकिस्तान ऐसे ही मुकाबले करते रहे और जीते।
बाबर आजम की सेंचुरी, उसामा मीर की बॉलिंग और सलमान आगा की भी जो हाफ सेंचुरी उन्होंने बनाई है और ओवरऑल पाकिस्तान की जो परफॉर्मेंस रह चुकी है इस ODI सीरीज़ में, उसको आप कैसे रेट करेंगे?
सबसे पहले तो ये कि कराची वालों के लिए एक बड़ा ज़बरदस्त समा बांधा। ख़ास तौर पे मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा हुकूमत का जिन्होंने इतनी अच्छी सिक्योरिटी फराम करी, एक फैमिली इन्वायरमेंट यहाँ पे क्रिएट किया और सबसे बड़ी बात कि इस गर्मी में भी लोग देखने आए, इंजॉय किया मैच को। बाबर आजम वन ऑफ द बेस्ट प्लेयर हैं, वर्ल्ड वाइड बेस्ट प्लेयर हैं, तो हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छा लगा उनकी इस तरीके से इनिंग फॉर्म में आते हुए देखना। हारिस रऊफ की बॉलिंग, मोहम्मद वसीम और ख़ास तौर से उसामा मीर को आज चांस मिला तो उन्होंने जो है उस चांस को ज़ाया होने नहीं दिया, बल्कि बहुत अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस दी, शादाब की कमी उन्हें नहीं दी। तो ओवरऑल पाकिस्तान की जो परफॉर्मेंस है, मैं ये कहूँगा कि न्यूजीलैंड की वो टीम नहीं थी जो कि एग्जैक्टली है, लेकिन उनकी तरफ से भी बहुत अच्छी तरफ से फाइटिंग रही, तो एक अच्छा कंपटीशन देखने में आया और मैं चाहता हूँ कि यही कंपटीशन और इस तरीके का और मैचेस आएँ और टीम्स भी आएँ। अब आने वाला जो वर्ल्ड कप है उसके लिए हमारी जो टीम है माशाल्लाह से बहुत अच्छी डेवलप होती हुई नज़र आ रही है, तो होप फॉर द बेस्ट एंड विश देम बेस्ट ऑफ लक। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच फॉर स्पीकिंग टू अस। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much for speaking to them, Mehak. Thank you so much, Dr. Arooj Mumtaz Khan, Grant David Elliott. All smiles because we are packing up and going home, but we're not going home for long because we will be coming back for the 5th one-day international, which will be on the 7th of May, very much here in Karachi. The timings are pretty much the same. We start at 2:45. It's the Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus New Zealand ODI series, and we'll be live here from the National Bank Stadium, Karachi. Great game today, and more importantly, it's huge news for all the Pakistan fans that Pakistan side has now made it to that #1 rankings in that overall table that you've seen, and they'll be looking to sustain it by winning the 5-0 series against New Zealand and obviously having that great whitewash. Until next time, from all of us here, it's goodbye, good night.
the stumps.
Mohamed Rizwan, big wicket.
One-day international hundreds for Babar Azam. Straight up in the air. Fielder tracks back. Oh, that's brilliant. That is a magnificent strike. Wow, Mark Chapman.
Faction away, faction. Yeah, middle. Catch it, Ace, catch it, team. Oi! Oi! Catch it! Catch it! Catch it!
Hello and welcome to the highlights of Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus New Zealand ODI series. It's the 4th ODI and it is at the National Bank Cricket Stadium in Karachi. The toss was won by Tom Latham and he decided he will field first. Pakistan making 5 changes. Shan Masood comes in at the top of the order. Iftikhar gets an opportunity, so does Mohammad Haris. Osama Mir comes into the side and so does Haris Rauf. New Zealand making 3 changes. Jimmy Neesham and Tickner make it to the 11 and Ben Lister makes his debut. Let's join the action as Fakhar Zaman and Shan Masood come out to bat.
Gentlemen, let's play.
Fakhar Zaman looks to take the first delivery.
Oh, wonderful delivery to start up. Just outside the outside edge of Fakhar Zaman's bat.
And the reason why Butch was saying, oh, it's a single here. And it'll be overthrows. So not a great start here for New Zealand. They'll haul it in. Coming back again. Well, little mishap there from New Zealand. Lapse in concentration.